But anyway, Saturday. It was very early on Saturday morning, on the last day of the world, and the sky was redder than blood. The International Express delivery man rounded the corner at a careful 35 miles an hour, shifted down to second, and pulled up on the grass verge. He got out of the van and immediately threw himself into a ditch to avoid an oncoming lorry that had barreled around the bend at something well in excess of 80 miles an hour. He got up, picked up his glasses, put them back on, retrieved his parcel and clipboard, brushed the grass and mud from his uniform, and as an afterthought shook his fist at the rapidly diminishing lorry. And for those of you that are not acquainted with UK slang, a lorry is what we would consider a moving truck, a U-Haul-ish size vehicle. Uh, shouldn't be allowed bloody lorries. No respect for other road users is what I always say. What I always say is I remember that without a car, son, you're just a pedestrian too. He climbed down the grassy verge, clambered over a low fence, and found himself beside the River Uck. The International Express delivery man walked along the banks of the river, holding the parcel. Further down the river bank sat a young man dressed all in white. He was the only person in sight. His hair was white, his skin chalk pale, and he sat and stared up and down the river as if he were admiring the view. He looked like a Victorian romantic poet's looked just before consumption and drug abuse really started to cut it. The International Express man couldn't understand it. I mean, in the old days, it wasn't that long ago, really. There had been an angler every dozen yards along the bank. Children had played there. Courting couples had come to listen to the splash and gurgle of the river, and to hold hands, and to get all lovey-dovey in the Sussex sunset. He had done that with Maud, his missus, before they were married. They'd come here to spoon, and on one memorable occasion, fork. Oh my. Times changed, reflected the delivery man. Now white and brown sculptures of foam and sludge drifted serenely down the river, often covering it for yards at a stretch. And when the surface of the water was visible, it was covered with a molecules thin of petrochemical sheen. There was a loud whirring as a couple of geese, thankful to be back in England again after a long, exhausting flight across the northern Atlantic, landed on the rainbow's slick water and sank without a trace. Funny old world, thought the delivery man. Here's the Uck used to be the prettiest river in this part of the world. Now it's just a glorified industrial sewer. The swans sink to the bottom and the fishes float on the top. Well, that's progress for you. Can't stop progress. He had reached the man in white. Excuse me, sir. Party name of Chalky? The man in white nodded, said nothing, and continued to gaze out on the river, following an impressive sludge and foam sculpture with his eyes. So beautiful, he whispered. It's all so damn beautiful. The delivery man found himself temporarily devoid of words, and his automatic systems cut in. Funny old world, isn't it? No mistake. I mean, you go all over the world delivering, and then here you are, practically in your own home, so to speak. I mean, I was born and bred around here, sir, and I've been to the Mediterranean, Des Moines, and that's in America, sir. Now here I am, and here's your parcel, sir. Party named Chalky took the parcel and took the clipboard and signed for the parcel. The pen developed a leak as he did so, and his signature obliterated itself as it was written. It was a long word, and it began with P, and then there was a splooge, and then it ended in something that might have been ants, or it might have been ocean. Much obliged, sir, said the delivery man. He walked back along the river, back toward the busy road where he left his van, trying not to look at the river as he went. Behind him, the man in white opened the parcel, and in it was a crown, a circlet of white metal set with diamonds. He gazed at it for some seconds with satisfaction, then put it on. It glinted in the light of the rising sun. Then the tarnish, which began to suffuse its silver surface when his fingers touched it, spread to cover it completely, and the crown went black. White stood up. There's one thing you can say for air pollution. You can get utterly amazing sunrises that look like someone had set fire to the sky, and a careless match would have set fire to the river. But alas, there was no time for that now. In his mind, he knew where the four of them would be meeting, and when, and he was going to have to hurry to be there by this afternoon. Perhaps we will set fire to the sky, he thought, and left that place almost imperceptibly. It was nearly time. The delivery man had left his van on the grass verge by the dual carriageway. He walked around to the driver's side carefully because other cars and lorries were still rocketing around the bend, reached in through the open window, took the schedule from the clipboard. Only one more delivery to make, then. He read the instructions on the delivery voucher carefully. He read them again, paying particular attention to the address and the message. The address was one word. Everywhere. Then, with his leaking pen, he wrote a brief note to Maud, his wife. It read simply, I love you. Then he put the schedule back on the dashboard, looked left, looked right, looked left again, and began to walk purposefully across the road. He was halfway across when a German juggernaut came around the corner. Its driver, crazed on caffeine, little white pills, and EEC transport regulations. He watched its receding bulk. Cool, he thought. That one nearly had me. Then he looked down at the gutter. Oh, he thought. Yes. agreed a voice from behind his left shoulder, at least from the memory of his left shoulder. The delivery man turned and looked and saw. At first, he couldn't find the words, couldn't find anything, and then the habits of a working lifetime took over and said, "Message for you, sir." "For me?" "Yes, sir." He wished he still had a throat. He could have swallowed if he still had a throat. "No package, I'm afraid, sir. It's a message." "Deliver it, then." It, it's this, come and see. Finally. There was a grin on his face, but then, given the face, there couldn't have been anything else. "Thank you," he continued. "I must commend your devotion to duty." "Sir?" The late delivery man was falling through a gray mist, and all he could see were two spots of blue that might have been eyes or it might have been distant stars. "Don't think of it as dying," said Death. "Just think of it as leaving early to avoid the rush." The delivery man had a brief moment to wonder whether his new companion was making a joke and to decide he wasn't, and then there was nothing. Red sky in the morning. It was going to rain. Yes. Witchfinder Sergeant Shadwell stood back with his head on one side. "Right then," he said. "Y'all ready? Hey, you got it all?" "Yes, sir." "Pendulum of discovery?" "Pendulum of discovery, yes." "Thumbscrew?" Newt swallowed and patted a pocket. "Thumbscrew," he said. "Firelighters?" "I really think, Sergeant." "Firelighters?" "Firelighters," said Newt sadly, "and matches." "Bell, book, and candle?" Newt patted the other pocket. It contained a paper bag inside which was a small bell of the sort that man's budgregars, a pink candle of the birthday cake persuasion, and a tiny book called Prayers for Little Hands. Now, firelighters, here's a footnote. Note for Americans and other city-dwelling life forms, the rural British, having eschewed central heating as being far too complicated and in any case weakening moral fiber, prefer a system of piling small pieces of woods and lump of coal, topped with large wet logs, possibly made from asbestos, into small smoldering heaps, known as "there's nothing like a roaring fire, is there?" Since none of these ingredients are naturally inclined to burn, underneath all this they apply a small rectangular waxy white lump, which burns cheerfully until the weight of the fire puts it out. These white blocks are called firelighters. No one knows why. Actually, what that is that I think that's some kind of, I want to say it's some kind of sulfuric block, but I could be wrong. Oh, I know what they're talking about, believe it or not. Shadwell had impressed upon him that although witches were the primary target, a good witchfinder should never pass up the chance to do a quick exorcism, and should have his field kit with him at all times. My question is, do any of them actually have true faith enough to actually do such a thing? "Bell, book, and candle," said Newt. "Pin?" "Pin. Good lad, never forget your pin. It's the bayonet of your artillery light." Shadwell stood back. Newt noticed with amazement that the old man's eyes had misted over. "I wish I was going with ye," he said. "Of course this won't be anything, but I'd be good to get out and about again. It's a trying life, you ken, and all this lying in the wet bracken, spying on their devilish dancing, it gets into your bones something cruel." I know my Scottish accent's horrible, and I do apologize. It's even worse, like I said, I'm a little stopped up today, too. He straightened up and saluted. "Off you go, then, Private Pulsifer. May the armies of glorification march with ye." After Newt had driven off, Shadwell thought of something he'd never had a chance to do before. What he needed now was a pen, not a military issue pen, which is for the use of just an ordinary pen, just as you might stick at a map. The map was on the wall. It was old. It didn't show Milton Keynes. It didn't show Harlow. It barely showed Manchester and Birmingham. It had been the Army's HQ map for 300 years. There were pins in it still, mainly from Yorkshire and Lancashire and a few in Essex, but they were almost rusted through. Elsewhere, mere brown stubs indicated the distant mission of a long-ago witchfinder. Shadwell finally found a pin among the debris in an ashtray. He breathed on it, polished it to a shine, squinted at the map till he located Tadfield, and triumphantly rammed the pin home. It gleamed. Shadwell took a step backward and saluted again. There were tears in his eyes. Then he did a smart about turn and saluted the display cabinet. It was old and battered, and the glass was broken, but in a way it was the W.A. It contained the regimental silver, the inter-battalion golf trophy not competed for, alas, in 70 years. It contained the patent muzzle-loading thunder gun of Witchfinder Colonel. "Ye shall not eat any living thing with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantments nor observe times, Dalrymple." Yes, that was his whole frickin' name. It contained a display of what apparently were walnuts, but were in reality a collection of shrunken headhunter heads donated by witchfinder C.S. Sam Horace. Get them before they get you, Narker, who traveled widely in foreign parts and contained memories. Shadwell blew his nose noisily on his sleeve. Then he opened a tin of condensed milk for breakfast. We'll take a quick drink break here. If the armies of glorification had tried to march with Newt, bits of them would have dropped off. This is because, apart from Newt and Shadwell, they'd been dead for quite some time. It was a mistake to think of Shadwell. Newt never found out if he had a first name, was a lone nut. It was just that all the others were dead, in most cases for several hundred years, once the army had been as big as it currently appeared in Shadwell's creatively edited bookkeeping. Newt had been surprised to find that Witchfinder army had antecedents as long and almost as bloody as its more mundane counterpart. The rates of pay for witchfinders had last been set by Oliver Cromwell and never reviewed. Officers got a crown and the generals got a sovereign. It was just an honorarium, of course, because you get 9 pence per witch found in first pick of their property. You really got to rely on those 9 pences, and so times had been a bit hard before Shadwell had gone on the payrolls of heaven and hell. Newt's pay was 1 shilling per year. Now here's a footnote, and bear with me with this because they're actually going to break down what all that means. Note for young people and Americans, 1 shilling equals 5p. It helps to understand the antique finances of the Witchfinder Army if you know the original British monetary system. By the way, they've done away with this, thank God, because it was just convoluted as hell. 2 farthings, 1 halfpenny, 2 halfpennies, 1 penny, 3 pennies, a threepenny bit. 2 threepences, a sixpence, 2 sixpences, 1 shilling, or a bob, 2 bob, a florin. 1 florin and 1 sixpence is half a crown. 4 half crowns is a 10 bob note. 2 10 bob notes is 1 pound, or 240 pennies. 1 pound and 1 shilling is 1 guinea. They haven't used that system. I think they finally did away with that in the late 80s. I could be wrong. I'd have to research that. The British resisted decimalized currency for a long time because they thought it was too complicated. The only reason I'm even halfway familiar with any of that is because of my love of British comedies, and a lot of them were made in like the 1970s and early 80s when they were still using that whole pound note system. They finally got everything realigned, thank God, because that, as you can tell, that it's almost as bad as converting currency in D&D. I begin to wonder if that's where they got the idea from. Oh, excuse me. Where did we get to? Yes. In return for this, he was charged to keep glimmer, firelock, firebox, tinderbox, or igniferous matches about his person at all times, although Shadwell indicated that a Ronson gas lighter would do very well. Shadwell had accepted the invention of the patent cigarette lighter in the same way that conventional soldiers welcomed the repeating rifle. The way Newt looked at it, it was like being in one of those organizations like the SEAL Knot, or those people who kept on refighting the American Civil War. It got you out at weekends and meant you were keeping alive fine old traditions that made Western civilization what it was today. About the whole Confederacy thing, growing up in the South. I could go into a whole thing about that, but I ain't gonna. Kind of get that Thor squint going. Really? An hour after leaving the headquarters, Newt pulled into the lay-by and rummaged in the box on the passenger seat. Then he opened the car window, using a pair of pliers for the purpose, since the handle had long since fallen off. The pack of firelighters was sent winging over the hedge. A moment later, the thumbscrew followed it. He debated about the rest of the stuff, then put it back in the box. The pen was Witchfinder military issue, with a good ebony knob on the end like a lady's hat pin. He knew what it was for. He had done quite a lot of reading. Shadwell had piled them up with pamphlets at their first meeting, but the army had also accumulated various books and documents which Newt suspected would be worth a fortune if they ever hit the market. The pen was to jab into suspects. There was a spot on their body where they didn't feel anything. They were a witch. Simple. Some of the fraudulent witchfinders had used special retracting pens, but this one was honest, solid steel. He wouldn't be able to look old Shadwell in the face if he threw away the pen. Besides, it was probably bad luck. Yes, that is true. They actually stuck witches with pens, and if they didn't feel something, they would, aha! Oh, boy. He started the engine and resumed his journey. Newt's car was a wasabi. He called it Dick Turpin, in the hope that one day someone would ask him why. It would be a very accurate historian who could pinpoint the precise day when the Japanese changed from being fiendish automatons who copied everything from the West to becoming skilled and cunning engineers who would leave the West standing, but the wasabi had been designed on that one confused day. Let me snooze that and get that out of the way so we don't have an ad break. Uh, let's see. Okay, where did I get to? And combined with the traditional bad points of most Western cars with a host of innovative disasters, the avoidance of which had made firms like Honda and Toyota what they are today. Newt had never actually seen another one on the road despite his best efforts. For years and without much conviction, he had enthused his friends about its economy and efficiency in the desperate hope that one of them might buy one, but because misery loves company. In vain did he point out its 823cc engine, its three-speed gearbox, and its incredible safety devices like the balloons which inflate on dangerous occasions, such as when you were doing 45 miles an hour on a straight, dry road but were about to crash because a huge safety balloon had just obscured the view. Uh, He'd also waxed slightly lyrical about the Korean-made radio, which picked up radio Pyongyang, I'll get it right in a minute, incredibly well, and the simulated electronic voice which warned you about not wearing a belt even when you were. It had been programmed by someone who not only didn't understand English, but didn't understand Japanese either. It was state of the art, he said. The art in this case was probably pottery. His friends nodded and agreed, and proudly decided that if it ever came to buying wasabi or walking, they'd invest in a pair of shoes. It came to the same thing anyway, because for one reason for the wasabi's incredible miles per gallon was the fact that it spent a lot of time waiting in garages while crankshafts and things were in the post for the world's only surviving wasabi agent in Nigirizushi, Japan. I was trying not to brutalize that. In that vague Zen-like trance in which most people drive, Newt found himself wondering exactly how you use the pen. Did you say, "I've got a pen and I'm not afraid to use it"? Have pen will travel? The pen slinger? The man with the golden pen? The pens of Navarone? It might have interested Newt to know that of the 39,000 women tested with the pen during the centuries of witch hunting, 29,000 said, "Ouch." 9,999 didn't feel anything because of the use of the aforesaid retractable pens, and one witch declared that it miraculously cleared up the arthritis in her leg. Her name was Agnes Nutter. She was the Witchfinder Army's great failure. One of the early entries in the Nice and Accurate Prophecies concerned Agnes Nutter's own death. The English, by and large, being a crass and indolent race, were not as keen on burning women as other countries in Europe. In Germany, the bonfires were built and burned with regular Teutonic thoroughness. Even the pious Scots, locked throughout history in a long drawn-out battle with their arch-enemies, the Scots, managed a few burnings while away the long winter evenings, but the English never seemed to have the heart for it. One reason for this may have to do with the manner of Agnes Nutter's death, which more or less marked the end of the serious witch-hunting craze in England. A howling mob, reduced to utter fury by her habit of going around being intelligent and curing people, arrived at her house one April evening to find her sitting with her coat on, waiting for them. "You tardy," she said to them. "I should have been aflame 10 minutes since." Then she got up and hobbled slowly through the suddenly silent crowd. Well, that's not what they expected. They expected somebody to holler and be afraid. They didn't expect her all wrapped up going, "Let's get on with it." She's a badass, I'll have to give her credit. Out of the cottage and to the bonfire that had been hastily thrown together on the village green. Legend says that she climbed awkwardly onto the pyre and thrust her arms around the stake behind her. "Tie it well," she said to the astonished witch-finder, and then, as the villagers sidled toward the pyre, she raised her handsome hand in the firelight and said, "Gather ye right close, good people, come close and tade the fire near scorch ye, for I charge ye that all must see how the last true witch in England dies. For which I am, for so I am judged, yet I know not what my true crime may be. And therefore let mine death be a message to the world. Gather ye right close, I say, and mark well the fate of all who meddle with such as they do not understand." It's really hard to read that because it's actually in Middle English. And apparently she smiled and looked up at the sky over the village and added, "That goes for you as well, you old daft old fool." And after that strange blasphemy, she said no more. She let them gag her and stood imperiously as the torches were put to the dry wood. The crowd grew nearer, one or two of its members a little uncertain as to whether they've done the right thing. Now they came to think about it. 30 seconds later, an explosion took out the village green, scythed the valley clean of every living thing, and is seen far away as Halifax. There was much subsequent debate as to whether this had been sent by God or Satan, but a note later found in Agnes Nutter's cottage indicated that any divine or devilish intervention had been materially helped by the contents of Agnes's petticoats, wherein she had put some foresight concealed 80 pounds of gunpowder and 40 pounds of roofing nails. She's like, "You gonna take me out? I'm gonna take you with me." What Agnes also left behind on the kitchen table beside a note canceling the milk was a box and a book. There were specific instructions as to what should be done with the box and equally specific instructions about what should be done with the book. It was to be sent to Agnes's son, John Device. The people who had found it, who were from the next village and had been awoken by the explosion, considered ignoring the instructions and just burning the cottage, and then they looked around at the twinkling fires and nail-studded wreckage and decided not to. Besides, Agnes's note included painfully precise predictions about what would happen to people who did not carry out her orders. The man who put the torch to Agnes' note was Witchfinder Major. They found his hat in a tree 2 miles away. His name stitched inside a fairly large piece of tape was "Thou shalt not commit adultery, Pulsifer," one of England's most assiduous witch-finders, and it might have been afforded him some satisfaction to know that his last surviving descendant was now, even if unawares, heading toward Agnes Nutter's last surviving descendant. He might have felt that some ancient revenge was at last going to be discharged. If he had known what was actually going to happen when that descendant met her, he would have turned in his grave, excepting that he never got one. Firstly, however, Newt had to do something about the flying saucer. It landed in the road ahead of him just as he was trying to find Lower Tadfield turning, and had the map spread over the steering wheel. He had to brake hard. It looked like every cartoon of a flying saucer Newt had ever seen. As he stared over the top of his map, a door in the saucer slid aside with a satisfying whoosh, revealing a gleaming walkway which extended automatically down to the road. Brilliant blue light shone out, outlining 3 alien shapes. They walked down the road. At least 2 of them walked. The one that looked like a pepper pot just skidded down it and fell over at the bottom. For some reason, I picture R2 going, "Rear!" The other 2 ignored its frantic beeping and walked over to the car quite slowly in the worldwide approved manner of policemen already compiling the charge sheet in their heads. The tallest one, a yellow toad dressed in kitchen foil, rapped on Newt's window. He wound it down. The thing was wearing a kind of mirror-finished sunglasses that Newt always thought of as cool-hand Luke shades. I'm thinking more Bret Hart wraparound kind of thing myself, to be truthful. Morning, sir, or madam, or neuter, the thing said. This is your planet, is it? The other alien, which was stubby and green, had wandered off into the woods by the side of the road. Out of the corner of his eye, Newt saw it kick a tree and then run a leaf through some complicated gadget on its belt. It didn't look very pleased. Well, yes, I suppose so, he said. The toad stared thoughtfully at the skyline. Had it long, have we, sir? It said. Not personally, I mean, as a species, about 500,000 years, I think. The alien exchanged glances with his colleague. Been letting the old acid rain build up, have we? It said. Been letting ourselves go a bit with the old hydrocarbons, perhaps. I'm sorry? Could you tell me your planet's albedo, sir? Said the toad, still staring levelly at the horizon as though it was doing something interesting. No. Well, I'm sorry I have to tell you that your polar ice caps are below regulation size for a planet of this category, sir. Oh dear, said Newt. He was wondering who he could tell about this and realized that there was absolutely no one who would believe him. The toad bent closer. It seemed to be worried about something, insofar as Newt was any judge of the expression of an alien race he had never encountered before. We'll overlook it on this occasion, sir, Newt gabbled. I'll see to it. Well, I mean, when I say I mean, I think Antarctica or something belongs to every country or something. And the fact is, sir, that we have been asked to give you a message. Oh, message runs, we give you a message of universal peace and cosmic harmony and such like. Message ends, said the toad. Oh, Newt said. Newt turned this over in his mind. Oh, that's very kind. Have you got any idea why we've been asked to bring you this message, sir? Said the toad. Newt brightened. Well, I suppose, he flared, what with mankind's are harnessing the atom, and neither have we, sir. The toad stood up. One of them phenomena, I expect. Well, we better be going. It shook its head vaguely, turned around, and waddled back to the saucer without another word. Newt stuck his head out the window. Thank you. The small alien walked past the car. CO2 level up 0.5% at rest, giving him a meaningful look. You do know you could find yourself charged with being a dominant species while under the influence of impulse-driven consumerism, don't you? The 2 of them righted the 3rd alien, dragged it back up the ramp, and shut the door. Newt waited for a while in case there was any spectacular light displays, but it just stood there. Eventually, he drove up on the verge and around it. When he looked in his rearview mirror, it had gone. I must be overdoing something, he thought guiltily, but what? And I can't even tell Shadwell, because probably he'll bawl me out for not counting their nipples. Long story. If you haven't listened before now, you might want to catch that up. Anyway, said Adam, you've got it all wrong about witches. The them were sitting in on the field gate watching dog rolling in cow pads. The little mongrel seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. I got one more snooze and then. Okay. I've been reading about them, he said in a slightly louder voice. Actually, they've been right all along. It's wrong to persecute them with the British Inquisitions and stuff. My mother said they were just intelligent women protesting in the only way open to them against the stifling injustices of a male-dominated social hierarchy, said Pepper. Pepper's mother lectured at Norton Polytechnic, and here's a footnote. During the day, in the evening, she gave power tower readings to nervous executives because old habits die hard. Yes, but your mother's always saying things like that, said Adam after a while. Pepper nodded amiably, and she said, at worst, they were just free-thinking worshippers of the progenitive principle. Who's the progenitive principle, said Wensleydale. Dunno, something to do with maypoles, I think, said Pepper vaguely. Well, I thought they worshiped the devil, said Brian, but without automatic condemnation. The them had an open mind about the whole subject of devil worship. The them had an open mind about everything. Anyway, the devil would be better than the stupid maypole. That's where you're wrong, said Adam. It's not the devil, it's another god or something with horns. The devil, said Brian. No, said Adam patiently. People just got him mixed up. He's just got horns similar. He's called Pan. He's half a goat. Who they're talking about is Cernunnos, but anyway. Which half, said Wesley. Somebody's going to freaking ask that. Adam thought about it. The bottom half, he said at length. Fancy you not knowing that. I should have thought everyone knew that. Goats haven't got a bottom half, said Wednesday. They got a front half and a back half, just like cows. They watched dogs some more, drumming their heels on the gate. It was too hot to think. Then Pepper said, if he's got goat legs, he shouldn't have horns. They'd belong to the front half. I didn't make him up, did I? Said Adam aggrieved. I was just telling you. It's news to me. I made him up. No need to go on at me. Anyway, said Pepper, this stupid pot can't go around complaining if people think she's a devil, not with having horns on. People are bound to say, oh, here comes the devil. Pepper's got a little bit of a point. Dog started to dig up a rabbit hole. Adam, who seemed to have a weight on his mind, took a deep breath. You don't have to be so literal about everything, he said. That's the trouble these days. Grass materialism. People like you who go around chopping down rainforests and making holes in the ozone layer. There's a great big hole in the ozone layer because of grass materialism. People like you. I can't do anything about it, said Brian automatically. I'm still paying off on that stupid cucumber frame. It's in the magazine, said Adam. It takes millions of acres of rainforest to make one beef burger, and all this ozone is leaking away because of, he hesitated, people spraying the environment. And there's whales, said Wednesday. We've got to save them. Adam looked blank. His plunder of new Aquarian's back issues hadn't included anything about whales. Its editors had assumed that the readers were all for saving whales in the same way they assumed all those readers breathed and walked upright. There was this program about them, explained Wensleydale. What have we got to save them for, said Adam. He had confused visions of saving up whales till you had enough for a badge. Wensleydale paused and racked his memory. Because they can sing and they've got big brains. There's hardly any of them left, and we don't need to kill them anyway because they only make pet food and stuff. Well, if they're so clever, said Brian slowly, what are they doing in the sea? I don't know, said Adam, looking thoughtful. Swimming around all day, just opening their mouths and eating stuff. Sounds pretty clever to me. A squeal of brakes and a long, drawn-out crunch interrupted them. They scrambled off the gate and ran up the lane to the crossroads where a small car lay on its roof at the end of a long skid mark. A little further down the road was a hole. It looked as though a car tried to avoid it. As they looked at it, a small oriental-looking head darted out of sight. The them dragged the door open and pulled out the unconscious Newt. Visions of medals of heroic rescue thrown at Adam's head. Practical considerations for first aid thrown around that of Wensleydale. We shouldn't move him, he said, because of broken bones. We ought to get someone. Adam cast around. There was a rooftop just visible in the trees down the road. It was Jasmine Cottage. And in Jasmine Cottage, an anathema device was sitting in front of a table on which some bandages, aspirins, and assorted first aid items had been laid out for the past hour. Anathema had been looking at the clock. He'll be coming around any moment now, he thought. And then when he got there, he wasn't what she'd been expecting. More precisely, he wasn't what she'd been hoping for. She had been hoping, rather self-consciously, for someone tall, dark, and handsome. Newt was tall, but with a rolled-out, thin look, and while his hair was undoubtedly dark, it wasn't any sort of fashion accessory. It was just a lot of thin, black strands all growing out together on top of his head. This was not Newt's fault. In his younger days, he'd go to every couple months to the barber shop on the corner. Clutching a photograph he'd carefully torn from a magazine which showed someone with an impressively cool haircut grinning at the camera, and he would show that to the barber and ask to be made to look like that, please. And the barber, who knew his job, would take one look and then give Newt the basic all-purpose short back and sides. After a year of this, Newt realized that he obviously didn't have the face that went with haircuts. The best Newt Pulsifer could hope for was after a haircut with shorter hair. It was the same with suits. The clothing hadn't been invented that would make him look suave and sophisticated and comfortable. These days, he'd learned to be satisfied with anything to keep the rain off and give him somewhere to keep his change. And he wasn't handsome, not even when he took off his glasses. Here's a footnote. Actually, less so when he took off his glasses because they tripped over things and wore bandages a lot. We do have an ad break in about a little less than 5 minutes. I will try to find a stopping place to pause while we do so. And she discovered when she took off his shoes to lay him on her bed, he wore odd socks, one blue with a hole in the heel, one gray with holes around the toes. I suppose I meant to feel a wave of warm, tender female something or other about this, she thought. I just wished he'd washed them. So tall, dark, but not handsome, she shrugged. Okay, 2 out of 3 isn't bad. The figure on the bed began to stir, and Anathema, who was in the very nature of things always looked to the future, suppressed her disappointment and said, "How are we feeling now?" Newt opened his eyes. He was laying in the bedroom, and it wasn't his. He knew this instantly because of the ceiling. His bedroom ceiling had still had them all aircraft hanging from bits of cotton. He never got around to taking them down. This ceiling just had cracked plaster. Newt had never been in a woman's bedroom before, but he sensed that this was one largely by the combination of soft smells. There was a hint of talcum and lily of the valley, and no rank suggestion of old T-shirts that had forgotten what the inside of a tumble dryer looked like. He tried to lift his head up, groaned, and let it sink back to the pillow. Pink, he couldn't help noticing. "You banged your head on the steering wheel," said the voice that had roused him. "Nothing broken, though. What happened?" Newt opened his eyes again. "Car all right?" he said. Apparently, a little voice inside it keeps repeating, "Prise to Frassen Sleepbert." "See," said Newt to an invisible audience. They knew how to build them in those days. That plastic finish hardly takes a dent. He blinked at Anathema. "I swerved to avoid a Tibetan in the road," he said. "At least I think I did. I think I've probably gone mad." The figure walked around to his line of sight. It had dark hair and red lips and green eyes, and it was almost certainly female. Newt tried not to stare. It said, "If you have, no one's going to notice." Then she smiled. "Do you know I've never met a witchfinder before?" Newt began. She held up his open wallet. "I had to look inside," she said. Newt felt extremely embarrassed, not an unusual state of affairs. Shadwell had given him an official witchfinder's warrant card, which, among other things, charged all beadles, magistrates, bishops, and bailiffs to give him free passage and as much dry kindling as he required. It was incredibly impressive, a masterpiece of calligraphy, and probably quite old. He had forgotten about it. It's really just a hobby," he said wretchedly. "I'm really he wasn't going to say a wages clerk. Not here, not now, not to a girl like this. A computer engineer," he lied. "Want to be. Want to be. In my heart, I'm a computer engineer. It's only the brain that's letting me down. Excuse me, could I know—" "Anathema device," said Anathema. "I'm an occultist, but that's just a hobby. I'm really a witch." "Well done. You're half an hour late," she added, handing him a small sheet of cardboard. "So you better read this. It'll save a lot of time." Newt did, in fact, own a small home computer, despite his boyhood experiences. In fact, he owned several. He always knew which ones he owned. There were desktop equivalents to the Wasabi. There were ones which, for example, dropped to half price just after he bought them, or were launched in a blaze of publicity and disappeared into obscurity within a year, or only worked at all if you stuck them in a fridge, or if by some fluke they were basically good machines. Newt always got the few that were sold with the early bug-infested version of the operating system, but he persevered because he believed. Adam also had a small computer. He used it for playing games, but not for very long. He'd load a game, watch intently for a few minutes, and proceed to play it until the high score counter ran out of zeros. When the other of them wondered about this strange skill, Adam professed mild amazement that everyone didn't play games like this. "All you have to do is learn how to play it, and then it's just easy," he said. Quite a lot of the front parlor in Jasmine Cottage was taken up. Newt noticed the sinking feeling. With piles of newspapers, clippings were stuck around the walls. Some of them had bits circled in red ink. He was mildly gratified to spot several he had cut out for Shadwell. I think there was a typo there. Anathema owned very little in the way of furniture. The only thing she had bothered to bring with her had been her clock, one of the family heirlooms. It wasn't a full-case grandfather clock, but a wall clock with a free-swinging pendulum that E.A. Poe would have cheerfully strapped someone under. Newt kept finding the eye drawn to it. "It was built by an ancestor of mine," said Anathema, putting the coffee cups down on the table. "Sir Joshua Device. You may have heard of him. He invented the little rocking thing that made it possible to build accurate clocks cheaply. They named it after him." "The Joshuas?" said Newt guardedly. "The Device." In the last half hour, Newt had heard some pretty unbelievable stuff. It was close to believing it, but you have to draw the line somewhere. The device is named after a real person," he said. "Oh, yes. Fine old Lancashire name from the French, I believe. You'll be telling me next you've never heard of Sir Humphrey Gadget." "Oh, now, come on." "Who devised a gadget that made it possible to pump out flooded mine shafts," or Pietro Gizmo, or Cyrus T. Doodad, America's foremost black inventor. Thomas Edison said the only other contemporary practical scientists he admired were Cyrus T. Doodad and Ella Reader Widget. And she looked at Newt's blank expression. I did my PhD on them, she said. The people who invented things so simple and universally useful that everyone forgot they ever actually needed to be invented. Sugar? Or you normally have to, said Anathema sweetly. Newt stared back at the card she had handed him. She didn't. She seemed to think it would explain everything. It didn't. It had a ruled line down the middle. On the left-hand side was a short piece of what seemed to be poetry in black ink. On the right-hand side, in red ink this time, were comments and annotations. The effect was as follows. 3819. When Orient's chariot inverted be, 4 wheels in the sky, a man with bruises be upon your bed, a shinge his head with willow fine. A man who testeth with a pen, yet his heart be clean, yet seed of mine own undoing. Take the means of flame from him for it to mark right certain. Together you shall be until the end that is to come. Japanese car, upturned, car smash, not serious injury, take in. Willow find, aspirin, pin witchfinder, good witchfinder, refers to Pulsifer, search for matches, etc. in the 1990s in less than a day. I'm going to pause right there. We do have an ad break for about a minute and a half. I'm going to take a quick beverage break as well. I have tea on hand, access to apple soda, and I have access to water as well. I do apologize if I sound a little stopped up. It came upon me all of a sudden today. I woke up this way, sadly. uh, I like the ad breaks. It kind of gives me a moment to kind of. I still have a long way to go, guys. I wish y'all could see it. It's a good. Let's see. I'm on page 193, and Saturday doesn't end until page 345. So about about 100 pages. uh, but that's why I got started early this time, so that way, just in case, you know. Uh, in about 5 seconds, we'll be back to content, and I will continue reading. And we're back. Thank you so much for that, your patience during the ad break. I do apologize. Silent is unnecessary evil, but we shall continue. Newt's hand went automatically to his pocket, his cigarette lighter gone. What's this mean? He said hoarsely. Have you ever heard Agnes Nutter, said Anathema. No, said Newt, taking a desperate defense in sarcasm. You're going to tell me she invented mad people, I suppose? Another fine old Lancashire name, said Anathema coldly. If you don't believe it, read up on the witch trials of the early 17th century. She was an ancestress of mine. As a matter of fact, one of your ancestors burned her alive or tried to. Newt listened and fascinated hard to the story of Agnes Nutter's death. Thou shalt not commit adultery, Pulsifer, he said when she finished. That sort of name was quite common in those days, said Anathema. Apparently there were 10 children, and they were a very religious family. There was covetousness Pulsifer, false witness Pulsifer. I think I understand, said Newt. Gosh, I thought Shadwell said he heard the name before. It must be in the army records. I suppose if I'd gone around being called adultery Pulsifer, I'd want to hurt as many people as possible. I think he just didn't like women very much. Thanks for taking it so well, said Newt. I mean, he must have been an ancestor. There aren't many Pulsifers. Maybe that's why I sort of met up with the Witchfinder Army. It could be fate, he said hopefully. She shook her head. No, she said, no such thing. Anyway, witch-finding isn't like it was in those days. I don't even think O'Shadwell's ever done more than kick over Doris Stokes' dustbins. Between you and me, Agnes was a bit difficult character, said Anathema vaguely. She had no mental gears. Newt waved the bit of paper. What's it got to do with this, he said. She wrote it. Well, the original. That's number 3819, the nice, accurate prophecies of Agnes Nutter, first published in 1655. Newt stared at the prophecy again, his mouth open and shut. She knew I'd crash my car, he said. Yes, no, probably not. It's hard to say. You see, Agnes was the worst prophet that ever existed because she was always right. That's why the book never sold. Most psychic abilities are caused by simple lack of temporal focus, and the mind of Agnes Nutter was so far adrift in time that she was considered pretty mad even by the standards of the 17th century Lancashire, where mad prophetesses were a growth industry. But she was a treat to listen to, everyone agreed. She used to go on about curing illnesses by using a sort of mold and the importance of washing your hands so that tiny little animals who cause diseases would be washed away. When every sensible person knew that a good stink was the only defense against the demons of ill health, she advocated running as a sort of gentle bouncing trot as an aid to living longer, which was extremely suspicious and first put the witch finders onto her and stressed the importance of fiber in diet, although here she was clearly ahead of her time since most people were less bothered about the fiber in their diet than the gravel. And she wouldn't cure warts. It's all in your mind, she said. Forget about it, and it will go away. It was obvious that Agnes had a line to the future, but it was an unusually narrow and specific line, in other words, almost totally useless. How do you mean? Said Newt. She managed to come up with the kind of predictions that you can only understand after the thing has happened, said Anathema. Like, do not buy Betamax. That was a prediction for 1972. You mean she predicted videotape recorders? No, she just picked up on one little fragment of information, said anything, but that's the point. Most of the time she comes with such an oblique reference that you can't work it out till it's gone past, and then it all slots into place. And she didn't know that what was going to be important or not, so it's all a bit hit and miss. Her prediction for November 22nd, 1963 was about a house falling down in King's Lynn. Oh, it looked politely blank. President Kennedy was assassinated, said anything but helpfully, but Dallas didn't exist then, you see, whereas King's Lynn was quite important. Oh. She was generally very good if her descendants were involved. Oh. And she wouldn't know anything about the internal combustion engine. To her, they were just funny chariots. Even my mother thought it referred to an emperor's carriage overturning. You see, it's not enough to know what the future is. You've got to know what it means. Agnes was like someone looking at a huge picture down a tiny little tube. She wrote down what seemed like good advice based on what she understood of the tiny little glimpses. Sometimes you can be lucky, anything went on. My great-grandfather worked out about the stock market crash in 1929, for example, 2 days before it actually happened. Made a fortune. You could say we're professional descendants. She looked sharply at Newt. You see, what no one ever realized until about 200 years ago is that the nice and accurate prophecies was Agnes's idea of a family heirloom. Many of the prophecies relate to her descendants and their well-being. She was sort of trying to look after us after she'd gone. That's the reason for the King's Lynn prophecy, we think. My father was visiting there at the time, so from Agnes's point of view, while he was unlikely to be struck by stray rounds from Dallas, there was a good chance he might be hit by a brick. What a nice person, said Newt. You could almost overlook her blowing up an entire village. Anathema ignored this. Anyway, that's about it, she said. Ever since then, we've made it our job to interpret them. After all, it averages out about one prophecy a month. More now, in fact, as we get closer to the end of the world. And when's that going to be? Said Newt. Anathema looked meaningfully at the clock. He gave a horrible laugh that he hoped sounded suave and worldly. After the events so far today, he wasn't feeling very sane, and he could smell Anathema's perfume, which made him uncomfortable. Think yourself lucky I don't need a stopwatch, said Anathema. We've got, about 5 or 6 hours. Newt turned this over in his mind. Thus far in life, he had never had the urge to drink alcohol, but something told him there would have to be a first time. Do witches keep drink in the house? He ventured. Oh, yes, she smiled, the sort of smile Agnes never probably smiled when unpacking the contents of her lingerie drawer. Green bubbly stuff with strange things squirming on the congealed surface. You should know that. Fine. Got any ice? It turned out to be gin. There was ice. Anathema, who had picked up witchcraft as she went along, disapproved of liquor in general, but approved of it in her specific case. Did I tell you about the Tibetan coming out of a hole in the road? Newt said, relaxing a bit. Oh, I know about them, she said, shuffling the papers on the table. 2 of them came out of the front lawn yesterday. Poor things were quite bewildered. So I gave them a cup of tea, and then they borrowed a spade and went down again. I don't think they quite know what they're supposed to be doing. Newt felt slightly aggrieved. How did you know they were Tibetan? He said. If it comes to that, how did you know? Did he go when you hit him? Well, he looked Tibetan, said Newt. Saffron rose, bald head, Tibetan. One of mine spoke quite good English. It seems that one minute he was repairing radios in Lhasa, and the next minute he was in a tunnel. He doesn't know how he's going to get home. If you send him up the road, he'd probably get a lift on a flying saucer, said Nick gloomily. 3 aliens, one little tin robot. They landed on your lawn too, did they? It's about the only place they didn't land, according to the radio. They keep coming down all over the world, delivering a short track message of cosmic peace, and when people say yes, well, they give them a blank look and take off again. Signs of portents, just like Agnes said. You're going to tell me she predicted all this too, I suppose. Agnes leafed through a battered card index in front of her. I keep meaning to put it all on the computer, she said. Word searches and so forth, It'd make it a lot simpler. The prophecies are arranged in any old order, but these are clues, handwriting, and so she did it all on a card index. Said Newt, no, a book, but mislaid it. We've always had copies, of course. Lost it, eh? Said Newt, trying to interject some humor in the proceedings. Bet you didn't foresee that. Anathema glowered at him. If he looks could kill, Newt would have been on a slab. Then she went on. We've built up quite a concordance over the years, though. My grandfather came up with a useful cross-referencing system. Ah, here we are. She pushed a sheet of paper in front of Newt. 3988. When men of Crocus come from earth and green men come from the sky, you cannot why. And Pluto's bars quite the lightning castles, and sunken lands riseth, and Leviathan run free, and Brazil is vert. Then three cometh together, and four arise. Upon iron horses ride. I tell you, the end draweth nigh. Crocus, saffron, aliens, paratroops, nuclear power stations, Atlantis, cuttings, Leviathan, whale, South America's green, railways, iron road. I didn't get all of this one in advance, Anathema admitted. I filled it in after listening to the news. You must be incredibly good at crosswords in your family, said Newt. I think Agnes is getting a bit out of her depth here anyway. The bits about Leviathan and South America and threes and fours can mean anything, she sighed. The problem is newspapers. You never know if Agnes is referring to some tiny little incident that you might miss. Do you know how long it takes to go through every daily paper thoroughly every morning? 3 hours and 10 minutes, said Newt automatically. I expect we'll get a medal or something, said Adam optimistically. Rescuing a man from a blazing wreck. It wasn't blazing, said Pepper. It wasn't even very wrecked when he put it back right side up. It could have been, Adam pointed out. I don't see why we shouldn't have a medal just because an old car doesn't know when to catch fire. They stood looking down at the hole, and I think they called police, who had put down to subsidence and put some cones around it. It was dark and went down a long way. Could be fun going to Tibet, said Brian. We could learn martial arts and stuff. I saw this old film where this valley in Tibet and everyone there lives for hundreds of years. It's called Shangri-La. My aunt's bungalow is called Shangri-La, said Wensleydale. Adam snorted. Not very clever, naming a valley after some old bungalow, he said. Might as well call it Dun Roman or the Laurels. It's a lot better than Shambles anyway, said Wensleydale mildly. Shambhala, corrected Adam. I expect it's the same place. Probably got both names, said Pepper with unusual diplomacy, like our house. We changed the name from the lodge to Norton View when we moved in, but we still get letters addressed to Theo C. Cupier, the lodge. Perhaps they've named it Shambhala now, but people still call it the Laurels. Adam flicked the pebble into the hole. He was becoming bored with Tibetans. What shall we do now, said Pepper. They're dipping sheep over at Norton Bottom Farm. We could go and help. Adam threw a larger stone in the hole and waited for the thump. It didn't come. Dunno, he said distantly. I reckon we should do something about whales and forests and such like. Like what? Said Brian, who enjoyed the diversions available at a good sheep dipping. He began to empty his pockets of crisp packets and drop them one by one into the hole. We could go into Tadfield this afternoon and not have a hamburger, said Pepper. If all four of us don't have one, that's millions of acres of rainforest and we'll have to cut down. They'll be cutting them down anyway, said Wensleydale. It's grass materialism again, said Adam. Same with the whales. It's amazing the stuff that's going on. He stared at Dog. He was feeling very odd. This little mongrel, noticing the attention, balanced expectantly on its hind legs. People like you that's eaten all the whales, said Adam severely. I bet you've used up nearly a whole whale already. Dog, one last tiny satanic spark of his soul, hating himself for it, put his head on one side and whined. It's going to be a fine old world to grow up in, Adam said. No whales, no air, and everyone paddling around because the sea's rising. Then the Atlantisians will be the only ones well off, said Pepper cheerfully. Huh, said Adam, not really listening. Something was happening inside his head. It was aching. Thoughts were arriving there without him having to think of them. Something was saying, you can do something, Adam Young. You can make it all better. You can do anything you want. And what was saying this to him was him. Part of him, deep down, part of him had been attached to him all these years and not really noticed, like a shadow saying, yes, it's a rotten world. It could have been great, but now it's rotten and it's time to do something about it. That's what you're here for, to make it all better. Because they'd be able to go everywhere, Pepper went on without giving him a word look at the Atlantisians. I mean, because I'm fed up with the old Atlantisians and Tibetans, snapped at him. They stared at him. They'd never seen him like this before. It's all very well for them, said Adam. Everyone's going around using up all the whales and coal and oil and ozone and rainforest and that, and there'll be none left for us. We should be going to Mars and stuff instead of sitting around in the dark and wet with the air spilling away. This wasn't the old Adam that them knew. That them avoided one another's faces. With Adam in this mood, the world seemed a chillier place. Seems to me, said Brian pragmatically, seems to me the best thing you could do about it is stop reading about it. It's like you said the other day, said Adam. You grow up reading about pirates and cowboys and spacemen and stuff, and just when you think the world's full of all amazing things, they tell you it's all really dead whales and chopped down forests and nuclear waste hanging about for millions of years. It's not worth growing up for, if you ask my opinion. The them exchanged glances. There was a shadow over the whole world. Storm clouds were building up in the north, the sunlight glowing yellow off of them as though the sky had been painted by an enthusiastic amateur. Seems to me it ought to be rolled up and started all over again, said Adam. That hadn't sounded like Adam's voice. A bitter wind blew through the summer woods. Adam looked at Dog, who tried to stand on his head. There was a distant mutter of thunder. He reached down and patted the dog absent-mindedly. Serve everyone right if all the nuclear bombs went off and it all started again, only properly organized, said Adam. Sometimes I think that's what I'd like to happen, and then we could sort everything out. The thunder growled again. Pepper shivered. This wasn't the normal them Mobius bickering, which passed many a slow hour. There was a look in Adam's eye that his friend couldn't quite fathom, not devilment, because that more or less was there all the time, but a sort of blank grayness that was far worse. Well, I don't know about we. Pepper tried to know about the we, because if there's all these bombs going off, we all get blown up. Speaking as a mother of unborn generations, I'm against it. They looked at her curiously. She shrugged. And then the giant ants take over the world, said Wednesday down nervously. I saw this film where you go around with sawed-off shotguns and everyone got these cars with, knives and guns stuck on 'em. I wouldn't allow any giant ants or anything like that, said I'm, brightening up horribly. And you'd all be right. And you'd all be all right. I'd see to that. It'd be wicked, eh? To have all the world to ourselves, wouldn't it? We could share it out. We could have amazing games. We would have war with real armies and stuff. But there wouldn't be any people, said Pepper. Oh, I could make us some people, said Adam airily. Good enough for armies at any rate. We could have a quarter of the world each like you, he pointed to Pepper, who recoiled as though Adam's finger were a white-hot poker. Could have Russia because it's red and you've got red hair, right? And Wesley can have America. And Brian can have Africa and Europe. And even in their state of mountain terror, them gave this the consideration it deserved. Stuttered Pepper as the rising wind whipped at her t-shirt. I don't see why Wesley's got America and all I've got is just Russia. Russia's boring. You can have China and Japan and India, said Adam. That means I've just got Africa and a lot of just born little countries, said Brian, negotiating on the curl of catastrophe curve. I wouldn't mind Australia, he added. Pepper nudged him and shook his head and shook her head urgently. Dog's going to have Australia, said Adam, his eyes glowing with the fires of creation, on account of him needing a lot of space to run around, and there's all those rabbits and kangaroos for him to chase, and the clouds spread forward and sideways like ink poured into a bowl of clear water, moving across the sky faster than the wind. But there won't be any rabbit, Wensleydale shrieked. Adam wasn't listening. At least any voices outside his own head. It's all too much of a mess, he said. We should start again. To save the ones we want to start again, that's the best way. You'd be doing the earth a favor when you think about it. It makes me angry seeing the way these old loomies are messing up. It's memory, you see, said Adam. It works backwards as well as forwards. Racial memory, I mean. Newt gave her a polite blank look. What I'm trying to say, she said patiently, is that Agnes didn't see the future. That's just a metaphor. She remembered it. Not very well, of course, but by the time it had been filtered through her own understanding, it's often a bit confused. We think she's best at remembering things that were going to happen to her descendants. But if you're going to places and doing things because of what she wrote, and what she wrote is her recollection of the places you went to and things you did, said Newt, then I know, but there's some evidence that that's how it works, said Anathema. Excuse me. They looked at the map spread out between them. Beside them, the radio murmured. Newt was very aware that a woman was sitting next to him. Be professional, he told himself. You're a soldier, aren't you? Well, practically. Then act like a soldier. He thought hard for a fraction of a second. Well, act like a respectable soldier on his best behavior, then. He forced his attention back to the matter at hand. Why, Lower Tadfield, said Newt. I just got interested because of the weather. Optimal microclimate, they called it. That means it's a small place with its own personal nice weather. He glanced at her notebooks. There was definitely something odd about the place, even if you ignore the Tibetans and UFOs, which seemed to be infesting the whole world these days. The Tadfield area didn't only have the kind of weather you could set your calendar by, it was also remarkably resistant to change. No one seemed to build new houses there. The population didn't seem to move much. There seemed to be more woods and hedges than you normally expect these days. The only battery farm to open in the area had failed after a year or two and been replaced by an old-fashioned pig farmer who let his pigs run loose in his apple orchards and sold the pork at premium prices. The two local schools seemed to soldier on in blissful immunity from the changing fashions of education. A motorway which should have turned most of Lower Tadfield into little more than Junction 18 into the Junction 18 Happy Porker Rest area, changed course 5 miles away, detoured in a great semicircle, and continued on its way oblivious to the little island of rural changelessness it had avoided. No one quite seemed to know why. One of the surveyors involved had a nervous breakdown. The second had become a monk, and the third had gone off to Bali to paint nude women. It was as if a large part of the 20th century had marked a few square miles out of bounds. Anathema pulled another card out of her index and flicked it across the table. 2315. Some saith it cometh to London town or New York, but they be wrong, for the place is Tad's field. Strong in his power, he cometh like a knight in the fife. He divideth the world into four parts, he bringeth the storm. 4 years early, New Amsterdam till 1664, Tadville, Norfolk, Townsville, Devon, Tadville, Oxon, Revelation C6b10. I had to go and look through a lot of country records, said anything. Why is this one 2315? It's earlier than the others. Agnes was a bit slapdash about timing. I don't think she always knew what went where. I told you we spent ages devising a sort of system for chaining them together. Newt looked at a few cards, for example, 1111, and the great hound shall come, and the two powers shall watch in vain, for it goeth where its master is its master, where they were not, and he shall name it true to its nature, and how shall flee it. Is this something to do with Bismarck? Schleswig Holstein? She's being unusually obtuse for Agnes and Anathema. What that's talking about is when Dog arrived. 3017, I see four riding, bringing the end, and the angels of hell ride with them, and three shall rise, and four and four together be four, and the dark angel shall own defeat, and yet the man shall claim his own. The Apocalypse, Horseman, the Man, Pan, the Devil, the Witch Trials of Lancashire, Brewster, 1782. I feel good. Agnes had drunk well this night. Quincy Device, October 15th, 1789. I concur. We are all human at last. Miss O.J. Device, January 5th, 1854. Why nice and accurate, said Newt. Nice is inexact or precise, said anything in the weary tones of one who explained this before. That's what it used to mean. But look, said Newt. He nearly convinced himself about the non-existence of the UFO, which was clearly a figment of his imagination. The Tibetan could have been, well, he was working on it, but it wasn't, whatever it wasn't a Tibetan. And what he was more and more convinced of is that he was in a room with a very attractive woman who appeared to actually like him, or at least not dislike him, which was different at first for Newt. And admittedly, there seemed to be a lot of strange stuff going on, but if you really tried, poling the boat of common sense upstream against the raging current of evidence, he could pretend it was all well weather balloons or Venus or mass hallucinations. In short, whatever Newt was now thinking with, it wasn't his brain. But look, he said, the world isn't really going to end now, is it? I mean, just look around. It's not like there's any international tension any more than there normally is. Why don't we leave this stuff for a while and just go, I don't know, we could just go for a walk or something. I mean, don't you understand there's something here, something that affects the area? She said, it's twisted all the ley lines. It's protecting the area against anything that might change it. It's, well, again, the thought in her mind that she was not allowed to grasp like a dream upon waking. The windows rattled outside. A sprig of jasmine, driven by the wind, started to bang insistently on the glass. But I can't get a fix on it, said Anathema, twisting her fingers together. I've tried everything. Fix, said Newt. I've tried the pendulum. I've tried the theodolite. I'm psychic, you see, but it seems to move around. Newt was still in control of his own mind enough to do the proper translation. When most people say, I'm psychic, you see, they mean I have an overactive but original imagination. Wear black nail varnish, talk to my budgie. When Anathema said it, it sounded as though she was admitting to a hereditary disease which she'd much prefer not to have. Boy, do I know that feeling. Armageddon moves around, said Newt. Various prophecies say the Antichrist has to arise first, said Anathema. Agnes says he, I can't spot him, or her, said Newt. What could be a her, said Newt. This is the 20th century, after all, equal opportunities. I don't think you're taking this entirely seriously, she said severely. Anyway, there isn't any evil here. That's what I don't understand. There's just love. Sorry, said Newt. She gave him a helpless look. It's hard to describe it. She said something or someone loves this place. Love every inch of it so powerful that it shields and protects it. A deep down, huge, fierce love. How can anything bad start here? How can the end of the world start in a place like this? This is the kind of town you'd want to raise your kids in. It's a kid's paradise, she smiled weakly. You should see the local kids. They're unreal. Right out of the boy's own paper. All scabinees and brilliant and bullseye. She nearly had it. She felt the shape of the thought. She was gaining on it. What's this place? Said Newt. What? Anathema screamed as her train of thought was derailed. Newt's finger tapped at the map. Disused aerodrome, it says. Just here. Look west of Tadpole itself. Anathema snorted. Disused, don't you believe it? It used to be a wartime fighter base. It's been Upper Tadfield Air Base for about 10 years or so. And before you say it, the answer is no. I hate everything about the bloody place, but the colonel's saner than you are by a long way. His wife does yoga, for God's sakes. Now, what was it she had said before the kids ran here? She felt her mental feet slipping away from under her. She fell back into more personal thought, waiting there to catch her. Newt was okay, really, and the thing about spending the rest of your life with him was he wouldn't be around long enough to get on your nerves. The radio was talking about South American rainforests, new ones. It began to hail. Bullets of ice shredded the leaves around them as Adam led them down to the quarry. Dog slunk along with his tail between his legs, whining. This wasn't right, he was thinking. Just when I was getting the hang of rats, just when I nearly sorted out that bloody German shepherd across the road, now he's going to end it all, and I'll be back with the old glowing eyes and chasing lost souls. What's the sense of that? They don't fight back, and there's no taste to them. Wensleydale, Brian, and Pepper were not thinking quite coherently. All that they were aware of is that they could no more not fall Adam than fly. To try to resist the force marching them forward simply result in multiple broken legs, and they'd still have to march. Adam wasn't thinking at all. Something had opened in his mind, and it was a flame. He sat them down on the crate. We'll all be all right down here, he said. Said Wensleydale, don't you think our mothers and fathers, don't you worry about them, said Adam loftily. I can make some new ones. There won't be any of this being in bed by 9:30 either. You don't ever have to go to bed ever if you don't want to, or tidy your room or anything. You just leave it off to me and it'll be great. He gave them a manic smile. I've got some new friends coming, he confided. You'll like them. But, Wensleydale began, you just think of all the amazing stuff afterwards, said Adam enthusiastically. You can fill up America with new cowboys and Indians and policemen and gangsters and cartoons and spacemen and stuff. Won't that be fantastic? Wensleydale looked miserably at the other two. They were sharing a thought that none of them would be able to articulate very satisfactorily, even in normal times. Broadly, it was that there were once been real cowboys and gangsters, and that was great. And there would always be pretend cowboys and gangsters, and that was also great. But real pretend cowboys and gangsters that were alive and not alive and could be put back in their box when you were tired of them, this did not seem great at all. The whole point about gangsters and cowboys and aliens and pirates is that you could stop being them and go home. But before all that, said Adam darkly, we're really going to show them. There was a tree in the plaza. It wasn't very big, and the leaves were yellow, and the light it got through. The excitingly dramatic smoked glass was the wrong sort of light, and it was on more drugs than an Olympic athlete. And the loudspeakers nested in the branches, but it was a tree, and if you half closed your eyes and looked at it over the artificial waterfall, you could almost believe that you were looking at a sick tree through a fog of tears. Jamie Hernandez liked to have his lunch under it. The maintenance supervisor would shout at him if he found out, but Jamie had grown up on a farm and it had been quite a good farm, but he liked trees and he didn't want to have to come in the city. And what could you do? It wasn't a bad job, and the money was the kind of money his father hadn't dreamed of. His grandfather hadn't dreamed of any money at all. He hadn't even known what money was until he was 15. But there were times when you needed trees, and the shame of it, Jamie thought, was that her children was going to think of trees as firewood, and his grandchildren would think of trees as history. But what could you do? Where there were trees, now there were big farms, and where there were small farms, now there were plazas, and where there were plazas, there were still plazas. That's how it went. He hid his trolley behind the newspaper stand and sat down furtively and opened his lunchbox. It was then he became aware of the rustling and a movement of shadows across the floor. He looked around. The tree was moving. He watched it with interest. Jamie had never seen a tree growing before. The soil, which was nothing more than a scree of some sort of artificial chippings, was actually crawling as the roots moved under the surface. Jamie saw a thin white shoot creep down the side of the raised garden area and prod blindly at the concrete of the floor. Without knowing why, or without ever knowing why, he nudged it gently with his foot till it was close to the crack between the slabs. It found it and bore down. The branches were twisting into different shapes. Jamie heard the screech of traffic outside the building, but didn't pay it any attention. Someone was yelling something, but someone was always yelling in Jamie's vicinity, often at him. The questing root must have found the buried soil. It changed color and thickened like a fire hose when the water was turned on. The artificial waterfall stopped running, and Jamie visualized fractured pipes blocked with sucking fibers. Now he could see what was happening outside. The street surface was heaving like a sea. Saplings were pushing up between the cracks. Of course, he reasoned they had sunlight. His tree didn't. All it had was a muted gray light that came through the dome 4 stories up. Dead light. But what could you do? You could do this. The elevators had stopped running because the power was off, but it was only 4 flights of stairs. Jamie carefully shut his lunchbox and padded back to his cart, where he selected his longest broom. People were pouring out of the building, yelling. Jamie moved amiably against the flow like a salmon going upstream. A white framework of girders, which the architect presumably thought made a dynamic statement about something or other, held up the smoked glass dome. In fact, it was some sort of plastic. Jamie perched on a convenient strip of girder. All his strength and the full leverage of the broom's length to crack it. A couple more swings brought it down in lethal shards. The light poured in, lighting up the dust in the plaza so that the air looked like it was full of fireflies. Far below, the tree burst the walls of its brushed concrete prison, rose like an express train. Jamie had never realized that trees made a sound when they grew. And no one else had realized it either, because the sound is made over hundreds of years in waves 24 hours from peak to peak. Speed it up, and the sound a tree makes is vroom. Jamie watched it come toward him like a green mushroom cloud. Steam was billowing out from its roots. The girders never stood a chance. The remnant of the dome went up like a ping pong ball in a water spray. It was the same all of the city, except you couldn't see the city anymore. All you could see is the canopy of green, stretched from horizon to horizon. Jamie sat on his bench, clung to a liana, and laughed and laughed and laughed. Presently, it began to rain. Take another beverage break. The Kapamaki, a whaling research ship, was currently researching the question, how many whales can you watch in one week? Except that today there weren't any whales. The crew stared at the screens, which by application of ingenious technology couldn't spot anything larger than a sardine and calculate its net value on the international oil market and found them blank. The occasional fish that did show up was rattling through the water as if in a great hurry to get elsewhere. The captain drummed his fingers on the console. He was afraid he might soon be conducting his own research project to find out what happened to a statistically small sample of whaler captains who came back without a factory ship full of research material. He wondered what they did to you. Maybe they locked you in a room with a harpoon gun and expect you to do the honorable thing. This was unreal. There ought to be something. The navigator punched up a chart and stared at it. Honorable, sir, he said. What is it? Said the captain testily. We seem to have a miserable instrument failure. Seabed in this area should be 200 meters. What of it? I'm reading 15,000 meters, honorable sir, and still falling. That's foolish. There's no such depth. The captain glared at several million yen worth of cutting-edge technology and thumped it. The navigator gave a nervous smile. Ah, sir, he said, it's shallower already. Beneath the thunders of the upper deep, as the Seraphiel and Tennyson both knew, far, far beneath in the abyssal sea, the kraken sleepeth. And now is waking up. We are in an ad break. Give me one moment. I'm going to take just a quick break from the actual reading. I don't want anybody to miss anything. I can't believe I've been reading for an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half. I hope everybody's enjoying it. I know it's a very calming thing to encounter on Twitch. It's my purpose, actually. I still have so much more to read. It may end up being a two-parter finale because Saturdays are very long due. I may have to take something from my nose. When the reading part of the stream is finished, I will probably do something about that. But it is Wednesday, and Wednesday we tell stories. So, and the good news is I've been off every freaking Wednesday, so it's great. I mean, it is technically a creative stream day, but you know. And we're back from the ad break. Millions of tons of deep ocean ooze cascade off its flanks as it rises. Seas to the navigator 3,000 meters already. The kraken doesn't have eyes. There's never been anything for it to look at. But as it billows up through the icy waters, it picks up the microwave noise of the sea, the sorrowing beeps and whistles of the whale song. Said the navigator, 1,000 meters? The kraken is not amused. 500 meters, the factory ship rocks on the sudden swell. 100 meters, there is a tiny metal thing above it. The kraken stirs, and 10 billion sushi dinners cry out for vengeance. I love that line. That was my favorite lines of the book. The cottage windows burst inward. This wasn't a storm, it was war. Fragments of jasmine whirled across the room, mingled with the rain of file cards. Newt and Anathema clung to one another in the space between the overturned table and the wall. Go on, muttered Newt. Tell me Agnes predicted this. She did say he'd bring up the storm, said Anathema. This is a bloody hurricane. Did she say this is what's supposed to happen next? 2315 is cross-reference to 3477, said Anathema. You can remember details like that at a time like this? Since you mentioned it, yes, she said. She held out a card. 3477, let the wheel of fate turn, let hearts enjoin. There are other fires than mine. When the wind bloweth the blossoms, reach out to one another, for the calm cometh when red and white and black and pale approach. The peas is our profession. Some mysticism here, one fears. AF device, October 17th, 1889. Peas, blossoms, OFD, 1929, September 4th, Revelation 6 again, I presume. Dr. Device 1835. Newt read it again. There was a sound like a sheet of corrugated iron pin went across the garden, which it was exactly what it was. Is this supposed to mean, he said slowly, that we're supposed to become an item that Agnes, what a joker. Courting is always difficult when the one being courted has an elderly female relative in the house. They tend to mutter or cackle or bum cigarettes, or in the worst cases, get out the family photograph album and active aggression in the sex war, which ought to be banned by a Geneva Convention. It's much worse when the relative has been dead for 300 years. Newt had indeed been harboring certain thoughts about anything, and not just harboring them, in fact, but dry docking them, refitting them, giving them a good coat of paint, scraping the barnacles off their bottom. But the idea of Agnes's second sight boring into the back of his head sloshed over his libido like a bucket full of cold water. He had been even entertaining the idea of inviting her out for a meal, but he hated the idea of some Cromwellian witch sitting in her cottage 3 centuries earlier and watching him eat. If he was in the mood in which people burn witches, his life was quite complicated enough without being manipulated across the centuries by some crazed old woman. A thump in the grate sounded like part of the chimney stack coming down. Then he thought, my life isn't complicated at all. I can see it as clearly as Agnes might. It stretches all the way to early retirement. A whip round from the people in the office, a bright little neat little flat somewhere, a neat little empty death. Except now I'm going to die into the ruins of a cottage during what might just possibly be the end of the world. The recording angel won't have any trouble with me. My life must have been dittos on every page for years. I mean, what have I ever really done? I've never robbed a bank. I've never had a parking ticket. I've never eaten Thai food. Somewhere another window caved in with a merry tinkle of breaking glass. Anathema put her arms around him with a sigh, which really didn't sound disappointed at all. I've never been to America or France because Calais doesn't really count. I've never learned to play a musical instrument. The radio died as the power lines finally gave up. He buried his face in her hair. I've never... There was a pinging sound. Shadwell, who had been bringing the Army pay books up to date, looked up in the middle of signing for Witchfinder Lance Corporal Smith. It took him a while to notice that the gleam of Newt's pen was no longer on the map. He got down from his stool, muttering under his breath, and searched around the floor until he found it. He gave another polish, put it back in Tadfield. He was just signing for Witchfinder Private Table, who got an extra tuppence a year hay allowance when there was another ping. He retrieved the pen, glared at it suspiciously, and pushed it so hard into the map that the plaster behind it gave way, and he went back to the ledgers. There was a ping. This time the ping was several feet from the wall. Shadwell picked it up, examined its point, pushed it in the map, and watched it. After about 5 seconds, it shot past his ear. He scrabbled for it on the floor, placed it on the map, and held it there. It moved under his hand. He leaned his weight on it. A tiny thread of smoke curled out of the map. Shadwell gave a whimper and sucked his fingers as the red-hot pin ricocheted off the opposite wall and smashed a window. It didn't want to be in Tadfield. 10 seconds later, Shadwell was rummaging through the WA's cash box, which yielded a handful of copper, a 10-shilling note, and a small counterfeit coin from the reign of James I. Regardless of personal safety, he rummaged in his own pockets. The results of the trial, even with his pensioner's concessionary travel pass taken into consideration, were barely enough to get him out of the house, let alone to Tadfield. The only people who knew who had money was Mr. Regit and Madame Tracy. As far as the Regits were concerned, the question of 7 weeks' rent would probably crop up in any financial discussion he instigated at this point. As for Madame Tracy, who would only be too willing to lend him a handful of used tenors, "I'll be squagget if I take the wages of sending freight a painted Jezebel," he said, which left no one else, save one, the Southern Pansy. They'd each been here just once, spending as little time as possible in the room, and in Zerfeld's case, trying not to touch any flat surface. The other one, the flash Southern bastard in the sunglasses, was, Shadwell suspected, not someone he ought to offend. In Shadwell's simple world, anyone in sunglasses who wasn't actually on the beach was probably a criminal. He suspected that Crowley was from the Mafia or the underworld, although he would have been surprised how right he nearly was. But the soft one in the camel hair coat was a different matter. He had risked trailing him back to his base once. He could remember the way. He thought if Zerfeld was a Russian spy, he could ask him for money, threaten him a bit. It was terribly risky. Shadwell pulled himself together. Even now, young Newt might be suffering unimaginable tortures at the hands of the daughters of the night, and he, Shadwell, had sent him. "We cannot leave our people in there," he said, and put on his thin overcoat, shapeless hat, and went out into the street. The weather seemed to be blowing up a bit. Zerfeld was dithering. He had been dithering for some 12 hours. His nerves, he would have said, were all over the place. He walked around the shop picking up bits of paper and dropping them again, filling with pens. He ought to tell Crowley. No, he didn't. He wanted to tell Crowley. He ought to tell Heaven. He was an angel, after all. You had to do the right thing. He was built in. You see a wow, you thwart. Crowley had put his finger on it right enough. He ought to have told Heaven right from the start, but he had known him for thousands of years. They got along. They nearly understood one another. He sometimes suspected they had far more in common with one another than with their respective superiors. They both liked the world, for one thing, rather than viewing it simply as a board on which the cosmic game of chess was being played. Well, of course, that was it. That was the answer staring him in the face. It had been true to the spirit of his pack with Crowley if he tipped heaven the wink, and then they could quietly do something about the child, although nothing too bad, of course, because we were all God's creatures when you get down to it, and even people like Crowley and the Antichrist. And the world would be saved, and there wouldn't have to be all that Armageddon business, which would do nobody any good anyway, because everyone knew heaven would win in the end, and Crowley would be bound to understand. And yes, and then everything would be all right. There was a knock at the shop door. Despite the closed sign, he ignored it. Getting in touch with heaven for two-way communication was far more difficult than Aziraphale than it is for humans who don't expect an answer, and in nearly all cases we'd be rather surprised to get one. He pushed aside the paper-laden desk and rolled up the threadbare book-sharp carpet. There was a small circle chalked in the floorboards underneath, surrounded by suitable passages from the Kabbalah. The angel lit 7 candles, which he placed ritually at certain points around the circle, and lit some incense, which was not necessary, but it did make the place smell nice. Then he stood in the circle and said the words. Nothing happened. He said the words again. Eventually, a bright blue shaft of light shot down from the ceiling and filled the circle. A well-educated voice said, "Well?" "It's me, Aziraphale." "We know," said the voice. "I've got great news. I've located the Antichrist. I'll give you his address and everything." There was a pause. The blue light flickered. "Well," it said again. "But do you see, you can stop it all from happening in the nick of time. You've only got a few hours. You can stop it all, and there needn't be any of the war, and everyone will be saved." He beamed madly into the light. "Yes," said the voice. "Yes, he's in a place called Lower Tadfield, and the address—" "Well done," said the voice in flat, dead tones. "There doesn't have to be any of that business with 1/3 of the seeds turning to blood and everything," said Zerfa happily. When it came, the voice sounded slightly annoyed. "Why not?" it said. Aziraphale felt an icy pit opening under his enthusiasm and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. He plunged on. "Well, you can simply make sure that we will win, Aziraphale." "Yes, but the forces of darkness must be beaten. You seem to be under a misapprehension. The point is not to avoid the war, it is to win it. And we've been waiting a long time, Aziraphale." Aziraphale felt the coldness envelop his mind. He opened his mouth to say, "Do you think perhaps it would be a good idea not to hold the war on Earth?" but changed his mind. "I see," he said grimly. There was a scraping near the door, and if Aziraphale had been looking in that direction, he would have seen a battered felt hat trying to peer over the fanlight. "This is not to say you have not performed well," said the voice. "You will receive a commendation. Well done." "Thank you," said Aziraphale. The bitterness in his voice put a soured milk. "I'd forgotten about ineffability, obviously." "We thought you had." "May I ask," said the angel, "to whom have I been speaking?" The voice said, "We are the Metatron." And here's a footnote. The voice of God, but not the voice of God, as an entity in its own right, rather like a presidential spokesman. "Oh, yes, of course. Oh, well, thank you very much, thank you." Behind him, the letterbox tilted open, revealing a pair of eyes. "One other thing," said the voice. "You will, of course, be joining us, won't you?" "Well, of course, it's been simply ages since I held a flaming sword," Aziraphale began. "Yes, we recall," said the voice. "You will have a lot of opportunity to relearn." "Ah, what sort of initiating event will precipitate the war?" said Aziraphale. "We thought a multi-nation nuclear exchange would be a nice start." "Oh, yes. Very imaginative." Aziraphale's voice was flat and hopeless. "Good. We'll expect you directly, then," said the voice. My apologies. I have to take a drink. Well, I'll just clear up a few business matters, shall I?" said Aziraphale desperately. "There hardly seems to be any necessity," said the Metatron. Aziraphale drew himself up. "I really feel that probity, not to say morality, demands that as a reputable businessman I should—" "Yes, yes," said the Metatron, a shade testily. "Point taken. We shall await you then." The light faded but did not quite vanish, still leaving the line open. Aziraphale thought, "I'm not getting out of this one." "Hello?" he said softly. "Anyone still there?" There was silence. Very carefully he stepped over the circle and crept to the telephone. He opened his notebook and dialed another number. After 4 rings, it gave a little cough, followed by a pause, and a voice which sounded so laid back you could put a carp on it said, "Hi, this is Anthony Crowley. Crowley!" Aziraphale tried to hiss and shout at the same time. "Listen, I haven't got much time. Probably not in right now, or asleep, or busy, or something, but shut up. Listen, it was in Tadfield. It's all in that book. You've got to stop. After the tone, I'll get right back to you. Ciao. I want to talk to you now. Beep. Stop making noises. It's in Tadfield. That's what I was sensing. You must go there." He took the phone away from his mouth. "Bugger," he said. It was the first time he had sworn in more than 4,000 years. Hold on, the demon had another line, didn't he? He was that kind of person. Aziraphale fumbled in the book, nearly dropping it on the floor. They would be getting impatient soon. He found the other number. He dialed it. It was answered almost immediately at the same time as the shop's bell tingled gently. Crowley's voice, getting louder as it neared the mouthpiece, said, "Really? I mean, hello? Crowley, it's me." The voice sounded horribly non-committal. Even in his present state, Aziraphale sensed trouble. "Are you alone?" he said cautiously. "I got an old friend here. Listen. Away with you spawn of hell!" Very slowly, Aziraphale turned around. Shadwell was trembling with excitement. He had seen it all. He had heard it all. He hadn't understood any of it. But he knew what people did with circles and candlesticks and incense. He knew that all right. He'd seen the devil rides out 15 times, 16 times, if you include the time he'd been thrown out of the cinema for shouting his unflattering opinions at amateur witchfinder Christopher Lee. The buggers were using him. They'd been making fools out of the glorious tradition of the army. "I'll have you, you evil bastard," he shouted, advancing like a moth-eaten and avenging angel. "I ken you what you be about. Come up here and seducing women to do your evil will." "I thinks perhaps you've got the wrong shop," said Aziraphale. "I'll call back later," he said till the receiver hung up. "I can see what you're about," snarled Shadwell. There flecks of foam around his mouth. He was more angry than he could ever remember. Things are not what they seem," Aziraphale began, where that even as he said that his conversational gambits went, it lacked a certain polish. "I bet they ain't," said Shadwell triumphantly. "No, I mean..." Without taking his eyes off the angel, Shadwell shuffled backwards and grabbed the shop door, slamming it so hard the bell jangled. "Bell," he said. He grabbed the nice and accurate prophecies and thumped it down heavily on the table. "Book," he snarled. He fumbled in his pocket and produced his trusty Ronson. "Practically candle," he shouted and began to advance. In his path, the circle glowed with a faint blue light. I think it might not be a very good idea to... Shadwell wasn't listening. "By the powers invested in me by virtue of my office as witchfinder," he intoned, "I charge you quit from this place. You see the circle, and return henceforth to the place from which you came, not pausing. Not... It would really be unwise for a human to set foot in it without... And deliver us from evil. Keep out of the circle, you stupid man. Never come again to vex. Yes, but please keep out of the..." Aziraphale ran toward Shadwell, waving his hands urgently. "Return in no more," Shadwell finished. He pointed a vengeful black-nailed finger. Aziraphale looked down at his feet, swore for the second time in 5 minutes he had stepped into the circle. "Oh," he said. There was a melodious twang and the blue gold vanished, and so did Aziraphale. 30 seconds went by. Shadwell didn't move, and with a trembling left hand he reached up and carefully lowered his right hand. "Hello?" he said. Hello?" No one answered. Shadwell shivered. Then, with his hand held out firm like a gun he didn't dare fire, didn't know how to unload, he stepped out of the street, letting the door slam behind him. It shook the floor. One of Aziraphale's candles fell over, spilling burning wax across the old, dry wood. Crowley's London flat was the epitome of style. It was everything that a flat should be: spacious, white, elegantly furnished, and with that designer unlived in look that only comes from not being lived in. By the way, for those of you unacquainted with UK slang, a flat is an apartment, simply, and a lot of times you hear the term semi-detached, which means it is an apartment of itself instead of being one in a building. Kind of like that's more of a townhouse kind of situation. That's because Crowley. This is because Crowley did not live there. It was simply a place he went back to at the end of the day when he was in London. The beds were always made. The fridge was always stocked with gourmet food that never went off. That's why Crowley had a fridge, after all. And for that matter, the fridge never needed to be defrosted or even plugged in. The lounge contained a huge television, a white leather sofa, a video and laser disc player, an ansophone, 2 telephones, the ansophone line and the private line, a number so far undiscovered by the legions of telephone salesmen who persisted in trying to sell Crowley double glazing, which already had, or life insurance, which it didn't need. And a square matte black sound system designed the kind so exquisitely engineered that it just has the on-off switch and the volume control. The only sound equipment Crowley had overlooked was speakers. He'd forgotten about them, not that it made any difference. The sound reproduction was quite perfect anyway. There was an unconnected fax machine with the intelligence of a computer and a computer with the intelligence of a retarded ant. I'm sorry, but like I said, you have to remember when this was written. Nevertheless, Crowley upgraded every few months because a sleek computer was the sort of thing Crowley felt like the sort of human he tried to be would have. This one was like a Porsche with a screen. The manuals were still in their transparent wrapping. And here's a footnote. Along with the standard computer warranty agreement, which said that if the machine, 1, didn't work, 2, didn't do what the expensive advertisement said, 3, the 3 electrocuted the immediate neighborhood. 4, and in fact failed entirely to be inside the expensive box when you opened it. This is expressly, absolutely, implicitly, and in no event the fault or responsibility of the manufacturer, that the purchaser should consider himself lucky to be allowed to give his money to the manufacturer, and that any attempt to treat what had just been paid for as the purchaser's own property would result in the attentions of serious men with menacing briefcases and very thin watches. Crowley had been extremely impressed with the warranties offered by the computer industry, and in fact sent a bundle below to the department that drew up immortal soul agreements with a yellow memo form attached just saying, "Learn, guys." In fact, the only things in the flat Crowley devoted any personal attention to were the house plants. They were huge and green and glorious, with shiny, healthy, lustrous leaves. This was because once a week Crowley went around to the flat with a green plastic plant mister, spraying the leaves and talking to the plants. He had heard about talking to plants in the early 70s on Radio 4 and thought it an excellent idea, although talking is perhaps the wrong word of what Crowley did. What he did was put the fear of God into them, or more precisely, the fear of Crowley. In addition to which, every couple months, Crowley would pick out a plant that was growing too slowly or succumbing to leaf wilt or browning and just didn't look quite as good as the others, and he'd carry it around to all the other plants. "Say goodbye to your friend," he'd say to them. "He just couldn't cut it." Then he would leave the flat with the offending plant and return an hour or so later with a large empty flower pot, which he would leave somewhere conspicuously around the flat. The plants were the most luxurious, verdant, and beautiful in London, also the most terrified. The lounge was lit by spotlights and white neon tubes of kind one casually props against the chair or corner. The only wall decoration was a framed drawing, the cartoon for the Mona Lisa, Leonardo da Vinci's original sketch. Crowley had bought it from the artist one hot afternoon in Florence and felt superior to the final painting. And here's the footnote on that. Leonardo had felt so too. "I got her bloody smile right in the roughs," he told Crowley, sipping cold wine in the lunchtime sun, "but it all went all over the place when I painted it. Her husband had a few things to say about it when I delivered it, but like I tell him, Signor di Giancondo, apart from you, who's going to see it? Anyway, explain this helicopter thing again, will you?" Crowley had a bedroom and a kitchen and an office and a lounge and a toilet, each room forever clean and perfect. He had spent an uncomfortable time in each of these rooms during the long wait for the end of the world. He had phoned his operatives in the Witchfinder Army again to try to get news, but his contact, Sergeant Shadwell, had just gone out, and the dim-witted receptionist seemed unable to grasp if he was willing to talk to any of the others. "Mr. Pulsifer's out too, love," she told me. "He went down to Tedford this morning on a mission." "I'll speak to anyone," Crowley had explained. "I'll tell Mr. Shadwell that," she had said, "when he gets back. Now, if you don't mind, it's one of my mornings, and if I can't leave my gentleman like that for long, or he'll catch his death. And at 2, I've got Mrs. Ormond and Mr. Scroggy and young Julia coming over for a sitting, and that's the place to clean and all beforehand. I'll give Mr. Shadwell your message." Crowley gave up. He tried to read a novel, but couldn't concentrate. He tried to sort of CDs into alphabetical order, but gave up when he discovered they already were in alphabetical order, as was his bookcase and his collection of soul music. Here's a footnote. He was very proud of his collection. It had taken him ages to put together. This was real soul music. James Brown wasn't in it. Eventually, he settled down on the white leather sofa and gestured on the television. "Reports are coming in," said the worried newscaster. "Reports are, well, nobody seems to know what's going on, but reports available to us would seem to indicate an increase in international tensions that would have undoubtedly be viewed as impossible this time last week when everyone seemed to be getting along nicely. This would seem at least partly due to the spate of unusual events which have occurred in the last few days. Off the coast of Japan, Crowley," yes, admitted Crowley. "What the hell is going on, Crowley? What exactly have you been doing?" "How do you mean?" Crowley asked, although he already knew it. "The boy called Warlock. We have brought him to the fields of Megiddo. The dog is not with him. The child knows nothing of the great war. He is not our master's son." "Ah," said Crowley. "Is that all you can say, Crowley? Our troops are assembled. The 4 beasts have begun to ride. But where are they riding to? Something has gone wrong, Crowley, and it is your responsibility, and all probability your fault. We trust you have a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this." "Oh, yes," agreed Crowley readily. "Perfectly reasonable. Because you're going to have your chance to explain it all to us. You are going to have all the time there is to explain, and we will listen with great interest to everything you have to say. And your conversation and the circumstances that it will accompany it will provide a great source of entertainment and pleasure for all the damned of hell, Crowley, because no matter how racked with torment, no matter what agonies the lowest of the damned are suffering, Crowley, you will have it worse." With a gesture, Crowley turned the set off. The dull gray-green screen continued enunciating. The silence formed itself into words. "Do not even think about trying to escape us, Crowley. There is no escape. Stay where you are. You will be collected." Crowley went to the window and looked out. Something black and car-shaped was moving slowly down the street toward him. It was car-shaped enough to fool the casual observer. Crowley, who was observing very carefully, noticed that not only were the wheels not going round, but they weren't even attached to the car. It was slowing down as it passed each house. Crowley assumed that the car's passengers, neither of them would be driving, neither of them knew how, were peering out at the house numbers. He had a little time. Crowley went to the kitchen and got a plastic bucket from under the sink. Then he went back to the lounge. The infernal authorities had ceased communicating. Crowley turned the television to the wall just in case. He walked over to the Mona Lisa. Crowley lifted the picture from the wall, revealing a safe. It was not a wall safe. It had been bought from a company that specialized in servicing the nuclear industry. He unlocked it, revealing an inner door with a dial tumble lock. He spun the dial. 4004 was the code. He remembered the year he had slithered onto the stupid, marvelous planet, back when it was gleaming anew. Inside the safe was a thermos flask, 2 heavy PVC gloves of the kind that cover one's entire arms, and some tongs. Crowley paused. He eyed the flask nervously. There was a crash from downstairs. That had been the front door. He pulled on the gloves and gingerly took the flask, the tongs, and the bucket, and as an afterthought, he grabbed the plant mister from beside a luxurious rubber plant and headed for his office, walking like a man carrying a thermos flask full of something that might cause, if he dropped it or even thought about dropping it, a sort of explosion that impels graybeards to make statements like, and where this crater is now once stood the city of Washington in science fiction B-movies. He reached his office and nudged open the door with his shoulder. Then he bent his legs slowly to put things down on the floor: bucket, tongs, plant mister, and finally deliberately the flask. A bead of sweat began to form on Crowley's forehead and trickled down to one eye. He flicked it away. Then, with a care and deliberation, he used the tongs to unscrew the top of the flask carefully. That was it. A pounding on the stairs below and a muffled scream. That would have been the little old lady on the floor below. He couldn't afford a rush. He gripped the flask with the tongs, taking care not to spill the tiniest drop. He poured the contents onto the plastic bucket. One's fault moves, but all it would take. There. He opened the office door about 6 inches and placed the bucket at the top. He used the tongs to replace the top of the flask. Then it crashed from out in the hallway, pulled off the PVC gloves, and picked up the plant mister and settled himself behind his desk. Crowley, called a guttural voice. Hastur. He's through there, hissed another voice. I can feel the slimy little creep. Liger. Hastur and Liger. Now, Crowley would be the first to protest. Most demons weren't deep down evil. In the great cosmic game, they felt occupied the same position as tax inspectors, doing an unpopular job maybe, but essential to the overall operation of the whole thing. If it came to that, some angels weren't paragons of virtue. Crowley had met one or two who, when it came to righteously smiting the ungodly, smote a good deal harder than was strictly necessary. On the whole, everyone had a job to do and just did it. On the other hand, you've got people like Liger and Hastur who took such a dark delight in unpleasantness, you might have even mistaken them for humans. Crowley leaned back in his executive chair. He forced himself to relax and failed appallingly. "In here, people," he called. "We want a word with you," said Liger in a tone of voice intended to imply that word was synonymous with horrifically painful eternity, and the squat demon pushed open the office door. The bucket teetered and then fell neatly on Liger's head. Drop a lump of sodium in water. That's what I was thinking of, sodium. Watch it flame and burn and spin around crazily, flaring and sputtering. This was like that, just nastier. The demon peeled and flared and flickered. Oily brown smoke oozed from it. It screamed and screamed and it screamed, then crumpled, folded in on itself, and what was left lay glistening on the burnt and blackened circle of carpet, looking like a handful of mashed slugs. "Hi," said Crowley to Hastur, who had been walking behind Liger and had unfortunately not been so much as splashed. "There are some things that are unthinkable. There are some depths that not even demons would believe other demons would stoop to." "Holy water, you bastard," said Hastur. "You complete bastard. He had never done nothing to you. Yet," corrected Crowley, who felt a little more comfortable now the odds were closer to even. Closer, but not yet even, not by a long shot. Hastur was a Duke of Hell. Crowley wasn't even a local councilor. "Your fate will be whispered by mothers in dark places to frighten their young," said Hastur. And felt that the language of hell wasn't up to the job. You're going to get taken to the bloody cleaners, pal," he added. Crowley raised the green plastic plant mister and sloshed it around threateningly. "Go away," he said. He heard the phone downstairs ringing 4 times, then the answer phone called it. He wondered vaguely who it was. "You don't frighten me," said Hastur. He watched a drip of water leak from the nozzle and slide slowly down the side of the plastic container toward Crowley's hand. "Do you know what this is?" asked Crowley. "This is a Sainsbury plant mister, cheapest and most efficient plant mister in the world. It can squirt a fine spray of water into the air. Do I need to tell you what's in it? It can turn you into fat." He pointed to the mess on the carpet. "Now go away." Then the drip on the side of the plant Mr. reached Crowley's curled fingers and he stopped. You're bluffing, said Hastur. Maybe I am, said Crowley in a tone of voice which he had hoped made it quite clear that bluffing was the last thing on his mind. And maybe I'm not. Do you feel lucky? Hastur gestured and the plastic bulb dissolved like rice paper, spilling water all over Crowley's desk and all over Crowley's suit. Yes, said Hastur, and then he smiled. His teeth were too sharp, his tongue flickered between them. Do you? Crowley said nothing. Plan A had worked, Plan B had failed, everything depended on Plan C, and there was one drawback to this. He had only ever planned as far as B. So, hissed Hester, time to go, Crowley. I think there's something you ought to know, said Crowley, falling for time. And that is, said mild Hester. Then the phone in Crowley's desk rang. He picked it up and warned Hester, don't move, there's something very important you should know, and I really mean it. Hello? Said Crowley. He said, nuh-uh. Got an old friend here. Aziraphale hung up on him. Crowley wondered what he wanted, and suddenly Plan C was there in his head. He didn't replace the handset on the receiver. Instead, he said, okay, Hester, you've passed the test. You're ready to start playing with the big boys. Have you gone mad? No, don't you understand this was a test? Lords of Hell had to know that you were trustworthy before we gave you command of the legions of the damned in the war ahead. Crowley, you're a lion, or you're insane, or possibly you're both, said Hester, but his certainty was shaken. Just at the moment he had entertained the possibility, that's where Crowley got him. It was just possible that Hell was testing him, and that Crowley was more than he seemed. Pastor was paranoid, which was simply a sensible and well-adjusted reaction to living in Hell, which they were really all out to get you. Crowley began to dial numbers. Okay, Duke Hastur, I wouldn't expect you to believe it from me, he admitted, but why don't we talk to the Dark Council? I'm sure they can convince you. The number he had dialed clicked and started to ring. So long, sucker, he said, and vanished. In a tiny fraction of a second, Hastur was gone as well. I gotta take another pause for a drink break. And, over the years, a huge number of theological man-hours have been spent debating the famous question, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? In order to arrive at that... Oh, I've got an ad break. I do apologize. Let me pause for the cause. I didn't expect an ad break so soon. We are on an ad break for about a minute and a half. I do apologize for the interruption. I'm just kind of vibing for just a moment. I had just started the next section, so... Hope everybody's enjoying the stream. I'm just kind of, I can close that. Okay. I'm just checking over some things. Oh. Pop my back. Hello, Kitty Cat. No, you cannot cross through here right now, okay? We got about half a minute on the ad break. We do apologize. I kind of, excuse me, I kind of want to go BRB when stuff like that happens, but that's not long enough for that. But this prevents me from having pre-roll ads, which a lot of people don't like. Anubis, you cannot come through here, sweetheart. I'm streaming. You can't do that, okay? You go the other way, okay? You seem to think you can't go back the other way. Anubis is over here trying to bug me a little bit here. And ad break is over. Welcome back, everyone. In order to arrive at an answer, the following facts must be taken into consideration. Firstly, angels simply don't dance. It's one of the distinguishing characteristics that marks an angel. They may listen appreciatively to the music of the spheres, but they don't feel the urge to get down and boogie to it, so none. At least nearly none. Aziraphale had learned to gavotte in a discreet gentleman's club in Portland Place in the late 1880s, and while he had initially taken to it like a duck to merchant banking, after a while he'd become quite good at it, and was quite put out when some decades later the gavotte went out of style for good. So providing the dance was a gavotte, and providing that he had a suitable partner, also able for the sake of argument both to gavotte and to dance on the head of a pin, the answer is a straightforward one. Then again, you might as well ask how many demons can dance on a head of a pin. They're of the same original stock after all, and at least they dance. Here's a footnote. Although it's not what you and I would call dancing, not good dancing anyway, a demon moves like a white band on Soul Train. And if you put it that way, the answer is quite a lot, actually, providing they abandon their physical bodies, which is a picnic for a demon. Demons aren't bound by physics. If you take the long view, the universe is just filled is just something small and round like those water-filled balls which produce a miniature snowstorm when you shake them. Here's a footnote. Although, unless the ineffable plan is a lot more ineffable than it's given credit for, it does not have a giant plastic snowman at the bottom. But if you look really close up, the only problem about dancing on the head of a pin is all those big gaps between electrons. For those of angel stock or demon breed, size and shape and composition are simply options. Crowley is currently traveling incredibly fast down the telephone line. Ring. Crowley went through 2 telephone exchanges at a very respectable fraction of light speed. Hastur was a little way behind him, about 4 or 5 inches, but at that size it gave Crowley a very comfortable lead. One that would vanish, of course, when he came out the other end. They were too small for sound, but demons don't necessarily need sound to communicate. He could hear Hastur screaming behind him, "You bastard, I'll get you. You can't escape me. Ring, wherever you come out, I'll come out too. You won't get away." Crowley had traveled through over 20 miles of cable in less than a second. Hastur was close behind him. Crowley was going to have to time this whole thing very, very carefully. Ring, that was the 3rd ring. Well, thought Crowley, here goes nothing. He stopped and suddenly watched Hastur shoot past him. Hastur turned and ring. Crowley shot out through the phone line, zapped through the plastic sheet, and materialized full size and out of breath in his lounge. Click. The outgoing message tape began to turn on his answer phone. There was a beep, and the incoming message tape turned. A voice from the speaker screamed after the beep, "Right, what? You bloody snake!" The little red message light began to flash on and off, like a tiny angry eye. Crowley really wished he had some more holy water time to hold the cassette in it until it dissolved, but getting a hold of Liger's terminal bath had been dangerous enough. He had had it for years just in case, and even its presence in the room made him uneasy. Or maybe, yes, what would happen if you put the cassette in the car? He could play Hastur over and over again until he turned into Freddie Mercury. No, he might be a bastard, but you can only go so far. There was a rumble of distant thunder. He had no time to spare. He had nowhere to go. He went away. He ran down to his Bentley and drove toward the west end as if all the demons of hell were after him, which was more or less the case. Madame Tracy heard Mr. Shadwell's slow tread up the stairs. It was slower than usual and paused every few steps. Normally he came upstairs as if he hated every one of them. She opened her door and he was leaning against the landing wall. "Why, Mr. Shadwell," she said, "whatever have you done to your hand?" "Get away from him, woman," Shadwell groaned. "I didn't know my own powers." "Why are you holding it out like that?" Shadwell tried to back into the wall. "Stand back, I tell you. I cannot be responsible." "What on earth has happened to you, Mr. Shadwell?" said Madame Tracy, trying to take his hand. "Nothing on earth. Nothing on earth." She managed to grab his arm. He, Shadwell, scourge of evil, was powerless to resist being drawn into her flat. He had never been in it before, at least in his waking moments. His dreams had furnished it with silks, rich hangings, and what he thought of as undulants. Admittedly, it did have a big curtain in the entrance of the kitchenette and a lamp made rather inexpertly from a Chianti bottle, because Madame Tracy's apprehension was of what was chic, like Aziraphale's, had ground around 1953. And there was a table in the middle of the room with a velvet cloth on it, and on the cloth a crystal ball, which increasingly was Madame Tracy's means of earning a living. "I think you could do with a good lie down, Mr. Shadwell," she said in a voice that brooked no arguments, and led him to the bedroom. He was too bewildered to protest. But young Newt is out there," Shadwell muttered, "enthralled heathen passions and occult wails." "Well, then I'm sure he'll know what to do about them," said Madame Tracy briskly, whose mental picture of what Newt was going through was probably much closer to reality than was Shadwell's. "And I'm sure he wouldn't like to think of you getting yourself worked up into a state here. You just lie down and I'll make us both a nice cup of tea." She disappeared in the clacking of bead curtains. Suddenly Shadwell was alone on what he was just capable of recalling through the wreckage of his shattered nerves was a bed of sin, and right at this moment was incapable of deciding whether that was in fact better or worse than not being alone on a bed of sin. He turned his head and taken his surroundings. Madame Tracy's concept of what was erotic stemmed from the days when young men grew up thinking that women had beach balls affixed firmly in front of their anatomy. Brigitte Bardot could be called a sex kitten without anyone bursting out laughing, and there really were magazines with names like Girls, Giggles, and Garters. Somewhere in this cauldron of permissiveness, she had picked up the idea that soft toys in the bedroom created an intimate, coquettish air. Shadwell stared for some time at a large threadbare teddy bear which had one eye missing and a torn ear. It probably had a name like Mr. Buggins. He turned his head the other way. His gaze was blocked by a pajama case shaped like an animal that may have been a dog, but there again may have been a skunk. It had a cheery grin. By the way, a pajama case, I'm not really sure what that is. I've heard it referred to before in one of the British comedies that I watch. And it's usually in the shape of some kind of animal, and it has just like, because I know that Mrs. Slocum carried hers and it was a cat and it had a pin inside of it. It's kind of like a purse. From the best I can tell, I could probably look it up, but I'm not going to at the moment. I may do that later though. Ugh, he said, but recollection kept storming back. He really had done it. No one else in the army had ever exorcised the demon, as far as he knew. Not Hopkins, not Siftings, not Diceman, not even Witchfinder Company Sergeant Major Narker. Here's a footnote. The WA enjoyed a renaissance during the great days of empire expansionism. The British Army's endless skirmishes frequently brought it up against witch doctors, bone pointers, shamans, and other cult adversaries. This was the cue for the deployment of the likes of WACSM Narker, whose striding, bellowing 6'6", 18-stone figure, clutching an armor-plated book, 8-pound bell, and specifically reinforced candle, could clear the veldt of adversaries faster than a Gatling gun. Cecil Rhodes wrote of him, some remote tribes consider him to be the kind of god, and is an extremely brave or foolhardy witch doctor who will stand his ground with CSM Narker beaming down on him. I would rather have this man on my side than 2 battalions of Gurkhas. Held the all-time record for most witches found. Sooner or later, every army runs across its ultimate weapon that now existed, shadow reflected on the end of his arm. Well, screw no first use. He'd have a bit of rest, seeing as he was here, and the powers of darkness had met their match at last. When Madame Tracy brought the tea in, he was snoring. She tactfully closed it on, rather thankfully as well, because she had a seance due in 20 minutes, and it was no good turning down money these days. Although Madame Tracy was by many yardsticks quite stupid, she had instinct with certain matters, and when it came to dabbling in the occult, her reasoning was faultless. Dabbling, she realized, was exactly what her customers wanted. They didn't want to be shoved in it up to their necks. They didn't want the multi-planular mysteries of time and space. They just wanted to be reassured that Mother was getting along fine now that she was dead. They want just enough occult to season the simple fare of their lives, and preferably in portions no longer than 45 minutes, followed by tea and biscuits. She's not wrong there. They certainly didn't want odd candles, scents, chants, or mystic runes. Madame Tracy had even removed most of the major arcana from her tarot card pack because their appearance tend to upset people. And she made sure that she had always had sprouts on boil just for her seance. Nothing is more reassuring, nothing is more true to the comfortable spirit of English occultism than the smell of Brussels sprouts cooking in the next room. Ugh, yeah. I'm sorry, but that was my opinion. It was like, bleh, 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 bleh. It was early afternoon, and the heavy storm clouds had turned to the color of old lead. It would rain soon, heavily, blindingly. The firemen hoped the rain would come soon, the sooner the better. They had arrived fairly promptly, and the younger firemen were dashing around excitedly, unrolling their hose pipe and flexing their axes. The older firemen knew at a glance that the building was a dead loss, and weren't even sure that the rain would stop it spreading in the neighboring buildings when a black Bentley skidded around the corner and drove up onto the pavement at a speed where in excess of 60 miles an hour and stopped with a screech of brakes half an inch away from the wall of the bookshop. An extremely agitated young man in dark glasses got out and ran toward the door of the blazing bookshop. He was intercepted by a fireman. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" asked the fireman. "Don't be stupid. Do I look like I run a bookshop?" "I really wouldn't know about that, sir. Appearances can be very deceptive. For example, I am a fireman. However, upon meeting me socially, people are unaware of my occupation, often suppose that I am, in fact, a chartered accountant or company director. Imagine me out of uniform, sir, and what kind of man would you see before you, honestly?" "Pratt," said Crowley, and ran to the bookshop. This sounds easier than it actually was, since in order to manage it, Crowley needed to avoid half a dozen firemen, 2 policemen, and a number of interesting Soho night people. Here's a footnote. In any other place in Soho, it is quite possible that spectators at a fire might have been interested. Out early, arguing heatedly amongst themselves about which particular section of society had brightened up their afternoon, and why. Crowley pushed straight through them, and they scarcely spared him a glance. Then he pushed open the door and stepped into an inferno. The whole bookcase was ablaze. "Aziraphale," he called. "Aziraphale, you stupid Aziraphale, are you here?" No answer, just a crackle of burning paper, the splintering glasses. The fire reached the upstairs room, the crash of collapsing timbers. He scanned the shop urgently, desperately, looking for the angel, looking for help. In the far corner of a bookshelf toppled over, cascading flaming books across the floor. The fire was all around him, and Crowley ignored it. His left trouser leg began to smolder. He stopped it with a glance. "Hello? Aziraphale, for somebody's sake, Aziraphale!" The shop window was smashed from the outside. Crowley turned, startled. An unexpected jet of water struck him full in the chest, knocking him to the ground. His shades flew to a far corner of the room and became a puddle of burning plastic. Yellow eyes with slitted vertical pupils were revealed, wet and streaming, face ash blackened, and as far as cool as it was possible for him to be, on all fours in the blazing bookshop. Crowley cursed Aziraphale and the ineffable planet above and below. Then he looked down and saw it, the book that the girl had left in the car at Tadfield on Wednesday night. It was slightly scorched around the cover, but miraculously unharmed. He picked it up, stuffed it in his jacket pocket, stood up unsteadily, and brushed himself off. The floor above him collapsed with a roaring gargantuan shrug. The building fell in on itself and rained of brick and timber and flaming debris. Outside, the passerby were being herded back by the police, and the fireman was explaining to anyone who would listen. I couldn't stop him. He must have been mad or drunk. Just ran in. I couldn't stop him. Mad. Ran straight in. Horrible way today. Horrible, horrible. Just ran straight in. Then Crowley came out of the flames. The police and firemen looked at him, saw the expression on his face, and stayed exactly where they were. He climbed to the Bentley and reversed back into the road, swung around a fire truck and into Wardour Street into the darkened afternoon. They stared at the cars that sped away. Finally, one policeman spoke. "Weather like this, he ought to put his lights on," he said numbly. "Especially driving like that, it could be dangerous," said another in flat, dead tones, and they all stood there in the light and heat of the burning bookshop, wondering what was happening to a world they thought they understood. There was a flash of lightning, blue, white, strawberry across the cloud-black sky, a crack of thunder so loud it hurt, and hard rain began to fall. Oh, there's still a lot, dudes and dudettes, there's still a lot to go. She rode a red motorbike, not a friendly Honda red, a deep, bloody red, rich and dark and hateful. The bike was apparently in every other respect ordinary except for the sword resting its scabbard set on the side of the bike. Her helmet was crimson, her leather jacket was the color of old wine, and ruby studs on the back were picked out the words Hell's Angels. It was 1:10 in the afternoon. It was dark and humid and wet. The motorway was almost deserted, and the woman roared down the road on a red motorbike, smiling lazily. It had been a good day so far. There was something about the sight of a beautiful woman on a powerful motorbike with a sword stuck on the back that had a powerful effect on a certain type of man. So far, 4 traveling salesmen had tried to race her. Bits of Ford Sierra now decorate the crash barriers and bridge supports along 40 miles of hot motorway. She pulled up at the service area and went to the Happy Porker Cafe. It was almost empty. A bored waitress was darning a sock behind the counter, and not of black leather bikers, hard, hairy, filthy, and huge, were clustered around an even taller individual in a black coat. He was resolutely playing something that had been in bygone years would have been a fruit machine, but now had a video screen and advertised itself as Trivia Scrabble. The audience was saying things like, "It's D, press D. The Godfather must have got more Oscars than the Gone with the Wind. Puppet on a String, Sandy Shaw, honest, I'm bleeding positive. 1666, no, you great pillock, that was the fire. The plague was 1665. It's B, the Great Wall of China wasn't one of the 7 wonders of the world." There was 4 options: pop music, sport, current events, and general knowledge. The tall biker who had kept his helmet on was pressing buttons, to all intents and purposes oblivious to his supporters. At any rate, he was consistently winning. The Red Rider went over the counter. "A cup of tea, please, and a cheese sandwich," she said. "You on your own, then, dear?" asked the waitress, passing the tea and something white and dry and hard across the counter. "Waiting for friends." "Ah," she said, biting through some wool. "Well, you're better off waiting in here. It's hell out there." "No," she told her. "Not yet." She picked a window table with a good view of the parking lot. She waited. She could hear the trivia scrabblers in the background. "That's a new one. How many times has England been officially at war with France since 1066? 20s? Nah, never 20. Oh, it was. Well, I never. American war with Mexico. I know that. It's June 1845. See, I told you." And the second shortest biker, Pig Bog, 6'3", whispered the shortest, Greaser, 6'2". "What happened to sport then?" He had love tattooed on one side of his knuckles, hate on the other. "It's a random what's it selection in it. I mean, they do it microchips. It's probably got like millions of different subjects in its RAM." He had fish across his right-hand knuckle and chip on the left. "Pop music, current events, general knowledge, and war. It's just I've never seen war before. That's why I mentioned it." Pigbot cracked his knuckles loudly and pulled the ring tab on a can of beer. He swigged back half a can, belched carelessly, and then sighed. "I just wish they'd do more bleeding Bible questions." "Why?" Greaser had never thought Pigbog as being a Bible trivia freak. "'Cause, well, you remember that bit of bother in Brighton?" "Oh, yeah, you was on crane watch," Greaser said with a trace of envy. "Well, I had to hang out in the hotel with me man worked, didn't he? Free months and nothing to read. Only this bugger Gideon had left his Bible behind. It kind of sticks in your mind." Another motorbike, jet black and gleaming, drew up in the car park outside. The door to the cafe opened. A blast of cold wind blew through the room. A man dressed all in black leather with a short black beard walked over to the table, sat next to the woman in red. The bikers around the video Scrabble machine suddenly noticed how hungry they all were and deputed Scuzz to go and get them something to eat. All of them except the player, who said nothing, just pressed the buttons for the right answer and let his winnings accumulate in the tray of them on the machine. "I haven't seen you since Mayfair, said Red. "How's it been going?" "I've been keeping busy," said Black. "Spent a lot of time in America, brief world tours, just killing time, really." "What do you mean you got no steak and kidney pies?" asked Scuzz, affronted. "I thought we had some, but we don't," said the one. "Feels funny all us getting together like this," said Red. "Funny? Well, you know, when you've been spending all these thousands of years waiting for the big day, and it finally comes, like waiting for Christmas or birthdays." "We don't have birthdays." "I didn't say we do. I just said that's what it's like." Actually, admitted the woman, it doesn't look like we've got anything left at all except that slice of pizza. Has it got anchovies on it? Asked Gus gloomily. Another chapter like anchovies or olives. Yes, dear, it's anchovy and olives. Would you like it? Scuzz shook his head sadly, stomach rumbling. He made his way back to the game. Big Ted got irritable when he got hungry. When Big Ted got irritable, everyone got a slice. A new category had come up on the video screen. You can now answer questions about pop music, current events, famine, or war. The bikers seemed marginally less informed about the Irish potato famine in 1846, the English everything famine in 1315, and the 1969 dope famine in San Francisco than they had been about war, but the player was still racking up a perfect score, punctuated occasionally by a whir, ratchet, and chink as the machine disgorged pound coins into its tray. Weather looks a bit tricky down south, said Red. Black squinted at the darkening clouds. No, looks fine to me. We'll have a thunderstorm along at any moment. Red looked at her nails. That's good. It wouldn't be the same if it didn't have a good thunderstorm. Any idea how far we've got to ride? Black shrugged. A few hundred miles. I thought it'd be longer somehow. All that waiting just for a few hundred miles. It's not the traveling, said Black. It's the arriving that matters. There was a roar outside. It was a roar of a motorbike with a defective exhaust, untuned engine, leaky carburetor. You didn't have to see the bike to imagine the clouds of black smoke it traveled in, the oil slicks left in its wake, the trail of small motorbike parts and fittings that lined the roads behind it. Black went up to the counter. 4 teas, please, he said, one black. The cafe door opened. A young man in dusty white leathers entered. The wind blew empty crisp packets and newspapers and ice cream wrappers in with him. They danced around his feet like excited children, then fell exhausted to the floor. 4 of you, then 4 of you are there, dear? Asked the woman. She was trying to find some clean cups and teaspoons. The entire rack seemed suddenly to have been coated in a light film of motor oil and dried egg. There will be, said the man in black. He took the teas and went back to the table where his 2 comrades waited. Any sign of them? Said the boy in white. They shook their heads. An argument had broken out around the video screen. Current categories showing on the screen were war, famine, pollution, and pop trivia in 1962 and 1979. Elvis Presley, IBC, is 1977 when he snuffed it, wasn't it? Nah, 1976, I'm positive. Yeah, same year as Bing Crosby. And Mark Bolan, he was dead good. Press D, then go on. The tall figure made no motion to press any of the buttons. What's the matter with you? Asked Ted irritably. Go on, press D. Elvis Presley died in 1976. I don't care what it says, said the tall biker in the helmet. I never laid a finger on him. The 3 people at the table turned as one. Red spoke. When did you get here? She asked. The tall man walked over the table, leaving the astonished bikers and his winnings behind him. I never went away, he said. And his voice was a dark echo from the night places, a cold slab of sound, gray and dead. If that voice was a stone, it would have had words chiseled on it a long time ago, a name and 2 dates. Your tea's getting cold, Lord, said Famine. It's been a long time, said War. There was a flash of lightning almost immediately, followed by a low rumble of thunder. Lovely weather for it, said Pollution. Yes. The bikers around the game getting progressively baffled by this exchange. Led by Big Ted, they shambled over to the table and stared at the 4 strangers. It did not escape their notice that all 4 strangers had Hell's Angels on their jackets, and they looked dead dodgy as far as the Angels were concerned. Too clean for a start. None of the 4 looked like they'd ever broken anyone's arms just because it was Sunday afternoon and there wasn't anything good on the telly. And one of them was a woman, too, only not riding on the back of someone else's bike, but actually allowed one of her own like she had any right to it. You're Hell's Angels, then, asked Big Ted sarcastically. If there's one thing real Hell's Angels can't abide, it's weekend bikers. There are a number of things real Hell's Angels can't abide. This includes police, soap, Ford Cortinas, and in Big Ted's case, anchovies and olives. The 4 strangers nodded. What chapter are you from, then? The tall stranger looked at Big Ted, then he stood up. It was a complicated motion. If the shores of the seas of night had deck chairs, they'd open up something like that. He seemed to be unfolding himself forever. He wore a dark helmet completely hiding his features, and it was made of that weird plastic, Big Ted noted, like you looked in and all you could see was your own face. Revelations, he said, chapter 6. Verses 2 to 8, added the boy in white helpfully. Big Ted glared at the 4 of them. His lower jaw began to protrude, and a little blue vein in his temple started to throb. What's that mean, then? He demanded. There was a tug at his sleeve as Pigbog. He had gone a peculiar shade of gray under the dirt. It means we're in trouble, said Pigbog. Then the tall stranger reached up a pale motorbike gauntlet and raised his visor of his helmet. Big Ted found him wishing for the first time in his existence that he had lived a better life. Jesus Christ, he moaned. I think he may be along in a minute, said Pigbog urgently. He's probably looking for somewhere to park his bike. Let's go and join a youth club or something. But Big Ted's invincible ignorance was his shield and armor. He didn't move. Cool, he said. Hell's Angels. Ward flipped him a lazy salute. That's us, Big Ted, the real McCoy. Famine nodded. The old firm, he said. Pollution removed his helmet, shook out his long white hair. He had taken over when Pestilence, muttering about penicillin, had retired in 1936. If only the old boy had known what opportunities the future had held. Others promise, he said. We deliver. Big Ted looked at the fourth horseman. I've seen you before, he said. You was on the cover of that Blue Oyster Cult album, and I've got a ring with your head on it. I get everywhere. Cool. Big Ted's big face screwed up in the afterthought. What kind of bike you riding? He said. The storm raged around the quarry. The rope with the old car tire on it danced in the gales. Sometimes a sheet of iron, relic of an attempt at a treehouse, would shake loose in its insubstantial moorings and sail away. The them huddled together, staring at Adam. He seemed bigger somehow. Dogs sat and growled. He was thinking of all the smells he would lose. There were no smells in hell apart from the sulfur, while some of them here were, well. The fact is, there were no bitches in hell either. Adam was marching about excitedly, waving his hands in the air. There'll be no end to the fun we can have, he said. They'll be exploring and everything. I expect I can soon get the old jungles to grow again. But who will do all the cooking and washing and such like, quavered Brian. No one have to do any of that stuff, said Adam. You can have all the food you like, loads of chips, fried onion rings, anything you like. You never have to wear any new clothes or have a bath if you don't want to or anything, or go to school again, or do anything you don't want to ever again. It'll be wicked. The moon came up over the Cucamonda hills. It was a very bright tonight. Johnny Two Bones sat in the red basin of the desert. It was a sacred place, where two ancestral rocks formed in the dreamtime lay as they had since the beginning. Johnny Two Bones' walkabout was coming to an end. His cheeks and chest were smeared with red ochre, and he was singing an old song, a sort of singing map of the hills, and he was drawing patterns in the dust with his spear. He had not eaten for 2 days. He had not slept. He was approaching a trance state, making him one with the bush, putting him into a communion with his ancestors. He was nearly there, very nearly. He blinked, looked around wonderingly. Excuse me, dear boy, he said to himself, outlined in precise, enunciated tones, but have you any idea where I am? Who said that? Said Johnny Two Bones, his mouth open. I did. Johnny scratched thoughtfully. I take it you're one of my ancestors then, mate. Oh, indubitably, dear boy, quite indubitably, in a manner of speaking. Now, to get back to my original question, where am I? Only if you're one of my ancestors, continued Johnny Two Bones. Why are you talking like a poofta? Australia, said Johnny Two Bones' mouth, pronouncing the word as though it would have to be properly disinfected before he said it again. Oh, dear, well, thank you anyway. Hello? Hello, said Johnny Two Bones. He sat in the sand, he waited, but he didn't reply. Aziraphale had moved on. Citron du Chevaux was a Tonton Makut, a traveling Hungat, which is a magician or priest. Voodooing is a very interesting religion for the whole family, even those members of it who are dead. He had a satchel over his shoulder containing magical plants, medicinal plants, bits of wildcat, black candles of power derived chiefly from the skin of a certain dried fish, a dead centipede, a half a ball of Chivas Regal, 10 Rothmans, and a copy of What's On in Haiti. He hefted the knife and with an expert slicing motion cut the head off from a black cockerel. Blood washed over his right hand. Loa ride me, he intoned. Gross bonanga come to me. Where am I? He said. Is that my gross bonanga? He asked himself. I think that's a rather personal question, he replied. I mean, as these things go, but one tries, as it were, one does one's best. Citron found one of his hands reaching for the cockerel. Rather unsanitary place to do your cooking, don't you think, out here in the jungle, having a barbecue, are we? What kind of place is this? Haitian, he answered. Damn, nowhere's near. Still could be worse. I mean, I must be on my way. Be good. And Citron Deschavaux was alone in his head. That must be buggered, he muttered to himself. He stared into nothing for a while and then reached for the satchel and its bottle of Chivas Regal. There were at least 2 ways to turn someone into a zombie. He was going to take the easiest. The surf was loud on the beaches. The palms shook. A storm was coming. The lights went up. The power cable in Nebraska evangelical choir launched into Jesus as my telephone repairman on the switchboard of my life, and almost drowned out the sound of the rising wind. Marvin O'Bagman adjusted his tie, checked his grin in the mirror, and patted the bottom of his personal assistant, Miss Cindy Kellerhouse, Penthouse Pet of the Month 3 years ago, last July. But she had put all that behind her when she got career, and he walked down to the studio floor. Marvin was fond of that song. He had written it himself. Other songs he had written included Happy Mr. Jesus, Jesus, Can I Come and Stay at Your Place, That Old Fiery Cross, Jesus is the sticker on the bumper of my soul, and when I'm swept up by the rapture, grab the wheel of my pickup. They were available on Jesus Is My Buddy, LP, cassette, and CD, and were advertised every 4 minutes on the Bagman's Evangelical Network, which is Footnote: $12.95 per LP or cassette, $24.95 per CD. Although you get a free copy of the LP with every $500 you donate to Marvin Bagman's mission. And like I said, you can tell this is a little dated by the technology. Despite the fact that the lyrics didn't rhyme or as a rule make any sense, and that Marvin, who was not particularly musical, had stolen all the tunes from old country songs, Jesus Is My Buddy had sold over 4 million copies. Marvin had started off as a country singer, singing old Conway Twitty and Johnny Cash songs. He had done regular live concerts from San Quentin jail until the civil rights people got him under the cruel and unusual punishment clause. It was then that Marvin got religion, not the quiet personal kind that involves doing good deeds and living a better life, not even the kind that involves putting on a suit and ringing people's doorbells, but the kind that involves having your own TV network and getting people to send you money. He had found the perfect TV mix on Marvin's Hour of Power, the show that put the fun back into fundamentalist. 4 3-minute songs from the LP, 20 minutes of hellfire, and 5 minutes of healing people. The remaining 23 minutes were spent alternately cajoling, pleading, threatening, begging, and occasionally simply asking for money. In the early days, he actually had brought people into the studio to heal, but found that too complicated, and these days he simply proclaimed visions vouchsafed to him. Viewers all across America getting magically cured as they watched. This was much simpler. He no longer needed to hire actors, and there was no way anyone could check on his success rate. It might have surprised Marvin to know there was actually a success rate. Some people would get better from anything. The world is a lot more complicated than most people believe. Many people believe, for example, that Marvin was not a true believer because he made so much money out of it. They were wrong. He believed with all his heart. He believed utterly. He spent a lot of work, and spent a lot of money, of the money that flooded in on what he really thought was the Lord's work. The first song concluded, and Marvin walked in front of the cameras and raised his arms modestly for silence. In the control booth, the engineer turned down the applause track. Brothers and sisters, thank you, thank you. Wasn't that beautiful? I remember you can hear that song when others as edifying as on Jesus Is My Buddy. Just phone 1-800-CASH and pledge your donation now. It became more serious. I got to take a drink of water before I get into this because I had to dust off my old Southern evangelical voice. I'm actually drinking pure water now because my tea has run out. Brothers and sisters, I've got a message for you all. An urgent message from our Lord for you all, man and woman and little babes, friends. Let me tell you about the apocalypse. It's all there in your Bible. In the revelation our Lord gave St. John of Patmos and the book of Daniel. The Lord has always given to you straight, friends, your future. So what's going to happen? We got a head break. Thank God for that. This comes from a life of living in the South, and you hear these things. And I'm going to say this. Yeah, I'm sure they did. Uh, I heard a lot of stuff like this growing up. It's really not a thing anymore, from what I've seen. Or either that, or it's isolated to their own channels. But because I know they still exist, sadly. Uh, I'm gonna say this, and like I said, I don't bring religion into my stream because reasons. But I say practice and have faith in whatever you want to do, but don't give anybody money. Don't give people money. That's just, if you believe in something, cool, but don't give people money. That's just rude. Don't give people who purport to be a beacon of faith, because that's just throwing your money down a wind shaft. I'll take another drink of water. And welcome back from the ad break. I'm gonna have to fill up my water jug again. Anyway, war, plague, famine, death, rivers of blood, great earthquakes, nuclear missiles. Horrible times are coming, brothers and sisters. There's only one way to avoid them. Before the destruction comes, before the four horsemen of the apocalypse ride out, before the nuclear missiles rain down on the unbelievers, there will come a rapture. What's the rapture? I hear you cry. When the rapture comes, brothers and sisters, all the true believers will be swept in the air. I don't mind what you're doing. You could be in the bath, you could be at work, you could be driving your car, just sitting at home reading your Bible. So you'll be up there in the air in perfect, incorruptible bodies. You'll be up in the air looking down at the world as the years of destruction arrive. Only the faithful will be saved. Only those of you who will be born again will avoid the pain and the death and the horror and the burning. And will come a great war between heaven and hell, and heaven will destroy the forces of hell, and God shall wipe away the tears of the suffering. And there shall be no more death of sorrow or crying or pain, and he shall reign on in glory forever and ever. He stopped suddenly. Oh, nice try, he said in a completely different voice. Only it won't be like that at all. Not really. I mean, you're right about the fire and war and all that, but the rapture stuff, well, if you could see them all in heaven, serried ranks of them as far as the mind could follow and beyond, league after league of us, flaming swords and all that, well, what I'm trying to say is who has time to go around picking people out and popping them up in the air to sneer at people dying of radiation sickness on the parched and burning earth below them? If that's your idea of a morally acceptable time, I might add. As for that stuff about heaven inevitably winning, well, to be honest, if it were that cut and dried, there wouldn't be a celestial war in the first place, now would there? It's propaganda, pure and simple. We've got no more than a 50% chance of coming out on top. You might just as well send money to a Satanist hotline to cover your bets. Although, to be frank, when the fire falls and the seas of blood rise, you lot are all going to be civilian casualties either way. Between our war and your war, they're going to kill everyone and let God sort it out, right? Anyway, sorry to stand here wittering. I've just a quick question. Where am I? Marvin O'Bagman was gradually going purple. It's the devil! Lord, tell me the devil's speaking through me, he erupted, and interrupted himself. Oh, no, 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 no. Quite opposite the fact. I'm an angel. Oh, this has to be America, doesn't it? So sorry, I can't stay. There was a pause. Marvin tried to open his mouth, but nothing happened. Whatever was in his head looked around. He looked at the studio crew who weren't phoning the police or sobbing in corners. He looked at the gray-faced cameraman. Gosh, he said, am I on television? Crowley was doing 120 miles an hour down Oxford Street. He reached into the glove compartment for a spare pair of sunglasses and found only cassettes. Irritably, he grabbed one at random and pushed it in the slot. He wanted Bach, but he would sell for the traveling Wilburys. All we need is Radio Gaga, said Frank Mercury. All I need is out, thought Crowley. He swung around the marble arch roundabout the wrong way, doing 90. Lightning made the London skies flicker like a malfunctioning fluorescent tube. A livid sky on London, Crowley thought, and I knew the end was near. Who had written that? Chesterton, wasn't it? The only poet in the 20th century who even come close to the truth. The Bentley headed out of London while Crowley sat back in the driver's seat and thumbed through the singed copy of Nice and Accurate Prophecies of Agnes Nutter. Near the end of the book, he found a folded sheet of paper covered in Aziraphale's neat copper-plated handwriting. He unfolded it while the Bentley's gear stick shifted down to a third and the car accelerated around a fruit lorry, which had unexpectedly backed out of a side street. Then he read again. Then he read it one more time with a slow sinking feeling at the base of his stomach. The car changed directions suddenly. He was now heading for the village of Tadfield in Oxfordshire. He could be there in an hour if he hurried. Anyway, there wasn't really anywhere else to go. The cassette finished activating the car radio. Gardener's Question Time, coming to you from Tadfield Gardening Club. We were here last in 1953, a very nice summer. And as the team will remember, it's a rich Oxfordshire loam in the east of the parish, rising to chalk in the west. The kind of place I always say, don't matter what you plant here, it'll come up beautiful. Isn't that right, Fred? Yep, said Professor Fred Windbright, Royal Botanical Gardens. Couldn't put it better myself. Right. First question for the team. This comes from Mr. R.P. Tyler, chairman of the local residents association, I do believe. That's right. Well, I'm a keen rose gardener, but my prize-winning Molly McGuire lost a couple of blossoms yesterday in the rain of what were apparently fish. What does the team recommend for this other than place netting over the garden? I mean, I've written to the council. Not a problem, I'd say, Harry. But Shaw, let me ask you a question. Were these fresh fish or preserved? Fresh, I believe. Well, you've got no problems, my friend. I hear you've also been having rains of blood in these parts, and I wish we had these up in the Dales where my garden is. Save me a fortune in fertilizers. Now, what you do is you dig them into your Crowley. Crowley said nothing. Crowley, the war has begun, Crowley. We note with interest that you avoided the forces we empowered to collect you. Crowley agreed. Crowley, we will win this war, but even if we lose, at least as far as you're concerned, it will make no difference at all, for as long as there is one demon left in hell, Crowley, you will wish you had been created mortal. Crowley was silent. Mortals can hope for death or for redemption. You can hope for nothing. All you can hope for is the mercy of hell. Yeah? Just our little joke, said Crowley. Now, as king gardeners know, it goes without saying that he's a cunning little devil, your Tibetan, tunneling straight through your garden like it was nobody's business. A cup of tea will shift him, with rancid yak butter for preference. You should be able to get some at any good garden. Wee was pop static drowned out the rest of the program. Crowley turned off the radio and bit his lower lip. Beneath the ash and soot that flaked his face, he looked very tired and very pale and very scared. And suddenly very angry. It was the way they talked to you, as if you were a houseplant who had started shedding leaves on the carpet. Then he turned to a corner which he meant to take him onto the slip road from the M25, from which he'd swing off onto the M40 up to Oxfordshire. But something had happened to the M25, something that hurt your eyes if you looked directly at it. From what had been the M25 London orbital motorway came a low chanting, a noise formed of many strands, car horns and engines and sirens and the bleep of cellular phones, and the scream of small children trapped by backseat seatbelts forever. Hail the great beast, devourer of worlds, came the chanting over and over again in the secret tongue of the black priesthood of ancient Mu. The dreaded sigil Odegra, thought Crowley as they swung the car around, heading for the North Circular. I did that. That's my fault. It could have been just another motorway. A good job, I'll grant you, but was it really worthwhile? It's all out of control. Heaven and hell aren't running things anymore. It's like the whole planet's a third world country that's finally got the bomb. Then he began to smile. He snapped his fingers. A pair of dark glasses materialized out of his eyes. The ash vanished from his suit and his skin. What the hell? If you had to go, why not go with style? Whistling softly, he drove. They came down the outside lane of the motorway like destroying angels, which was fair enough. They weren't going that fast, all things considered. The four of them were holding steady 105 miles an hour, as if they were confident the show could not start before they got there. It couldn't. They had all the time in the world, such as it was. Just behind them came four of the riders, Big Ted, Greaser, Pigbog, and Scuzz. They were elated. They were real Hell's Angels now, and they rode the silence. Around them they knew was the roar of the thunderstorm, the thunder of traffic, the whipping of wind, and the rain. But in the wake of the horsemen there was silence, pure and dead, almost pure anyway, certainly dead. It was broken by Pigbog shouting at Big Ted. What are you going to be then? He asked hoarsely. What? I said, what do you... I heard what you said. It's not what you said. Everyone heard what you said. What did you mean? That's what I want to know. Pigbog wished he'd paid more attention to the Book of Revelation. If he'd known he was going to be in it, he'd have read it more carefully. What I mean is, they're the four horsemen of the apocalypse, right? Bikers, said Gracer. All right, four bikers of the apocalypse. War, famine, and death, and the other one, pollution. Yeah, so? So they said it was all right that if we came with them, right? So were the other four bikers of the apocalypse. So which ones are we? There was a pause. The lights of passing cars shot past them in the opposite lane. Lightning after imaged the clouds, and the silence was close to absolute. Could I be war as well? Asked Big Ted. Of course you can't be war. How can you be war? She's war. You got to be something else. Big Ted screwed up his face with the effort of thought. GBH, he said eventually. I'm grievous bodily harm. That's me. There. What you going to be? Can I be rubbish? Asked Scuzz, or embarrassing personal problems? Can't be rubbish, said grievous bodily harm. He's got that one sewn up. Pollution. You can be the other, though. They rode in silence in the dark, red lights of the 400 yards in front of them. Grievous bodily harm, embarrassing personal problems, Pigbog and Greaser. I wanted to be cruelty to animals, said Greaser. Pigbog wondered if he was for or against it, not that it really mattered. Then it's Pigbog's turn. I think I'll be them answer phones. They're pretty bad, he said. You can't be answer phones. What kind of a biker that re-apocalypse is answer phones? That's stupid, that is. It's not, said Pigbog nettled. It's like war and famine and that. It's a problem of life, isn't it? Answer phones. I hate bloody answer phones. I hate answer phones too, said Cruelty to Animals. You can shut up, said GBH. Can I change mine? Asked embarrassing personal problems who had been thinking intently since he had last spoke. I want to be things not working properly even after you thumped them. All right, you can change, but you can't be answer phones, Pigbog. Pick something else. Pigbog pondered. He wished he'd never broached the subject. It was like careers interviews he had had as a schoolboy. He deliberately. Really cool people, he said at last. I hate them. Really cool people, said things not working properly, even after you've given it a good thumping. Yeah, you know, the kind you see on telly with stupid haircuts on them and don't look stupid because it's them. They wear baggy suits and you're not allowed to say they're a bunch of wankers. I mean, speaking for me, what I always want to do is see one of them push their faces very slowly through a barbed wire fence, and what I think is this. He took a deep breath. He was sure this was the longest speech he had ever made in his life. Here's a footnote. Except for the one about 10 years earlier, throwing himself on the mercy of the court. What I think is this. If they get up my nose like that, they probably get up everyone else's. Yeah, said Cruelty to Animals, and they all wear sunglasses even when they don't need them. Eating runny cheese and that stupid bloody no alcohol lager, said things not working properly even after you give them a good thumping. I hate that stuff. What's the point of drinking this stuff if it don't leave you puking? Here, I just thought, can I change it so I'm no alcohol lager? No, you bloody can't, said Greatest Bob to Harm. You can't. You've already changed once already. Anyway, said Pigbog, that's why I want to be really cool people. All right, said his leader. I don't see why I can't be no bloody alcohol lager if I want. Shut your face. Death and famine and war pollution continued biking toward Tazfield, and grievous bodily harm, cruelty to animals, things not working properly even after you've given a good thumping, but secretly no alcohol, lager, and really cool people traveled with them. It sounds like a Mad Lib situation. Think of a noun. It was a wet and blustery Saturday afternoon, and Madame Tracy was feeling very occult. She had her flowing dress on and a saucepan full of sprouts on the stove. The room was lit by candlelight, each candle carefully placed in wax encrusted wine bottle at four corners of her sitting room. There were other people that were sitting: Mrs. Obenrod from Belsize Park in a green dark hat that might have been a flower pot in a previous life. Mr. Scroggy, thin and pallid, with bulging, colorless eyes, and Julia Petley from Hair Today. Here's a footnote. Formerly a cut above the rest, formerly a main attraction, formerly curl up and die, formerly a snip at the price, formerly Mr. Bryan's Art de Coiffeur, formerly Robinson's the Barbers, formerly phone a car taxis. The hairdressers on the high street, fresh out of school and convinced that she herself had unplumbed occult depths in order to enhance the occult aspects of herself, Julia had begun to wear far too much hand-beaten silver jewelry and green eyeshadow. She felt she looked haunted and gaunt and romantic, and she would have if she had lost another 30 pounds. She was convinced that she was anorexic because every time she looked in the mirror, she did indeed see a fat person. Can you link hands? Asked Madame Tracy. We must have complete silence. The spirit world is very sensitive vibration. Ask if my Ron is there, said Mrs. Omerod. She had a jaw like a brick. I will, love, but you've got to be quiet while I make contact. There was silence broken only by Mr. Scroggy's stomach rumbling. Pardon, ladies, he mumbled. Madame Tracy had found through the years of drawing aside the veil and exploring the mysteries that 2 minutes was the right length of time to sit in silence, waiting for the spirit world to make contact. More than that, they got restive. Less than that, they felt they weren't getting their money's worth. She did her shopping list in her head. Eggs, lettuce, ounce of cooking cheese, 4 tomatoes, butter, roll of toilet paper. Mustn't forget that. We're nearly out. And a really nice piece of liver for Mr. Shadwell. Poor soul. It's a shame. Time. Madame Tracy threw back her head, let it loll to one shoulder, and slowly lifted it again. Her eyes were almost shut. She's going under now, dear, she heard Miss Omerod whisper to Julia Petley. Nothing to be alarmed about. She's just making herself a bridge to the other side. Her spirit guide will be along soon. Madame Tracy found herself rather irritated at being upstaged, and she let out a low moan. Then a high-pitched, quavery voice, "Are you there, my spirit guide?" She waited a little to build up suspense, washing up liquid, 2 cans of baked beans, and potatoes. "How?" she said in a dark brown voice. "Is that you, Geronimo?" she asked herself. "It's me, how?" she replied. "We have a new member of the circle with us this afternoon." "How, Miss Petley?" she said as Geronimo. She had always understood that Red Indian spirit guides were a central prop, and she really liked the name. She explained this new. She didn't know anything about Geronimo, she realized, and he didn't have the heart to tell her. "Oh, sweet Julia, trying to make your acquaintance. Is my Ron there, Geronimo?" asked Miss Ormerod. "How, Squaw Barrel?" said Madame Tracy. "Oh, there have been a poor lost hymns, a line of my teepee. Perhaps your Ron is amongst them. How?" I do apologize for that passage. It was very fucking racist. I apologize. Madame Tracy had learned her lesson years earlier, and now never brought Ron through till near the end. If she didn't, Baron Omerod would occupy the rest of the seance telling the late Ron Omerod everything that happened to her since our last chat. Now, Ron, you remember Eric's littlest Sibylla? Now, you wouldn't recognize her now. She's taken up macrame. Our Letitia, our Karen's oldest, she's become a lesbian, but that's all right these days. And is doing a dissertation on the films of Sergio Leone as seen from a feminist perspective. And our Stan, our Sandra's twin. I told you about him last time. Well, he won the darts tournament, which is nice because we all thought he was a bit of a mother's boy. Well, the guttering over the sheds come loose, but I spoke to our Cindy's latest, who's a jobbing builder, and he'll be over to see it on Sunday. And oh, that reminds me. No, but Omerod could wait. There was a flash of lightning followed almost immediately by a rumble of distant thunder. Madame Tracy felt rather proud, as if she had done it herself. It was better than the candles at creating ambulance. Ambulance was what meeting me was all about. She meant ambiance, but... "Now," said Madame Tracy in her voice, "Mr. Geronimo would like to know, is there anyone here named Mr. Scroggy here?" Scroggy's watery eyes gleamed. Actually, that's my name," he said hopefully. "Right, well, there's somebody here for you." Mr. Scroggy had been coming for a month now, and she hadn't been able to think of a message for him. His time had come. "Do you know anyone named, John?" "No," said Mr. Scroggy. "Well, there's some celestial interference here. The name could be Tom or Jim or Dave. I knew a Dave when I was at Hempstead," he said, Mr. Scroggy, a little trifle doubtfully. "Yes, he's saying Hempstead. That's what he's saying," said Madame Tracy. "But I ran into him last week walking his dog. He looked perfectly healthy," said Mr. Scroggy, slightly puzzled. "He says not to worry and that he's happier beyond the veil," soldiered on Madame Tracy, who always felt it better to give her clients good news. "Tell my Ron I've got to tell him about our Crystal's wedding," said Mrs. Omerod. "I will, love. Now hold on a moment. There's something coming through." And then something came through. It sat in Madame Tracy's head and peered out. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? It said, using Madame Tracy's mouth. Parlez-vous français? Vous Is that you, Ron? Asked Mrs. Mumrod. The reply it came rather testily. Testing. No, definitely not. However, a question so manifestly dim could only have been put in one country in this benighted planet, most of which, incidentally, I have seen during the last few hours. Dear lady, this is not Ron. Well, I want to speak to Ron Umrod, said Mrs. Umrod still testily. He's rather short, balding on top. Can you put him on, please? There was a pause. Actually, there does seem to be appear to be a spirit of that description hovering over here. Very well. I'll hand you over, but you must make it quick. I'm attempting to avert the apocalypse. Mrs. Umrod and Mr. Scroggy gave each other looks. Nothing like this had happened at Madame Tracy's previous sittings. Julia Petley was rapt. This was more like it. She hoped Madame Tracy was going to start manifesting ectoplasm next. Hello? Said Madame Tracy in another voice. Mrs. Umrod started. It sounded exactly like Ron. On previous occasions, Ron had sounded like Madame Tracy. Ron, is that you? Yes, this barrel? Right. Now, I've got quite a bit to tell you. For a start, I went to our Christmas wedding last Saturday. Our Madam's else, barrel. You never let me get within edgewise. Well, I was alive. Now I'm dead. There's just one thing to say. Bruno Umrod was a little disgruntled by all this. Previously, when Ron had manifested, he had told her that he was happier on the bed living somewhere that sounded more than a little like a celestial bungalow. Now he sounded like Ron, and she wasn't sure what she wanted. She wasn't sure that's what she wanted, and she said what she always said to her husband when he began to speak to her in that tone of voice. Ron, remember your heart condition. I don't have a heart any longer. Remember? Anyway, Beryl. Yes, Ron. Shut up. And the spirit was gone. Wasn't that touching? Right now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid I shall have to be getting on. Madame Tracy stood up, went over to the door, turned on the lights. Out, she said. Her sitter stood up, more than a little puzzled, in Mrs. Umrod's face, outraged, and they walked out into the hall. You haven't heard the last of this, Marjorie Potts, hissed Miss Umrod, clutching her handbag to her breast, and she slammed the door. Then her muffled voice echoed from the hallway, and you could tell our Ron that he hasn't heard the last of this either. I love the fact he told her to shut up. Madame Tracy, and the name on her scooter's only driving license was indeed Marjorie Potts, went into the kitchen and turned off the sprouts. She put on the kettle. She made herself a pot of tea. She sat down at the kitchen table, got out 2 cups, filled both of them. She added 2 sugars to one of them. She paused. No sugar for me, please, said Madame Tracy. She lined up the cups on the table in front of her and took a long sip from the tea with sugar. Now, she said in a voice that anyone who knew her would have recognized as her own, although they might not have recognized the tone of her voice, which was cold with rage. Suppose you tell me what this is about, and it had better be good. A lorry had shed its load all over the M6. According to its manifest, the lorry had been filled with short sheets of corrugated iron, although the 2 police patrolmen were having difficulty in accepting this. So what I want to know is, where did all the fish come from? Asked the sergeant. I told you they fell from the sky. One minute I was driving along at 60, and next second, whap! A 12-pound salmon smashes through the windscreen. So I pulls the wheel over, and I skidded on that. He pointed to the remains of a hammerhead shark under the lorry and ran into that. That was a 30-foot-high heap of fish in different shapes and sizes. Have you been drinking, sir? Asked the sergeant less than hopefully. Of course I haven't been drinking, you great wazzock. You can see the fish, can't you? On top of the pile, a rather large octopus waved a languid tentacle at them. The sergeant resisted the temptation to wave back. The police constable was leaning into the police car, talking on the radio. Corrugated iron and fish blocking off the southbound M6 about half a mile north of Junction 10. We're going to have to close off the whole southbound carriageway. Yeah. The rain redoubled. A small trout, which had miraculously survived the fall, gamely began to swim toward Birmingham. That was wonderful, said Newt. Good, said Anathema. But the earth moved for everybody. She got up off the floor, leaving her clothes scattered across the carpet, and went to the bathroom. Newt raised his voice. I mean, it was really wonderful. I mean, really, really wonderful. I was hoping it was going to be, and it was. There was a sound of running water. What are you doing? He asked. Taking a shower. Ah. He wondered vaguely if everyone had to shower afterwards, or if it was just women. But he had a suspicion that bidets came into it somewhere. Tell you what, said Newt, as Anathema came out of the bathroom swathed in a fluffy pink towel. We could do it again. Nope, she said, not now. She finished drying herself and started picking up clothes from the floor and unselfconsciously putting them on. Nude, a man who was prepared to wait half an hour for a free changing cubicle at the swimming baths rather than face the possibility of having to scrub in front of another human being, found him vaguely shocked and deeply thrilled. Bits fur kept appearing and disappearing like a conjurer's hands. Newt kept trying to counter nipples and failing, although he didn't mind. Why not? Said Newt. He was about to point out that it might not take long, but an inner voice counseled him against it. He was growing up quite quickly in a short time. Anathema shrugged. Not an easy move when you're pulling on a sensible black skirt. She said we only did it the once. Newt opened his mouth 2 or 3 times and said, "She didn't. She bloody didn't. She couldn't predict that. I don't believe it." Anathema, fully dressed, walked over to her card index, pulled out one and passed it to him. Newt read it and blushed and gave it back tight-lipped. It wasn't simply that the fact that Agnes had known and had expressed herself in the most transparent of codes. It was that down the ages, various devices had scrawled encouraging little comments in the margins. She passed him the damp towel. "Here," he said. "Hurry up. I've got to make sandwiches and we got to get ready." He lifted the towel. "What's this for?" "Your shower." "Ah, so it was something men and women both did." He was pleased that he got that sorted out. "But you'll have to make it quick," she said. "Why? Haven't we got to get out of here why? Have we got to get out of here in the next 10 minutes before the building explodes?" "Oh, no, we've got a couple of hours. It's just that I've used most of the hot water. You've got a lot of plaster in your hair." The storm blew a dying gust around Jasmine Cottage, and holding the damp pink towel no longer fluffy in front of him strategically, Newt edged off to take a cold shower. In Shadwell's dream, he was floating high above a village green. In the center of the green was a huge pile of kindling wood and dry branches. In the center of the pile was a wooden stake. Men and women and children stand around the grass, eyes bright, cheeks pink, expectant, excited. A sudden commotion. 10 men walked across the green, leading a handsome middle-aged woman. She must have been quite striking in her youth, and the word vivacious creeps into Shadwell's dreamy mind. In front of her walks Switchfinder Private Newton Pulsifer. No, it isn't Newt. The man is old and dressed in black
Hey,
leather.
man, this look pretty good, man. Where your clothes at?
Hey, Kevin. Shadwell recognizes approvingly the ancient uniform of Witchfinder Major. The woman climbs onto the pyre, thrusts her hands behind the ties of the stake. The pyre is lit. She speaks to the crowd, says something, but Shadwell's too high to hear what it is. The crowd gathers around her. "A witch," thinks Shadwell. "They're burning a witch." It gives him a warm feeling that was the right and proper way of things. That's how things were meant to be. Only she looks up directly at him now and says, "That goes for you as well, you daft old fool." Only she's going to die. She's going to burn to death, and Shadwell realizes in his dream it's a horrible way to die. The flames look higher, and the woman looks up. She's staring straight at him, invisible though he is, and she is smiling. And then it all goes boom. A crash of thunder, thought Shadwell as he woke up in the unshakable feeling that someone was still staring at him, opening up his eyes, and 13 glass eyes watched from the various shelves of Madame Tracy's boudoir, staring from a variety of fuzzy faces. He looked away into the eyes of someone staring intently at him. It was him. "Ach," he thought in terror, "I'm having one of them out-of-body experiences. I can see myself. I'm goner this time right enough." He made frantic swimming motions in an effort to reach his own body, and then, as these things do, perspectives clicked into place. Shadwell relaxed and wondered why anyone would want to put a mirror in his bedroom ceiling. He shook his head, baffled. He climbed out of bed, pulled on his boots, and stood up warily. Something was missing, a cigarette. He thrust his hands deep in his pockets, pulled out a tin, and began to roll a cigarette. He had been dreaming, he knew. Shadwell didn't remember the dream, but it made him feel uncomfortable, whatever it was. He lit the cigarette. He saw his right hand, the ultimate weapon, the doomsday device. He pointed one finger at one-eyed teddy bear on the mantelpiece. "Bang," he said, and chuckled dustily. He wasn't used to chuckling. He began to cough, which meant he was back on familiar territory. He wanted something to drink, a sweet can of condensed milk. Madame Tracy would have some. He stomped out of her boudoir, heading toward the kitchen. Outside the little kitchen, he paused. She was talking to someone, a man. "So exactly what do you want me to do about this?" she was asking. "Ach, you beldame," muttered Shadwell. She had one of her general callers in there, obviously. "To be frank, dear lady, my plans are at this point, perforce, are somewhat fluid." Shadwell's blood ran cold. He marched through the bead curtain, shouting, "The sins of Sodom and Gomorrah, taking advantage of a defenseless hoorah on my dead body." Madame Tracy looked up and smiled at him. There wasn't anyone else in the room. "Where is he?" said Shadwell. "Whom?" said Madame Tracy. "Some southern pansy," he said. "I heard him. He was in here suggesting things to you. I heard him." Madame Tracy's mouth opened and a voice said, "Not just the southern pansy, Sergeant Shadwell, the southern pansy." Shadwell dropped his cigarette. He stretched out his arm, shaking slightly, pointing his hand at Madame Tracy. "Demon," he croaked. "No," said Madame Tracy in the voice of the demon. "Now, I know what you're thinking, Sergeant Shadwell. You're thinking any second now this head's going to go round and round and I'm going to start vomiting pea soup. Well, I'm not. I'm not a demon. and I'd like you to listen to what I have to say. Damon spun. Be silent, ordered Shadwell. I'll no listen to your wicked lies. Do you know what this is? This is a hand, 4 fingers, 1 thumb. It's already exercised one of your number this morning. Now get out of this good woman's head, or I blast you to kingdom come. That's the problem, Mr. Shadwell, said Madame Tracy in her own voice. Kingdom come, it's going to. That's the problem. Mr. Aziraphale has been telling me about it. Now stop being an old silly, Mr. Shadwell. Sit down and have some tea, and he'll explain it to you as well. I'll now listen to his hellish blandishments, woman, said Shadwell. Madame Tracy smiled at him. You old silly, she said. He could have handled anything else. He sat down, but he didn't lower his hand. The swinging overhead signs proclaimed that the southbound carriageway was closed and small forage orange cones had sprung up, redirecting motorists onto a co-opted lane of northbound carriageways. Other signs directing motorists to slow down to 30 miles an hour. Police cars herded the drivers around like red-striped sheepdogs. The four bikers ignored all the signs and cones and police cars and continued down the empty southbound carriageway on the M6. The other four bikers just behind them slowed. Well, shouldn't we stop or something? Asked really cool people. Yeah, it could be a pileup, said treading in dog shit. Formerly all foreigners, especially the French, especially things not working properly when you thump them. Never actually no alcohol lager, briefly embarrassing personal problems, formerly known as scuzz. What are the other four horsemen of the apocalypse, said GBH. We do what they do. We follow them. They rode south. It'll be a world just for us, said Adam. Everything I always missed about other people, we can get rid of all and start again. Won't that be great? You are, I trust, familiar with the Book of Revelation, said Madame Tracy with a Aziraphale's voice. Aye, said Shadwell, who wasn't. His biblical expertise began and ended with Exodus chapter 22, verse 18, which concerned witches, the suffering to live of, and why you shouldn't. He had once glanced at verse 19, which was about putting to death people who laid down with beasts, but he felt like this was rather outside his jurisdiction. Then you've heard of the Antichrist. Aye, said Shadwell, who had seen a film once, explained it all. Something about sheets of glass falling off lorries and slicing people's heads off, as he recalled. No proper witches to speak of. He had gone to sleep halfway through. He's talking about the second Omen movie, actually, but the one that made me actually nauseous. The Antichrist is alive on earth at this moment, Sergeant. He's bringing about Armageddon, the day of judgment. Even if he himself does not know it, heaven and hell are both prepared for war, and it's all going to be very messy. Shadwell Mary grunted. I am not actually permitted to act directly in this matter, Sergeant, but I am sure that you can see the imminent destruction of the world is not something any reasonable man would permit. Am I correct? I suppose, said Shadwell, sipping condensed milk from a rusting can Madame Tracy had discovered under the sink. Then there's only one thing to be done, and you are the only man I can rely on. The Antichrist must be killed, Sergeant Shadwell, and you must do it. Shadwell frowned. I wouldn't know about that, he said. The witch fighter Armageddon kills witches. 'Tis one of the rules, and demons and imps, of course. But the Antichrist is more than just a witch. He's the witch. He's just about as witchy as you can get. Would it be harder to get rid of than, say, a demon? Asked Shadwell, who had begun to brighten. Not much more, said Aziraphale, who had never done other to get rid of demons than hint to them very strongly that he, Aziraphale, had some work to be getting on with, and wasn't it getting late, and Crowley always got the hint. Shadwell looked down at his right hand and smiled, then he hesitated. This Antichrist, how many nipples has he? The end justifies the means, thought Aziraphale, and the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And here's a footnote. This is not actually true. The road to hell is paved with frozen door-to-door salesmen, and on weekends, many of the younger demons go ice skating down it. He lied cheerfully and convincingly. Oodles, pots of them. His chest is just covered with it. It makes Diana the Ephesians look positively nippleless. I wouldn't know about this Diana of yours, said Shadwell, but if he's a witch, and he sounds to me like he is, then speaking as a sergeant of the WA, I'm your man. Good, said Aziraphale through Madame Tracy. I'm not so sure about this killing business, said Madame Tracy herself, but if this man, this Antichrist, or anybody else, I suppose we really don't have a choice. Exactly, dear lady, she replied. Now, Sergeant Shadwell, have you a weapon? Shadwell rubbed his right hand with his left, clenching and unclenching his fist. Aye, he said, I have that, and he raised 2 fingers to his lips and blew on them gently. There was a pause. Your hand? Said Aziraphale. Aye, 'tis a terrible weapon. It did for ye, demon spawn, did it not? Have you anything more substantial? How about the golden dagger of Megiddo or the shiv of Kali? Shadwell shook his head. I got some pins, he suggested. The thunder gun of Witchfinder Colonel. Ye should not eat any living thing with the blood. Neither of these shall you use enchantment, nor observe time's dalrymple. I could load it with silver bullets. That's werewolves, I believe, said Aziraphale. Garlic, vampires. Shadwell shrugged. Aye, well, I didn't have fancy bullets anyway, but the thunder gun will fire anything. I'll go and fetch it. He shuffled out, thinking, why do I need another weapon? I'm a man with a hand. Now, dear lady, said Aziraphale, I trust you have a reliable mode of transportation at your disposal. Oh, yes, said Madame Tracy. She went over to a corner of the kitchen and picked up a pink motorbike helmet. with yellow sunflower paint on it, put it on, strapping it under her chin. Then she rummaged in the cupboard, pulled out 300 or 400 plastic shopping bags and a heap of yellowing local newspapers and a dusty day-glow green helmet with Easy Rider written across the top, a present from her niece Petula 20 years before. Shadwell returned with a thunder gun over her shoulder, stared at her unbelieving. I don't know what you're staring at, Mr. Shadwell, she told him, but it's parked in the road downstairs. She passed him the helmet. You've got to put it on. It's the law. I don't think you're ever really allowed to have 3 people on a scooter, even if 2 of them are sharing, but it's an emergency, and I'm sure you'll be quite safe if you hold on to me nice and tight, she smiled. Won't that be fun? Shadwell, pale, muttered something inaudible and put on the green helmet. What was that, Mr. Shadwell? Madam Tracy looked at him sharply. I said I did a divot off your wife flame with your father's spade, said Shadwell. That'll be quite enough of that language, Mr. Shadwell, said Madam Tracy, and she marched him out of the hall and down the stairs to Crouch Inn High Street, where an elderly scooter waited to take 2, well, call it 3 of them, on their way. The lorry blocked the road, and the corrugated iron blocked the road, and a 30-foot pile of fish blocked the road. That was one of the most effectively blocked roads the sergeant had ever seen. The rain wasn't helping. Any idea when the bulldozers were likely to get here? Shouted his radio. We're doing the best we can, to reply. He felt something tugging at his trouser cuff. He looked down. Lobsters? He gave a skip, a jump, and wound up on top of the police car. Lobsters, he repeated. There were about 30 of them, some 2 feet long, most of them on their way up the motorway. Half a dozen stopped to check out the police car. Something wrong, Sarge? Asked the police constable, who was taking down the lorry driver's details on the hard shoulder. I just don't like lobsters, said the sergeant grimly, shutting his eyes. Bring me out in a rash. Too many legs. I'll just sit up here a bit and you tell me when they've gone. He sat on top of the car in the rain, felt the water seeping into the bottom of his trousers. There was a low roar. Thunder? No, it was continuous and getting closer. Motorbikes. The sergeant opened one eye. Jesus Christ! There was 4 of them. They had to be doing over 100. He was about to climb down to wave at them, to shout, but they were past him, heading straight for the upturned lorry. There was nothing the sergeant could do. He closed his eyes again and listened for the collision. He could hear them coming closer, then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then a voice in his head that said, I'll catch up with the rest of you. Did you see that? That's really cool. People, they flew right over it. Good hell, said GPH. If they can do it, we can too. The sergeant opened his eyes and turned to the police constable and opened his mouth. The police constable said, they flew right, thud, 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 splat. There was another rain of fish, although of shorter duration and more easily explicable. A leather-jacketed arm waved feebly from the large pile of fish, and a motorbike wheel was spun hopelessly. That was Scuzz, semi-conscious, and deciding if there was one thing he hated even more than the French, it was being up to his neck in fish with what felt like a broken leg. He truly hated that. He wanted to tell GBH about his new role, but he couldn't move. Something that went slippery slithered up one sleeve. Later, when they dragged him out of the fish pile and he'd seen the other 3 bikers with the blankets over their heads, he realized it was too late to tell them anything. That was why they hadn't been in that book of Revelation Pig Bog was going on about. They had never made it that far down the motorway. Scuzz muttered something. The police sergeant leaned over. Don't try to speak, son. He said the ambulance will be here soon. Listen, croaked Scuzz. Got something important to tell you. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The right bastards, all 4 of them. He's hilarious, announced the sergeant. I'm sodden not, and people covered in fish, croaked Scuzz and passed out. The London traffic system is many hundreds of times more complex than anyone imagines. This has nothing to do with influences, demonic or angelic. It has more to do with geography and history and architecture. Mostly this works to people's advantage, although they'd never believe it. London was not designed for cars. Come to that, it wasn't designed for people. It just sort of happened. This created problems, and the solutions that were implemented became the next problems 5 or 10 or 100 years down the line. The latest solution had been the M25, a motorway formed a rough circle around the city. Up till now, the problems have been fairly basic, things like being obsolete before they even finished building it, and stunning in tailbacks that eventually became tail forwards, that kind of thing. The current problem was that it didn't exist, not in normal human spatial terms. Anyway, the tailbacker cars, unaware of this, were trying to find alternate routes out of London, stretched into the city center from every direction. All right, Kevin. For the first time ever, London was completely gridlocked. The city was one huge traffic jam. Cars, in theory, give you a terrifically fast method of traveling from place to place. Traffic jams, on the other hand, give you a terrific opportunity to stay still. In the rain, in the gloom, while around you, cacophonous symphony of horns grew ever louder and more exasperated. Crowley was getting sick of it. He had taken the opportunity to reread Zerfeld's notes and to thumb through Agnes Nutter's prophecies and do some serious thinking. His conclusions could be summarized as follows. Armageddon was underway. There was nothing Crowley could do about this. It was going to happen in Tadfield to begin there. At any rate, after that, it was going to happen everywhere. Crowley was in hell's bad books. Not that hell had any other kind. The zero fell as far as could be estimated was out of the equation. All was black, gloomy, and awful. There was no light in the tunnel. If there was, it was an oncoming train. He might just as well find a nice little restaurant and get completely and utterly pissed out of his mind while he waited for the world to end. And that's where it all fell apart. Because underneath it all, Crowley was an optimist. If there was one rock-hard certainty that had sustained him through the bad times he thought briefly of the 14th century, then it was the utter surety that he would come out on top, that the universe would look out for him. Okay, so hell was down on him, so the world was ending, so the Cold War was over and the Great War was starting for real. So the odds were against him were higher than a van load of hippies on a blotter full of Owsley's old original, but there was still a chance. It was all a matter of being in the right place at the right time. The right place was Tadfield. He was certain of that, partly from the book, partly from some other sense. In Crowley's mental map of the world, Tadfield was throbbing like a migraine. The right time was getting there before the end of the world. He checked his watch. He had 2 hours to get to Tadfield, although probably even the normal passage of time was pretty shaky by now. Crowley tossed the book into the passenger seat. Desperate times, desperate measures. He had maintained the Bentley without a scratch for 60 years. What the hell? He reversed suddenly, causing severe damage to the front of the red Renault 5 behind him and drove onto the pavement. He turned on his lights and sounded his horn. That should give any pedestrian sufficient warning that he was coming. If they couldn't get out of the way, well, it'd all be the same in a couple hours maybe. Probably. Hi-ho, said Anthony Crowley, and just drove anyway. There were 6 men and 4 women. Each of them had a telephone and a thick wad of computer printout covered with names and telephone numbers. By each of the numbers was a pen notation saying whether the person was dialed in or out, whether the number was currently connected, or most importantly, whether or not anybody who answered the phone was avid for cavity wall insulation to enter their lives. Most of them weren't. The 10 people sat there hour after hour, cajoling, pleading, and promising through plastic smiles. Between the calls, they made notations, sipped coffee, and marveled at the rain flooding down the windows. They were staying at their posts like the band on the Titanic. If you couldn't sell double glazing in weather like this, you couldn't sell at all. Lisa Morrow was saying, now, if you only let me finish, sir. Yes, I understand that, sir, but if you only... Then seeing that he had just hung up on her, she said, well, up yours, snot face. She put down the phone. I got another bath, she announced to her fellow telephone salesperson. She was willing to lead in the office daily, getting people out of the bath stakes, and only needed 2 more points to win the weekly Coitus Interruptus award. She dialed the next number on the list. Lisa had never intended to be a telephone salesperson. What she really wanted to be was an internationally glamorous jet setter, but she didn't have the O levels. That's a very British thing. I'm not going to get into that at the moment. Had she been studious enough to be accepted as an internationally glamorous jet setter or dental assistant, her second choice profession, or indeed anything other than telephone salesperson in that particular office, she would have had a longer, probably more fulfilled life. Perhaps not very much longer life, all things considered, it being the day of Armageddon, but several hours anyway. For that matter, all she'd really need to do for a longer life was not ring the number she had just dialed, listed on a sheet as the Mayfair home of, in best traditions of 10th hand mail order list, Mr. A.J. Cowley. But she had dialed, and she had waited while it rang 4 times. She had said, oh, poot, another answer phone, and started to put down the handset. But then something climbed out of the earpiece, something big and very angry. It looked a little like a maggot, a huge angry maggot made out of thousands of tiny maggots, all writhing and screaming, millions of little maggot mouths, opening and screaming, opening and shutting in fury, and everyone was screaming, Crowley! Here's where I pause for the ad break. We will have an ad break for about a minute and a half. I do apologize, but it gives me a good time to take a water break. I do hope you guys are enjoying the prolonged reading because, well, I'm kind of on a roll right now, and so I figured it's better to continue than to stop. And like I said, I will. There may be a little bit of gameplay though at the end of the near the end of the stream. I think I probably have about. Let's see where I'm at. I'm really not that far from the end of Saturday, actually. Let's see. About 60 pages. So yeah. So yeah, we might be able to finish the book today. I think I can do 8 pages in an hour. And we'll do about an hour of gameplay, and then and bear in mind, I just want to let you guys know there will be no stream tomorrow. But on Friday there'll be a stream, and also there'll be SmackDown at 6 o'clock. And we're back. It stopped screaming, swayed blindly, seemed to be taking stock of where it was, then it went to pieces. The thing split into thousands and thousands of writhing gray maggots. They flowed over the carpet, up over the desk, over Lisa Morrow and her 9 colleagues. They floated in their mouths, up their nostrils, into their lungs, their burden, flesh and eyes and brains and lights, reproducing wildly as they went, filling the room with a tired mess of writhing flesh and gunk. The whole thing began to flow together to coagulate into one huge entity that filled the room from floor to ceiling, pulsing gently. A mouth open in the mass of flesh, strands of something wet, sticky, adhering to each of the not exactly lips, and Hastur said, I needed that. Spending half an hour trapped on an answer phone with only Aziraphale's message for company and not improved his temper. Neither did the prospector having to report back to Hell and having to explain why he hadn't returned half an hour earlier, and more importantly, why he was not accompanied by Crowley. Hell did not go a bundle on failures. On the plus side, however, he at least knew what a zero-found message was. The knowledge could probably buy him his continued existence. And anyway, he reflected, if he were going to have to face the possible wrath of the Dark Council, at least it wouldn't be on an empty stomach. The room filled with thick sulphurous smoke. When it cleared, Hastur was gone. There was nothing left in the room but 10 skeletons, picked quite clean of meat, and some puddles of melted plastic with here and there a gleaming fragment of metal that might once have been part of a telephone. Much better to have been a dental assistant. But to look on the bright side, all this only went to prove that evil contains the seeds of its own destruction. Right now, across the country, people who otherwise had been made that little bit more tense and angry by being summoned from a nice bath or having their names pronounced at them were instead feeling quite untroubled and at peace with the world. As a result of Hastur's action, a wave of low-grade goodness started to spread exponentially throughout the population, and millions of people who ultimately would have suffered minor bruises of the soul did not in fact do so. So that was all right. You wouldn't have known it as the same car. There was scarcely an inch of it undented. Both front lights were smashed. The hubcaps were long gone. It looked like the veteran of 100 demolition derbies. The pavements had been bad. The pedestrian underpass had been worse. The worst bit had been crossing the River Thames. At least he had foresight to roll up the windows, so he was here now. In a few hundred yards, he'd be on the M40, a fairly clear run up to Oxfordshire. There was only one snag. Once more between Crowley and the open road was the M25, a screaming, glowing ribbon of pain and dark light. Oh, Degra. Here's a footnote. Not actually an oxymoron. It was the color past ultraviolet. The technical term for it is infrablack. It can be seen quite easily under experimental conditions. To perform this experiment, simply select a healthy brick wall with a good run-up and lower your head to charge.
Gatorade me, bitch.
I will in just a second. The color that flashes and bursts behind your eyes, behind the pain, before you die, is infrablack. I had just taken a sip of water, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. And welcome back, by the way. I'm going to have to refill that after stream because it's getting kind of empty. Nothing mortal anyway, and he wasn't sure what it would do to a demon. It couldn't kill him, but it wouldn't be pleasant. There was a roadblock in front of the flyover before him, burned out wrecks. Some still burning testified to the fate of previous cars who had tried to drive across the flyover above the dark road. The police did not look happy. Crowley shifted down to second gear and gunned the accelerator. He went through the roadblock at 60. That was the easy bit. Cases of spontaneous human combustion are on record all over the world. One minute someone's quite happily chugging along with their life. Next thing there's a sad photograph of a pile of ashes and a lonely and mysteriously uncharred foot or hand. Cases of spontaneous vehicular combustion are well less documented. Whatever the statistic was, they'd just gone up by one. The leather seat covers began to smoke. Staring ahead of him, Crowley fumbled left-handedly on the passenger seat, for Agnes Nutter's nice and accurate prophecies moved into the safety of his lap. He wished she had prophesied this. Here's a footnote. She had, it read, a street of light will scream, the black chariot of the serpent will flame, and the queen will sing quicksilver songs no more. Most of the family had gone along with Gelatly Device, who wrote a brief monograph in the 1830s explaining it as a metaphor for the banishment of wash shops Illuminati from Bavaria in 1785. Then the flames engulfed the car. He had to keep driving. On the other side of the flyover was a further police roadblock to prevent the passage of cars trying to come into London. They were laughing about a story that had just come over the radio that a motorbike cop on the M6 had flagged down a stolen police car, only discovered that the driver to be a large octopus. Some police forces would believe anything. Not the Metropolitan Police, though. The Met was the hardest, most cynically pragmatic, most stubbornly down-to-earth police force in Britain. It would take a lot to phase a copper from the Met. It would take, for example, a huge battered car that was nothing more or less than a fireball, blazing, roaring, twisted metal lemon from hell, driven by a grinning lunatic in sunglasses sitting amidst the flames, trailing black smoke coming straight at them through the lashing rain and the wind at 80 miles an hour. That would do it every time. The quarry was the calm center of a stormy world. Thunder didn't just rumble overhead, tore the air in half. I've got some more friends coming in, and repeated. They'll be here soon, and then we can really get started. Dogs started to howl. It was no longer the siren howl of a lone wolf, but the weird oscillation of a small dog in deep trouble. Pepper had been sitting staring at her knees. There seemed to be something on her mind. Finally, she looked up and stared at Adam in the blank gray eyes. What bit are you going to have, Adam? she said. The storm was replaced by a sudden ringing silence. What? Said Adam. Well, you divided up the world, right? And we've all of us got to have a bit. What bit are you going to have? The silence sang like a harp, high and thin. Yeah, said Brian. You never told us what bit you're having. Pepper's right, said Wednesday. It don't seem to me there's much left if we've got to have all these countries. Adam's mouth opened and shut. What? He said. What bit is yours, Adam? Said Pepper. Adam stared at her. Dog had stopped howling and fixed his master with an intent, thoughtful mongrel stare. Me? He said. The silence went on and on, one note that could drown all the noises of the world. But I'll have Tadfield, said Adam. They stared at him, and Lower Tadfield and Norton Woods. They still stared. Adam's gaze dragged itself across their faces. They're all I've ever wanted, he said. They shook their heads. I can have 'em if I want, said Adam, his voice tinged with sullen defiance, and his defiant edge with a sudden doubt. I can make them better, too. Better trees to climb, better ponds, better... His voice trailed off. You can't, said Wensleydale flatly. They're not like America in those places. They're really real. Anyway, they belong to all of us. They're ours. And you couldn't make 'em better, said Brian. Anyway, if you did, we'd all know, said Pepper. Oh, that's all you're worrying about. You don't you worry, said Adam airily, because I could make you all just do whatever I wanted. He stopped, his ears listening hard to the words his mouth was speaking. The den were backing away. Dog put his paws over his head. Adam's face looked like an impersonation of the collapse of an empire. No, he said hoarsely. No, come back. I command you. They froze in mid-dash. Adam stared. No, I didn't mean it, he began. You're my friends. His body jerked. His head was thrown back. He raised his arms and pounded the sky with his fist. His face twisted. The chalk floor cracked under his sneakers. Adam opened his mouth and screamed. It was a sound that a merely mortal throat should not have been able to utter. It wound out of the quarry, mingled with the storm, caused the clouds to curdle in new and unpleasant shapes. It went on and on. It resounded around the universe, which was a good deal smaller than physicists would believe. It rattled the celestial spheres. It spoke a loss, and it didn't stop for a very long time. And then it did. Something drained away. Adam's head tilted down again. His eyes opened. Whatever had been standing in the old quarry before, Adam Young was standing there now. A more knowledgeable Adam Young, but Adam Young nonetheless. Possibly more of Adam Young than had ever been before. The ghastly silence in the quarry was replaced by a more familiar, comfortable silence, the mere simple absence of noise. The freed them cowering against the chalk cliff, their eyes fixed on him. It's all right, said Adam quietly. Pepper, Winsley, Brian, come back here. It's all right. It's all right. I know everything now, and you've got to help me. Otherwise, it's all going to happen. It's really all going to happen. It's all going to happen if we don't do something. The plumbing of Jasmine Cottage heaved and rattled and showered Newt with water that was slightly khaki in color, but it was cold. It's probably the coldest cold shower Newt had ever had in his life. It didn't do any good. There's a red sky, he said when he came back. He was feeling slightly manic. At 4:30 in the afternoon in August. What does that mean in terms of delighted nautical operatives, would you say? I mean, if it takes the red sky at night to delight a sailor, what does it take to amuse the man who operates the computers on a supertanker? Or is it shepherds who are delighted at night? I can never remember. Anathema eyed the plaster in his hair. The shower hadn't got rid of it, merely dampened it down and spread it out so that Newt looked like as though he was wearing a white hat with hair in it. You must have got quite a bump, she said. No, that's when I hit my head on the wall. You know, when you... Yes. Anathema looked quizzically out over the broken window. Would you say it's blood-colored? She said. It's very important. I wouldn't say that, said Newt, his train of thought temporarily derailed. Not actual blood, more pinkish, probably the storm putting a lot of dust in the air. Anathema was rummaging through the nice and accurate prophecies. What are you doing? He said. I'm trying to cross-reference. I still can't be... I don't think you need to bother, said Newt. I know what the rest of 3477 means. It came to me when I... What do you mean you know what it means? I saw it on my way down here, and don't snap like that. My head aches. I mean, you saw it. They've got it written down on that airbase of yours. It's got nothing to do with peace. Peace is our profession. It's the kind of thing they put up on boards outside air bases. You know, SSE 865774 Fifth Wing, the Screaming Blue Demons, peace is our profession, that sort of thing. Newt clutched his head. The euphoria was definitely fading. If Agnes is right, then there's probably some madman in there right now winding up all the missiles and cranking open launch windows, or whatever they are. No, there isn't, said Anathema firmly. Oh, yes, I've seen films. Name me one good reason why you can't be sure. There aren't any bombs there or missiles. Everyone around here knows that. But it's an air base. It's got runways. That's just for transport planes and things. All they've got there is communications gear, radios and stuff. Nothing explosive at all. Newt stared at her. Look at Crowley doing 110 miles an hour on the M40 heading toward Oxfordshire. Even though it's resolutely casual observer numbers, a number of strange things about him. The clenched teeth, for example, or the dull red glow coming from behind his sunglasses, and the car. The car was definitely a hint. Crowley had started the journey in his Bentley, and he was damned if wasn't going to finish it in the Bentley as well. Not even the kind of car buff who owns his own pair of motoring goggles would have been able to tell that it was a vintage Bentley. Not anymore. They wouldn't have been able to tell that it was a Bentley. Not they would offer 50-50 that it had ever been a car. There was no paint left on it for a start. It might still have been black, but where it wasn't a rusty, smudged reddish brown, but this was a dull charcoal black. It traveled in its own ball of flame, like a space capsule, making a particularly difficult re-entry. There was a thin skin of rusted melted rubber left around the middle wheel rims, seeing that there were wheel rims that were still somehow running an inch above the road surface. That didn't seem to make an awful lot of difference to suspension. It should have fallen apart miles back. It was the effort of holding it together that was causing Crowley to grit his teeth, and the biospatial feedback that was causing the bright red eyes. That and the effort of trying to remember not to start breathing. He hadn't felt like this since the 14th century. The atmosphere in the quarry was friendlier now, but still intense. You've got to help me sort it out, said Adam. People have been trying to sort it out for thousands of years, but we've got to sort it out now. They nodded helpfully. You see, the thing is, said Adam, this thing, it's like, well, you know, Greasy Johnson. Them nodded. They all knew Greasy Johnson and the members of the other gang of Lower Tadfield. They were older, not very pleasant. Hardly a week went by without a skirmish. Well, said Adam, we always win, right? Nearly always, said Winslow. Nearly always, said Adam, and more than half anyway, said Pepper, because you remember there was an all fuss at the old folks party that village for me. That doesn't count, said Adam. They got told off just as much as us. Anyway, old folks are supposed to like listening to the sound of children playing. I read that somewhere. I don't see why we should get told off because we've got the wrong kind of old folks. Anyway, we're better than them. Oh, we're better than them, said Pepper. You're right about that. We're better than them, all right. We just don't always win. Just suppose, said Adam slowly, that we could beat them properly, get them sent away or something. Just make sure there's no more old gangs in Lower Tadfield apart from us. What do you think about that? What, you mean he'd be dead? Said Brian. No, just gone away. The them thought about this. Greasy Johnson had been a fact of life ever since they'd been old enough to hit one another with a toy railway engine. They tried to get their minds around the concept of a world with a Johnson-shaped hole in it. Brian scratched his nose. I reckon it'd be brilliant without Greasy Johnson, he said. Remember what he did at my birthday party, and I got into trouble about it. I don't know, said Pepper. I mean, it wouldn't be so interesting without old Greasy Johnson and his gang. When you think about it, we've had a lot of fun with old Greasy Johnson and the Johnsonites. We'd probably have to find some other gang or something. Seems to me, said Winslow, that if you asked people in Lower Tadfield, they'd say they'd better off without the Johnsonites or the them. Even Adam looked shocked at this. Winslow went on stoically. The old folks club would and picky and, well, we're the good ones, Brian began. He hesitated. Well, all right, he said. But I bet they'd think there'd be a jolly sight less interesting if we weren't all here. Yes, said Winslow, that's what I mean. People right here don't want us or the Johnsonites, he went on morosely. The way they're always going about us just riding our bikes and skateboarding on the pavements or making too much noise and stuff. It's like the man said in the history books, a plaque on both their houses. This met with silence. One of those blue ones, said Brian eventually, saying Adam Lynn lived here or something. Normally an opening like this would lead to 5 minutes round the discussion when the them were in the mood, but Adam felt this was not the time. What you're all saying, he summed up in his best chairman tones, is that it wouldn't be any good at all if the Greasy Johnsonites beat the them or the other way around. That's right, said Pepper, because, she added, if we beat them, we'd have to be our own deadly enemies. It'd be me and Adam against Brian and Wesley. She sat back. Everyone needs a Greasy Johnson, she said. Yeah, said Adam, that's what I thought. It's no good anyone winning, that's what I thought. He stared at Dog, or through Dog. Seems simple enough to me, said Winslow, sitting back. I don't see why it's taken thousands of years to sort that out. That's because the people trying to sort it out were men, said Pepper meaningfully. No offense. Don't see why you have to take sides, said Winslow. Of course I have to take sides, said Pepper. Everyone has to take sides in something. Adam appeared to reach a decision. Yes, but I reckon you can make your own side. I think you better go get your bikes, he said quietly. I think we better go and talk to some people. Madam Tracy's motor scooter down Crouch End High Street. It was the only vehicle moving on suburban London Street, jammed with immobile cars and taxis and red London buses. I've never seen a traffic jam like this, said Madam Tracy. I wonder if there's been an accident. Quite possibly, said Aziraphale. Then, Mr. Shadwell, unless you put your arms around me, you're going to fall off. This thing wasn't built for 2 people, you know. 3, muttered Shadwell, gripping the seat with one knuckle hand and the thunder gun with the other. Mr. Shadwell, I won't tell you again. You have to stop, then, while I trust me weapon, sighed Shadwell. Madam Tracy giggled dutifully, but she pulled over to the curb, stopped the motor scooter. Shadwell sorted himself out and put two grudging arms around Madame Tracy while the Thunder Gun stuck up between them like a chaperone. They rode through the rain without talking for another 10 minutes. Madame Tracy carefully negotiated her way around the cars and buses. Madame Tracy found her eyes being moved down to the speedometer rather foolishly, she thought, since they hadn't worked since 1974. And it hadn't worked really well before. Dear lady, how fast would you say we were going? Said Zerfeld. Why? Because it seems to me that we would go slightly faster walking. One moment, Kevin. I'll actually cash that in. Give me 1 second. Well, with just me on, the top speed is about 15 miles an hour, but Mr. Shadowell, well, it must be about 4 or 5 miles per hour, she interrupted. I suppose so, she agreed. There was a cough from behind her. Can you slow down this hellish machine, woman? Asked the ashen voice. But the infernal pantheon, which goes without saying, Shadwell hated uniformly and correctly. Shadwell reserved a special loathing for speed demons. In which case, said Aziraphale, we'll get to Tadfield in something less than 10 hours. There was a pause from Madame Tracy then. How far away is this Tadfield anyway? About 40 miles. Said Madame Tracy, who had once driven the scooter a few miles to nearby Finchley to visit her niece, but had taken the bus since, because of the funny noises the scooter had started making on the way back. We should really be going about 70 if we're going to get there in time, said Aziraphale. Sergeant Shadwell, hold on very tightly now. And the blue nimbus began to outline the scooter and its occupants with a gentle sort of glow, like an afterimage all around them. And the scooter lifted awkwardly off the ground with no visible means of support, jerking slightly until it reached about 5 feet, more or less. Don't look down, Sergeant Shadwell advised Aziraphale. Said Shadwell, eyes screwed tightly shut, gray forehead beaded with sweat, not looking down, not looking anywhere. And off we go then. In every big budget science fiction movie, there's this moment when a spaceship as large as New York suddenly goes to light speed. A twanging noise like a wooden ruler being plucked over the edge of a desk, a dazzling refraction of light, and suddenly the stars have been all stretched out and thin, and it's gone. This was exactly like that, except instead of a gleaming 12-foot-mile-long spaceship, it was an off-white 20-year-old motor scooter, and you didn't have special rainbow effects. It probably wasn't going more than 200 miles an hour, and instead of a pulsing whine sliding up the octaves, it just went. But it was exactly like that anyway. Give me 1 second. I will stretch. Sorry for no camera, but I will fully endorse that I am doing so. Thank you for that, Kevin. I appreciate it. It is a long, tedious work to do this stuff, but I enjoy it, and I hope you're enjoying it too. I will redeem that in just a moment. I will have a secondary hydrate as well. I just wanted to get to that section before I did that, though. Anyway. Where the M25, now screaming frozen circle, intersects with the M40 to Oxfordshire, police were clustered in ever-increasing quantities. Since Crowley crossed the divide half an hour earlier, the number had doubled. On the M40 side, anyway, no one in London was getting out. In addition to police, there were also approximately 200 others standing around and inspecting the M25 through binoculars. They included the representatives from Her Majesty's Army, the Bomb Disposal Squad, M15, M16, the Special Branch of the CIA. There was also a man selling hot dogs. Everybody was cold and wet and puzzled and irritable, with the exception of one police officer who was cold, wet, puzzled, irritable, and exasperated. I just drank the water. I'm going to give that one back to you. I just drank water. I did the posture check while I was stretching too, but I will cash all those in just a moment. I appreciate all the self-care though. Where did I get to? Look, I don't care if you believe me or not, he said. All I'm telling you is that I saw what I saw. It was an old car, a Rolls or a Bentley with those flash vintage jobs, and it made it over the bridge. One of the senior Army technicians interrupted. It can have done, according to our instruments, the temperature above the M25 is somewhere in excess of 700 degrees centigrade, or 140 degrees below, added the assistant, or 140 degrees below, agreed the senior technician. There does appear to be some confusion on that score, although we can safely attribute to mechanical error of some kind. This was true. There wasn't a thermometer on Earth that could have been persuaded to register both 700 degrees Celsius and negative 140 degrees Celsius at the same time, which was the correct temperature. But the fact remains that we can't even get a helicopter directly over the M25 without winding up with helicopter McNuggets. How on earth can you tell me the vintage car drove over unharmed? I didn't say it drove over unharmed, corrected the policeman, who was thinking seriously about leaving the Metropolitan Police and going into business with his brother, who was resigning his job with the electricity board and was going to start breeding chickens. It burst into flames. It just kept going. Do you seriously expect any of us to believe, began somebody, a high-pitched keening noise, haunting and strange, like 1,000 glass harmonicas being played in unison, all slightly off-keyed, like the sound of molecules of the air itself wailing in pain, and whoosh! Over their heads sailed 40 feet in the air, engulfed in a blue nimbus that faded red at the edges, a little white motor scooter, and riding it a middle-aged woman in a pink helmet and holding tightly to her short man in a Macintosh and day-glow green crash helmet. The motor scooter was too far for anyone to see that his eyes were tightly shut, but they were. The woman was screaming. What she was screaming was this, Geronimo! One of the advantages of the Wasabi, as Newt was always keen to point out, was that when it was badly damaged, it was very hard to tell. Newt had to keep driving Dick Durpin onto the shoulder to avoid falling branches. You made me drop all the cards onto the floor. The car thumped back on the road. A small voice from somewhere under the glove compartment said, oil pressure alert. I'll never be able to sort them out now, she moaned. You don't have to, said Newt maniacally. Just pick one, anyone. It won't matter. What do you mean? Well, if Agnes is right, we're doing all this because she predicted it, then any card picked right now has got to be relevant. That's logic. That's nonsense. Yeah, well, you're even here because she predicted it. And have you thought of what we're going to say to the colonel if we get to see him, which of course we won't? Well, for reasonable, listen, I know these kinds of places. They have huge guards made out of teak guarding the gates and everything, and they have white helmets and real guns, you understand? Which fire real bullets of real lead that can go right into you and bounce around and come out the same hole before you can even say, excuse me. We have a reason to believe that World War III is due at any moment, and they're going to do the show right here, and then they have to serious men in suits with bulging jackets who take you to the living room without windows and ask you questions like, are you now, or have you ever been a member of a pinko subversive organization such as any British political party? And we're nearly there. Look, it's got gates and wire fences and everything. And probably the kind of dogs that eat people. I think you're getting rather overexcited, said Anathema quietly, picking the last file cards up from the floor of the car. Overexcited? No, I'm getting very calmly worried that someone might shoot me. I'm sure Agnes would have mentioned it if we were going to be shot. She's very good at that sort of thing. She began absentmindedly to shuffle the file cards. You know, she said, carefully cutting the cards and raffling two piles together. I read somewhere that there's a sect that believes computers are the tools of the devil. They say Armageddon will come about because the Antichrist being good with computers. Apparently, it's mentioned somewhere in Revelations. I think I must have read about it in a newspaper recently. Daily Mail letter from America. August the 3rd, said Newt. Just saw the story about the woman that worms in Nebraska who taught her duck to play the accordion. Daily Mail is, of course, one of the trash rags. Said Anathema, to spray the cards face down on her lap. So computers are the tools of the devil, thought Newt. He had no problem believing that computers had to be tools of somebody, and all he knew for certain it definitely wasn't him. The car jerked to a halt. The airbags looked battered. Several large trees had fallen down near the entrance, and some men with a dare were trying to shift, and the guard on duty was watching them disinterestedly, but he half turned and looked coldly at the car. All right, said Newt, pick a card. 3001, behind the eagle's nest, a great ash had fallen. Is that all? Yes, we always thought this was something to do with the Russian Revolution. Kept going along this road and turned left. The turning led to a narrow lane with the base's perimeter fence on the left-hand side. And now pull in here. There's often cars here, but no one takes any notice, said Anathema. What's this place? It's the locals' Lover's Lane. Is that why it appears to be paved with rubber? Giggity. They walked along the hedge-shaded lane for 100 yards till they reached the ash tree. Agnes had been right. It was quite great. It had fallen across the fence. A guard was sitting on it, smoking a cigarette. He was black. Newt always felt guilty in the presence of black Americans in case they blamed him for 200 years of slave trading. The man stood up when they approached and then sighed to ease your stance. Oh, hi, Anathema. He said, hey, George, terrible storm, wasn't it? Sure was. They walked on. He watched them out of sight. You know him? Said Newt with forced nonchalance. Oh, sure. Sometimes a few of them come down to the pub. Pleasant enough in a well-scrubbed way. Would he shoot us if we just walked in, said Newt. He might, well, point a gun at us in a menacing way, Anathema conceded. That's good enough for me. What do you suggest we do, Well, Agnes must have known something, so I suppose we just wait. It's not too bad now the wind's gone down. Oh, Newt looked at the clouds piling up on the horizon. Good old Agnes, he said. Adam pedaled steadily along the road, dog running along behind, occasionally trying to bite the back tire out of sheer excitement. There was clacking noise and Pepper swung out of her drive. You could always tell Pepper's bike. She thought it was improved by a piece of cardboard cunningly held against the wheel by a clothes peg. Cats had learned to take evasive action when she was 2 streets away. I reckon we can cut along Driver's Lane and up through round-headed woods, said Pepper. Small muddy, said Adam. That's right, said Pepper nervously. It gets all muddy up there. We ought to go along by the chalk pit. It's always dry because of the chalk, and then by the sewage farm. Brian and Wensleydale pulled in behind him. Wensleydale's bike was black and shiny and sensible. Brian's might have been white once, but its color was lost beneath a layer of mud. It's stupid calling it military base, said Pepper. I went up there and they had that open day and they had no guns or missiles or anything, just knobs and dials and brass bands playing. Yeah, said Adam. Not much military about knobs and dials, said Pepper. I don't know, really, said Adam. It's amazing what you can do with knobs and dials. I got a kit for Christmas, Winslow volunteered. All the electric bits. There were a few knobs and dials in it. You can make a radio with a thing that goes beep. I don't know, said Adam thoughtfully. I'm thinking more certain people patching into the worldwide military communications network and telling all the computers and stuff to start fighting. Of course, said Brian. That'd be wicked. Sort of, said Adam. It's a high and lonely destiny to be chairman of the Lower Tadfields Residents Association. R.P. Tyler, short, well-fed, satisfied, stomped down a country lane, accompanied by his wife's miniature poodle, Schutzy. R.P. Tyler knew the difference between right and wrong. There were no moral grays of any kind in his life. He was not, however, satisfied by simply being vouchsafed the difference between right and wrong. He felt it his bounden duty to tell the world. Not for R.P. Tyler, the soapbox, the polemic verse, the broadsheet. R.P. Tyler's chosen form was the letter column of the Tadfield Advertiser. If a neighbor's tree was inconsiderate enough to shed leaves into R.P. Tyler's garden, R.P. Tyler would first carefully sweep them all up, place them in boxes, and leave the boxes outside his neighbor's front door with a stern note. Then write a letter to the Tadfield Advertiser. If he sighted teenagers sitting on the village green, their portable cassette players playing, and they were enjoying themselves, he would take it upon himself to point out to them the error of their ways, and after he fled their jeering, he would write to Tadfield Advertiser on the decline of morality in the youth of today. Since his retirement last year, the letters had increased to the point where not even the Tadfield Advertiser was able to print all of them. Instead, the letter R.P. Tyler had completed before sitting on his evening walk had begun. Sirs, I notice with distress the newspapers of today no longer feel obligated to their public, we the people who pay your wages. He surveyed the fallen branches that litter the narrow country road. I don't suppose he pondered they think of the cleaning up bill when they send us these storms. Parish council has to foot the bill to clean it all up, and we, the taxpayers, pay their wages. And the they in this, though, were the weather forecasters on Radio 4. Here's the footnote. He did not have a television, or his wife put it. Ronald wouldn't have one of those things in this house, would you, Ronald? He always agreed, although secretly he had liked to have seen some of the smut and filth and violence the National Viewers and Listeners Association complained of, not because he wanted to see it, of course, just because he wanted to know what other people should be protected from. Whom R.P. Tyler blamed for the weather. Schutzy stopped by a roadside beech tree to cock his leg. R.P. Tyler looked away embarrassed. It might be the sole purpose of his evening constitution was to allow the dog to relieve himself, but he was dastardly to admit that to himself. He stared up at the storm clouds. They were banked up high and towering piles of smudged gray and black. It wasn't just the flickering tongues of light that forked through them like the opening sequence of a Frankenstein movie. It was the way they stopped when they reached the borders of Lower Tadfield. In their center was a circular patch of daylight, but the light had a stretched yellow quality to it, like a forced smile. It was so quiet. Then there was a low roaring. Down the narrow lane came 4 motorbikes. They shot past and turned the corner, disturbing a cock pheasant who whirred across the lane in a nervous arc of russet and green. Vandals, called R.P. Tyler after them. The countryside wasn't made for people like them. It was made for people like him. He jerked Schutzy's lead and they marched along the road. 5 minutes later, he turned the corner to find 3 of the motorcyclists standing around a fallen signpost, the victim of the storm. The fourth, the tall man in a mirrored visor, remained on his bike. R.P. Tyler observed the situation and leaped effortlessly to a conclusion. These vandals, he had of course been right, had come to the countryside in order to desecrate the war memorial and overturn signposts. He was about to advance on them sternly when it came to him that he was outnumbered 4 to 1. They were taller than he was, and they were undoubtedly violent psychopaths. No one but a violent psychopath rode motorbikes in R.P. Tyler's world. So he raised his chin and began to strut past them without apparently noticing they were there. Although as a member, Reed, founder of his local neighborhood watch scheme, he did attempt to memorize the motorbike's number plates. All while composing his head a letter. Sirs, this evening I noted with distress a large number of hooligans on motorbikes infesting our fair village. Why, oh why does the government do nothing with this plague of... And I will part right there. And at this moment, while this ad break goes on, I am going to step away and do the stand-up and move and everything, and go grab me my apple soda. I'll be right back. I did all the things now. Thank you for that. I am sorry for the lag time on that, but I appreciate um, the self-care. And I'm back with seconds left to spare. back from the ad break.
I'm here to pick up an order. 2 large pepperoni and a calzone. Name is Fuck You.
Hi, said one of the motorcyclists, raising his visor to a thin face and a trim black beard. We're kind of lost. Ah, said R.P. Tyler disapprovingly. The signpost must have blew down, said the motorcyclist. Yes, I suppose it must, agreed R.P. Tyler. He noticed it was surprising he was getting hungry. Yeah, well, we're heading for Lower Tadfield. An officious eyebrow raised. You're Americans with an Air Force base, I suppose. Sirs, when I did the national service, I was credited to my country. I noticed with horror and dismay that airmen from Tadfield Air Base are driving around our noble countryside dressed no better than common thugs. Well, I appreciate the importance in defending the freedom of their world, of the Western world. Then his love of giving instructions took over. You go back down the road for half a mile, then first left, and it's in a deplorable state of disrepair, I'm afraid. I've written numerous letters to the council about it. Are you civil servants or civil masters? That's what I asked them. After all, who pays your wages? And second rate, only it's not exactly right that's on the left, but you'll find it bends around toward the right eventually. It's signpost Port's Lane, but of course it isn't Port's Lane. You look at the Ordnance Survey map, you'll see it's simply the eastern end of Forest Hill Lane. You'll come out in the village. Now you go past Bull and Fiddle. That's a public house. Then when you get to the church, I point out to people that who compile the Ordnance Survey map that it's a church with a spire, not a church with a tower. Indeed, I've written to the Tadfield Advertiser suggesting they mount a local campaign to get the map corrected, and I have every hope once people realize whom they're dealing with, they'll see a hasty U-turn from them. Then you get to a crossroads. Now you go straight across that crossroads. You immediately come to the second crossroads. Now you take either the left-hand fork or go straight on. Either way, you'll arrive at the air base. Although the left-hand fork is almost a tenth of a mile shorter, and you can't miss it. Famine started him blankly. I'm not sure I got that. He began. I did. Let us go. Schutze gave a little yelp and darted behind R.P. Tyler where it remained shivering. The strangers climbed back on their bikes, the one in the white, a hippie by the look of it, and I thought R.P. Tyler dropped an empty crisp packet onto the grass shoulder. Excuse me, barked Tyler. Isn't that your crisp packet? Oh, it's not just mine, said the boy. It's everybody's. R.P. Tyler drew himself up to his full height, 5'6". Young man, how would you feel if I came over to your house and dropped litter everywhere? Pollution smiled wistfully. Very, very pleased, he breathed. Oh, that would be wonderful. Beneath his bike, an old slick pole to rainbow on the wet road. Engines revved. I missed something, said Warren. Now, why are we meant to make a U-turn by the church? Just follow me, said the tall one in the front. The four rode off together. R.P. Tyler stared after them until his attention was distracted by sounds of something going clack, 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 clack. He turned. 4 figures on bicycles shot past him, closely followed by a scampering figure of a small dog. You stop, shouted R.P. Tyler, but then braked to a halt and looked at him. I knew it was you, Adam Young, your little cabal. What, my inquiry, are you doing out this time of night? Do your fathers know you're out? The leader of the cyclists turned. I can't see how you can say it's late, he said. It seems to me, if the sun's still out, then it's not late. Ah, that's a shame. It's past your bedtime anyway, R.P. Tyler informed him. And don't stick your tongue out at me, young lady. This was to Pepper. I'll be writing a letter to your mother informing her of the lamentable and unladylike state of her offspring's manners. Well, excuse us, said Adam aggrieved. Pepper was just looking at you. I didn't know there was any law against looking. There was a commotion in the grass. Schutze, who was a particularly refined French poodle of the kind only possessed by people who were never able to fit children in their household budgets, was being menaced by dog. Master Young ordered R.P. Tyler, please get your mutt away from my Schutze. Tyler did not trust the dog. When he first met the dog 3 days ago, it snarled at him and glowed its eyes red. It disimpelled Tyler to make a letter pointing out that the dog was undoubtedly rabid, certainly a danger to the community, should be put down for the general good, till his wife reminded him that glowing red eyes weren't a symptom of rabies, for that matter, anything seen outside the kind of film that neither of the Tylers would be caught dead at, but knew all they needed to know about. Thank you very much. Adam looked astounded. Dog's not a mutt. Dog's a remarkable dog. He's clever. Dog, you get off Mr. Tyler's horrible old poodle. Dog ignored him. He'd got a lot of dog catching up still to do. Dog, said Adam ominously. His dog slunk back to his master's bicycle. I don't believe you answered my question. Where are you off to? To the air base, said Brian. If that's all right with you, said Adam with what he hoped was bitterness, scratching sarcasm. I mean, we wouldn't go there if it wasn't all right with you. You cheeky little monkey, said R.P. Tyler. When I see your father Adam Young, I'll inform him in no uncertain terms, but by then the them were already pedaling off down the road in the direction of Lower Tadfield Air Base, traveling by the them's route, which was shorter and simpler and more scenic than the route suggested by Mr. Tyler. R.P. Tyler had composed a lengthy mental letter on the failings of youth today. It covered falling educational standards, a lack of respect given to elders and betters, and the way they seem to slouch these days instead of walking with a proper upright bearing. Juvenile delinquency, the return of compulsory national service, birching, flogging, and dog licenses. He was very satisfied with it. He had a sneaking suspicion that it would be too good for the Tadfield advertiser and decided to send it to the Times. Excuse me, love, said a warm female voice. I think we're lost. It was an aging motor scooter, was being ridden by a middle-aged woman. Clutching her tightly, his eyes screwed shut, was a rain-coated little man with a bright green crash helmet on. Sticking up between was what appeared to be an antique gun with a funnel-shaped muzzle. Oh, where are you going? Lord Tadfield. I'm not sure the exact address, but we're looking for someone. The woman then, in a totally different voice, said, his name is Adam Young. R.P. Tyler boggled. You want that boy? He asked. What's he done now? No, no, tell me. I don't want to know. Boy, said the woman. You didn't tell me he was a boy. How old is he? Then she said, he's 11. Well, I do wish you'd have mentioned this before. This puts a completely different complexion on things. R.P. Tyler just stared. Then he realized what was going on. The woman was a ventriloquist. What he had taken for a man in a green crash helmet, he now saw was a ventriloquist's dummy. He wondered how he could ever assume that it was human. He felt the whole thing was in vaguely bad taste. I saw Adam Young not 5 minutes ago, he told the woman. He and his little cronies were on their way to the American Air Base. Oh, dear, said the woman, paling slightly. I've never really liked the Yanks. They're really very nice people, you know. Yes, but you can't trust people who pick up the ball all the time when they play football. Excuse me, said R.P. Tyler. I think it's very good, very impressive. I'm deputy chairman of the local Rotary Club, and I was wondering, do you do private functions? Only on Thursdays, said Madam Tracy disapprovingly, and I charge extra. And I wonder if you could direct us to Mr. Tyler had been here before. He wordlessly extended a finger, and the little scooter went down the narrow country lane. As it did so, the gray dummy in the green helmet turned around and opened wide. You great southern pillock, it croaked. R.P. Tyler was offended and also disappointed. He'd hoped it'd be more lifelike. Let me scroll back up. Let's see. Well, I mean, honestly, Kevin, I wouldn't hear a thud on my roof because we're on the second floor, and so the roof is like a floor up from us. So if I hear a thud on the roof, that's usually just the people above us in the apartment above us acting stupid. So kind of hard to know. I should hope not, though. R.P. Tyler, only 10 minutes away from the village, paused when Shitzy attempted another one of its wide range of eliminatory functions. He gazed over the fence. His knowledge of country lore was a little hazy. Well, it might be a shock to the people that live above us, but yes. Hopefully you will fall where our living room is so you can land on the couch. But he was fairly sure if the cows lay down, it meant rain. If they were standing, it would probably be fine. These cows were taking in turns to execute slow and solemn somersaults, and Tyler wondered what it presaged for the weather. He sniffed. Something was burning. There was an unpleasant smell of scorched metal and rubber and leather. Excuse me, said a voice behind him. R.P. Tyler turned around. There was a large, once black car on fire in the lane, and a man in sunglasses was leaning out of one window saying through the smoke, I'm sorry, I've managed to get lost. Can you direct me to the lower Tadfield Air Base? I know it's around here somewhere. Your car is on fire. No, Tyler just couldn't bring himself to say it. I mean, the man had to know that, hadn't he? He was sitting in the middle of it, possibly some kind of practical joke. And so instead he said, I think you may have taken a wrong turn about a mile back. The signpost is blown down. The stranger smiled. Ah, that must be it, he said. The orange flames flickering below him gave an almost infernal appearance. The wind blew toward Tyler across the car, and he felt his eyebrows frizzled. Excuse me, young man, but your car's on fire, and you're sitting in it without burning. Incidentally, it's red hot in places. No. Should he ask the man if he wanted him to phone the AAA? Instead, he explained the route carefully, trying not to stare. Oh, that's terrific. Much obliged, said Crowley as he began to wind up the window. R.P. Tyler had to say something. Excuse me, young man, he said. Yes? I mean, it's not the kind of thing you don't notice your car being on fire. A tongue of flame licked across the charred dashboard. Funny weather we're having, isn't it? He said lamely. It is? Said Crowley. Honestly, I hadn't noticed. And he reversed back down the country lane in his burning car. That's probably because your car's on fire, said R.P. Tyler sharply. He jerked Shitsy's lead, dragging the little car to heel. To the editor, sir, I'd like to draw your attention to a recent tendency I've noticed for today's young people to ignore perfectly sensible safety precautions while driving. This evening, I was asked for directions by a gentleman whose car was... No. Driving a car that... No. It was on fire. His temper was getting worse. R.P. Tyler stomped the final stretch back to the village. Hoy! Shouted R.P. Tyler. Young! Mr. Young was in his front garden, sitting on his deck chair, smoking his pipe. This had more to do with the editor's recent discovery of the menace of passive smoking and banging of smoking in the house than he would care to admit to his neighbors. It did not improve his temper, neither did being addressed as Young by Mr. Tyler. Yes, your son Adam. Mr. Young sighed. What's he done now? Do you know where he is? Mr. Young checked his watch, getting ready for bed, I assume. Tyler grinned tightly, triumphantly. I doubted I saw him in his little fiends and that appalling mongrel not half an hour cycling toward the airbase. Mr. Young puffed on his pipe. You know how strict they are up there, said Mr. Tyler, in case Mr. Young hadn't got the message. You know what one of your son is for pressing buttons and things, he added. Mr. Young took his pipe out of his mouth and examined the stem thoughtfully. He said. I see, he said. Right, he said. And he went inside. At exactly that same moment, four motorbikes swished to a halt a few hundred yards from the main gate. The riders switched off their engines and raised their helmet visors. All three of them did. I was rather hoping we could crash the barriers, said Ward wistfully. That only caused trouble, said Farron. Good. Trouble for us, I mean. The power phone lines must be down, but they're bound to have generators, and they certainly have radio. If someone starts reporting that terrorists have invaded the base, that people start acting logically and the whole plan collapses. We go in, we do the job, we go out, we let human nature take its course, said Death. This isn't how I imagined it, chaps, said War. I've been waiting for thousands of years just to fiddle around with bits of wire. It's not what you call dramatic. Albrecht Duryea didn't waste his time doing woodcuts of the four button pressers of the apocalypse. I do know that. I thought there'd be trumpets, said Pollution. Look at it like this, said Famine. It's just groundwork. We get to the rainforest afterwards, the proper rainforest, wings of the storm, and so on. You've got to be flexible. Weren't we supposed to meet someone? Said War. There was no sound but the metallic noises of cooling motorbike engines. Then Pollution said slowly, You know, I can't say I'd imagine it'd be somewhere like this, though, either. I thought it'd be, well, a big city, or a big country, New York, perhaps, or Moscow, or Armageddon itself. There was another pause. Then War said, Where is Armageddon, anyway? Funny you should ask, said Famine. I've always meant to look it up. There's an Armageddon, Pennsylvania, said Pollution. Maybe it's Massachusetts, one of them places. Lots of guys in heavy beards and seriously black hats. Nah, said Farman. It's somewhere in Israel, I think. Mount Carmel. I thought that's where they grew avocados. And the end of the world. Is that right? That's one big avocado. I think I went there once, said Pollution. The old city of Megiddo, just before it fell down. Nice place. Interesting rural gateway. Or looked at the greenness around him. Boy, she said, did we take a wrong turning? The geography is immaterial. Sorry, Lord? If Armageddon is anywhere, it is everywhere. That's right, said Fran. We're not talking about a few square miles of scrub and goats anymore. There's another pause. Let us go. War coughed. It's just that I thought he'd be coming with us. Death adjusted his gauntlets. This, he said firmly, is a job for the professionals. Afterwards, Sergeant Thomas A. Diesenberger recalled events at the gate as happening like this. A large staff car drew up by the gate. It was sleek and official-looking, though. Afterwards, he wasn't entirely sure why he thought this or why it sounded momentarily as though it powered by motorbike engines. Four generals got out. Again, the sergeant was a little uncertain why he had thought this. They had proper identification. What kind of identification, admittedly, he couldn't quite recall, but it was proper. He saluted. And one of them said, Surprise inspection, soldier, to which Sergeant Thomas A. Diesenberger replied, Sir, I have not been informed as to the incidents of a surprise inspection at this time, sir. Of course not, said one of the generals. That's because it's a surprise. The sergeant saluted again. Sir, permission to confirm this intelligence was base command, sir, he said uneasily. The tallest and thinnest of the generals strode a little away from the group, turned his back, and folded his arms. One of the others put a friendly arm around the sergeant's shoulders and leaned forward in a conspiratorial way. Now, see here. He squinted. The sergeant's name tag, Diesenberger. Maybe I'll give you a break. It's a surprise inspection. Got that? Surprise. That means no getting on the horn the moment we've gone through. You understand? No leaving your post. Career soldier like yourself would understand that. Am I right? He added. He winked. Otherwise, you'll find yourself busted so low you'll have to say sir to an imp. Sergeant Thomas A. Diesenberger stared at him. Private, hissed one of the other generals. According to her tag, her name was Wah. Sergeant Diesenberger had never seen a female general like her before, but she was certainly an improvement. What? Private, not imp. Yeah, that's what I meant. Private. Okay, soldier. The sergeant considered a very limited number of options at his disposal. Sir, surprise inspection, sir, he said. Provisionally classified. That's not even a word. Provisionatedly classified at this time, said Famine, who had spent years learning how to sell a federal government and could feel the language coming back to him. Sir, affirmative, sir, said the sergeant. Good man, said Famine as the barrier was raised. You'll go a long way. He glanced at his watch. Very shortly. Well, it's because these aren't really words. That's the thing. Because provisionatedly is not a word, nor is classification. You have to see it to believe it. Sometimes human beings are very much like bees. Bees are fiercely protective of their hive, provided you're outside of it. Once you're in, the workers sort of assume it must have been cleared by management and take no notice. Let's see. Various freeloading insects have evolved a mellifluous existence because of this very fact. Humans act the same way. No one stopped the forest. They purposely made their way into one of the long, low buildings of the forest radio mast. No one paid any attention to them. Perhaps they saw nothing at all. Because to see the Perhaps they saw what their minds were instructed to see because the human brain is not equipped to see war, famine, pollution, and death when they don't want to be seen, and has gotten so good at not seeing it, often manages not to see them even when they're abound on every side. The alarms were totally brainless and thought they saw four people where people shouldn't be and went off like anything. Newt did not smoke because he did not allow nicotine to gain entry to the temple of his body, or more accurately, the small Welsh Methodist tin tabernacle of his body. If he had been a smoker, he would have choked on the cigarette he would have been smoking at this time in order to steady his nerves. Anathema stood up purposefully and smoothed the creases in her skirt. Don't worry, she said. They don't apply to us. Something's probably happening inside. She smiled at his pale face. Come on, she said. It's not the OK Corral. No, they've got better guns for one thing, said Newt. She helped him up. Never mind, she said. I'm sure you'll think of a way. It was inevitable that all four of them couldn't contribute equally, War thought. She'd been surprised at her natural affinity for modern weapon systems, which were so much more efficient than bits of sharp metal, and of course pollution laughed at absolutely foolproof, fail-safe devices. Even Famine at least knew what computers were, whereas, well, he didn't do anything except hang around, although he did it with a certain style. It occurred to War that there might one day be an end to war, an end to famine, and possibly an end to pollution. And perhaps this is why the fourth and greatest horseman was never exactly what you might call one of the lads. It was like having a tax inspector on your football team. Great to have him on your side, of course, but not the kind of person you want to have a drink and a chat with in the bar afterwards. You couldn't be 100% at your ease. A couple of soldiers ran through him as he looked over Pollution's skinny shoulder. What are those glittery things? He said, in the tone of one who knows he won't be able to understand the answer but wants to be seen as taking an interest. 7-segment LED displays, said the boy. He laid his loving hands on a bank of relays, which fused under his touch, and then introduced a swath of self-replicating viruses that whirred away on the electronic ether. I could really do without those bloody alarms, muttered Famine. Death absent-mindedly snapped his fingers. A dozen klaxons gurgled and died. I don't know. I rather like them, said Pollution. War reached inside another metal cabinet. This wasn't the way she expected things to be, she had to admit. When she ran her fingers over and sometimes through the electronics, there was a familiar feel, the echo of what you got when you held a sword, and she felt the thrill of anticipation at the thought that this sword enclosed the whole world and a certain amount of sky above it as well. It loved her. A flaming sword. Mankind had not been good at learning that swords are dangerous if left lying around, although it had done its limited best to make sure that the chances of one this size being wielded accidentally were high. A cheering thought, that. It was nice to think that mankind made a distinction between blowing their planet to bits by accident and doing it by design. Pollution plunged his hands into another rack of expensive electronics. The guard on the hole in the fence looked puzzled. He was aware of excitement back at the base, and his radio seemed to be picking up nothing but static, and his eyes were being drawn again and again to the card in front of him. He had seen many identity cards in his time, military, CIA, FBI, KGB even, and being a young soldier had yet to grasp the more insignificant an organization is, the more impressive are his identity cards. This one was hellishly impressive. His lips moved as he read it again, all the way from the Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of Britain, charges and demands, through the bit about commandeering all kindling rope and igniferous oils, right down to the signature of the WA's First Lord Adjutant. Praise him, all ye works of the Lord, and flight fornication Smith. Newt kept his thumb over the bit about 9 pence per witch and tried to look like James Bond. Finally, the guard's probing intellect found a word he could recognize. What's this here? He said suspiciously. About us, I got to give you. Oh, we have to have them, said Newt. We burned them. Say what? We burned them. The guard's face broadened into a grin, and they told him England was soft. Right on, he said. I can't say that word. It's not what it means, but it was misinterpreted nonetheless. Something pressed into the small of his back. Drop your gun, said Anthony behind her. I shall regret what I shall have to do next. Well, it's true, she thought, as she saw the man stiffen in terror. If he doesn't drop the gun, he'll find out this is a stick, and I shall really regret having been shot. At the main gate, Sergeant Thomas A. Deisenberger was also having problems. A little man in a dirty mat kept pointing a finger at him and muttering, while a lady who looked slightly like his mother talked to him in urgent tones and kept interrupting herself in a different voice. It really is vitally important that we are allowed to speak to whoever's in charge, said Zerfa. I really must ask. He's right, you know. I'd be able to tell if he's lying. Yes, thank you. I think we've really achieved something. If you kindly allow me to carry on. All right. Well, thank you. I was only trying to put a good word in. Yes, you were asking him, yes, all right now. Do you see my finger? Shouted Shadwell, whose sandy was still attached to him, but only at the end of a long and rather frayed string. Do you see it? This finger, laddie, can send you to meet your maker. Sergeant Dazenberger stood at the black and purple nail a few inches from his face, an offensive weapon that rated quite highly, especially if it was ever used in the preparation of food. The telephone gave him nothing but static. He'd been told not to leave his post. His wound from Nam was starting to play up. Here's a footnote. He had slipped and fallen in the hotel shower when he took a holiday there in 1983. Now the mere sight of a bar of yellow soap could send him in near-fatal flashbacks. He wondered how much trouble he could get into shooting non-American civilians. The four bicycles pulled up a little way from the base, tire marks in the dust, and a patch of oil indicated other travelers had briefly rested there. "What are we stopping for?" said Pepper. "I'm thinking," said Adam. It was hard. A bit of his mind, as he knew himself, was still there, but still trying to stay afloat on a fountain of tumultuous darkness. Of what he was aware of, though, that his three companions were 100% human. He had got them in trouble before in the ways of torn clothes, docked pocket money, and so on, but this one was most certainly going to involve a lot more than being confined to the house or made to tidy up your room. On the other hand, there wasn't anyone else. "All right," he said, "we need some stuff, I think. We need a sword, a crown, and some scales." They just stared at him. "What, just here?" said Brian. "There's nothing like that here." "I don't know," said Adam. "What, when you think about the games that, we've played." Just to make Sergeant Dazenberger's day, a car pulled up and it was floating several inches off the ground because it had no tires or paintwork. What it did have was a trail of blue smoke, and when it stopped, it made the pinging noises made by metal cooling down from a very high temperature. It looked as if it had smoked glass windows, although this was just an effect caused by it having ordinary glass windows but a smoke-filled interior. The driver's door opened and a cloud of choking fumes got out. Then Crowley followed it. He waved the smoke away from his face, blinked, and turned the gesture to a friendly wave. "Hi," he said. "How's it going? Has the world ended yet?" "He won't let us in, Crowley," said Madame Tracy. "Aziraphale, is that you? Nice dress," said Crowley vaguely. He wasn't feeling very well. For the last 30 miles he'd been imagining a ton of burning metal, rubber, and leather was a fully functioning automobile, and the Bentley had been resisting him fiercely. The hard part had been keeping the whole thing rolling after the all-weather radials had burned away. Beside him, the remains of the Bentley dropped suddenly onto its distorted wheel rims as he stopped imagining that it had tires. He patted a metal surface hot enough to fry eggs on. "You wouldn't get that sort of performance out of one of these modern cars," he said lovingly. They stared at him. There was a little electronic click. The gate was rising. The housing that contained the electric motor had gave a mechanical groan, then gave up in the face of the unstoppable force acting on the barrier. "Hey," said Sergeant Dazenberger, "which one of you yo-yos did that?" Zip, 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 and a small dog, its legs a blur. They stared at the four ferociously pedaling figures and ducked under the barrier and disappeared into the camp. The sergeant pulled himself together. "Hey," he said, but much more weakly this time, "did any of them kids have some space alien with a face like a friendly turd in a bait basket?" "Don't think so," said Crowley. Then said Sergeant Dazenberger, "they're in real trouble." He raised his gun. "Enough of this pussyfooting around." He's kept thinking of soap. "And so," he said, "are you?" "I warned you," Shadwell began. "This has gone on too long," said Aziraphale. "Sort it out, Crowley. There's a dear chap." Said Crowley. "I'm the nice one," said Aziraphale. "You can't expect me to, oh, blast it, you try to do the decent thing. Where does it get you?" He snapped his fingers. There was a pop like an old-fashioned flashbulb, and Sergeant Thomas A. Dazenberger disappeared. Said Aziraphale. "See?" said Shadwell, who hadn't quite got the hang of Madame Tracy's split personality. "Nothing to it. You stick to me, you'll be all right." "Well done," said Crowley. "Never thought you had it in you." "No," said Aziraphale, "nor did I. In fact, I do hope I haven't sent him somewhere dreadful." "You better get used to it right now," said Crowley. "You just send them. Best not to worry about where they go." He looked fascinated. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your new body?" "Oh, yes, of course. Madam Tracy, this is Crowley. Crowley, Madam Tracy. Charmed, I'm sure." "Let's get on in," said Crowley. He looked sadly at the wreckage of the Bentley, then brightened. The jeep was heading purposely towards the gate, and it looked as though it was crowded with people who were about to shout questions and fire guns and not worry about which order they did this in. He brightened up. This was more what you might call his area of competence. He took his hands out of his pockets and raised them brusquely, and he smiled like Lee Van Cleef. "Ah," he said, "here comes transport." They parked their bikes outside one of the low buildings. Wensleydale carefully locked his. He was that kind of boy. "So what will these people look like?" said Pepper. "They could look like all sorts," said Adam doubtfully. "They're grown-ups, aren't they?" said Pepper. "Yes," said Adam, "more grown-up than you've ever seen before, I reckon." "Fighting grown-ups is never any use," said Wensleydale gloomily. "You always get into trouble." "You don't have to fight them," said Adam. "Just do what I told you." The them looked at the things they were carrying. As far as the tools the men in the world were concerned, they did not look incredibly efficient. "How will we find them?" said Brian doubtfully. "I remember when we came that open day, it's all rooms and stuff, lots of rooms and flashing lights." Adam stared thoughtfully at the buildings. Their alarms were still yodeling. "Well," he said, "it seems to me. Hey, what are you kids doing here?" It wasn't a 100% threatening voice, but it was near the end of its tether and belonged to an officer who spent 10 minutes trying to make sense of a senseless world when went off and doors didn't open. Two equally harassed soldiers stood behind him, slightly at a loss as to how to deal with four short and clearly Caucasian juveniles, one of them marginally female. Don't you worry about us, said Adam early. We're just looking around. Now, you just, Lieutenant McGinn, go to sleep, said Adam. You just go to sleep. All you soldiers here go to sleep and you won't get hurt. You all go to sleep now. The lieutenant stared at him, his eyes trying to focus, then he pitched forward. Hoo hoo, said Pepper as the others collapsed. How'd you do that? Well, said Adam cautiously, you know that bit about hypnotism in the boy's own book of 100 things to do that we could never make work? Yeah, well, it's sort of like that, only now I found out how to do it. He turned back to the communications building. He pulled himself together, his body unfolding from its habitual, comfortable, slouched, upright bearing Mr. Tyler would have been proud of. Right, he said. He thought for a while, and then he said, come and see. If you took the world away and just left electricity, it would be like an exquisite filigree ever made. A ball of twinkling silver lines with the occasional coruscating spike of a satellite beam. Even the dark areas would glow with radar and commercial radio waves. It could be the nervous system of a great beast. Here and there, cities were made knots in the web, but most of electricity, as it were, mere musculature, concerned only with crude work. But for 50 years or so, people have been giving electricity brains. Now it was alive in the same way that fire is alive. Switches were wielding shut, relays fused. In the heart of silicon chips, whose microscopic architecture looked like a street plan of Los Angeles, fresh pathways opened up, and hundreds of miles away, bells rang in underground rooms, and men stared at horror what certain screens were telling them. Heavy steel doors shut firmly in secret hollow mountains, leaving people on the other side to pound on them and wrestle with fuse boxes which had melted. Bits of desert tundra slid aside, letting fresh air into air-conditioned tombs, and blunt shapes ground ponderously into position. And while it flowed where it should not, it ebbed from its normal beds. In cities, the traffic lights went, then the street lights and all the lights. Cooling fans slowed, flickered, and stopped. Heaters faded into darkness, lifts stuck. Radio stations choked off, and the soothing music silenced. It has been said that civilization is 24 hours and 2 meals away from barbarism. Night was spreading slowly around the spinning earth. It should have been full of pinpricks of light. It was not. There were 5 billion people down there. What was going to happen would soon make barbarism look like a picnic, hot, nasty, and eventually given over to the ants. Death straightened up. He appeared listening intently. If anyone guessed what he listened with, he is here, he said. The other 3 looked up. There was barely perceptible change in the way they stood there. A moment before Death had spoken, they, the part of them that did not walk and talk like human beings, had been wrapped around the world. Now they were back, more or less. There was a strangeness about them, as if instead of ill-fitting suits, they now had ill-fitting bodies. Family looked as though they'd been tuned slightly off station, so that hitherto dominant signal of a pleasant, thrusting, successful businessman was being drowned out by the ancient, horrible static of his basic personality. War's skin glistened with sweat. Pollution's skin just glistened. It's all taken care of, said War, speaking with some effort. It'll take its course. It's not just the nuclear pollution, said. It's the chemical, thousands of gallons of stuff in little tanks all over the world. Beautiful liquids with 18 syllables in their names, and the old standby, say what you like. Plutonium may give you grief for thousands of years, but arsenic is forever. And then winter, said Famine. I like winter. There's something clean about winter. Chickens coming home to roost, said War. No more chickens, said Famine flatly. Only Death hadn't changed. Some things don't. All right, let me get an ad break. I'm going to open up my episode while I do that. We're actually coming very close to the end, actually. Oh, fuck me. What the heck? Who the... River, shut up. Shut up. Oh, bloody hell. River, shut up. There's no need for all that. My drink kind of spewed on me, sadly. Damn it. I don't have a paper towel nearby to clean it up with, sadly. I don't think. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Wait. I mean, I can't get cleaned up, but I can clean up the bottle. How in the hell it was shook up, I don't know. There was a lot of pressure in that bottle. Sadly, I'm going to have to change my clothes after stream, apparently. Because now I have episode all over my shirt. Makes me glad I'm not on camera. Or I might change quickly for a BRB in between. I'm still planning on going for a little bit. I may even go to 7 this time. I may go here and actually do a very long stream. Who knows? I don't have to have another one, Kevin. I'm not going to get up right now, so I'm going to give that back to you. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but not at the moment. I'm so close to being done. It's just a little bit of a cleanup. That's all. No, for some reason this bottle was under pressure and it just went. It was under pressure, more pressure than a Tyrannosaurus trying to jerk off. Anyway, back to the ad break. Ah, crap. I think it. So, give me 1 second. So, uh, yeah, but that's why you have the off button for a Peloton. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's just I'm almost at the end. So the four left the building. It was noticeable that pollution, while still walking, nevertheless gave the impression of oozing. And this was noticed by Anathema and Newton Pulsifer. It had been the first building they'd come to. It had seemed so much safer inside than out, where there seemed to be a lot of excitement. Anathema had pushed open a door covered in signs and suggested this would be a terminally dangerous thing to do. It had swung open at her touch. Then it had gone inside, it shut and locked itself. There had been a lot of time to discuss this after the four had walked in. What were they? Said Newt. Some kind of terrorists? In a very nice and accurate sense and everything. I think you're right. What was all that weird talk about? I think possibly the end of the world, said anything, but do you see their auras? I don't think so, said Newt. Not nice at all. Oh, negative auras, in fact. Oh, like black holes. That's bad, isn't it? Yes. Anathema glared at rows of metal cabinets for once just now. If it wasn't just for play, but was for real, the machine that was going to bring about the end of the world, at least that part of it that occupied the layers between about 2 meters down and all the way to the ozone layer, wasn't operating according to the usual script. There were no big red canisters with flashing lights. There was no cold wires with a cut-me look about them. No suspiciously large numeric displays that were counting down towards zero that would be averted with seconds to spare. Instead, the metal cabinets looked solid and heavy and very resistant to last-minute heroism. What takes its course at anything? But they've done something, haven't they? Perhaps there's an off switch? Said Newt helplessly. I'm sure if we looked around. These sort of things are wired in. Don't be silly. I thought you knew about this sort of thing. Newt nodded desperately. This was a long way from the pages of these electronics. From the look of the thing, he peered in the back of one of the cabinets. Worldwide communications, he said indistinctly. You could practically do anything. Modulate the main power, tap into satellites, absolutely anything. You could zip out. You could zip out. Make things just about zip out. How are you getting on in there? Newt sucked his fingers. So far, he hadn't found anything that resembled a transistor. He wrapped his hand in his handkerchief, pulled out a couple of boards out of the sockets. Once one of the electronic magazines to which he had subscribed had published a joke circuit which was guaranteed not to work. At last, they said in amusing ways, here's something all you ham-fisted hams out there could build in a certain knowledge that if it does nothing, it's working. It had diodes the wrong way around, transistors upside down, and a flat battery. Newt had built it, and it picked up Radio Moscow. He had written them a letter of complaint, but they never replied. I really don't know if I'm doing any good, he said. James Bond just unscrews things, said nothing. Not just unscrews, said Newt, said his temper fraying, and I'm not James Bond. And if I was, just the bad guys would have shown me all the Megadeth levers and told me how they bloody well work, wouldn't they? Only it doesn't happen like that in real life. I don't know what's happening, and I can't stop it. Clouds churned around the horizon. Overhead, the sky was still clear, the air torn by nothing more than a light breeze, but it wasn't normal air. It had a crystallized look on it, so that you might feel that if you turned your head, you might see some new facets. It sparkled. If you had to find the word to describe it, the word thronged might slip insidiously into your mind. Thronged with insubstantial beings awaiting only the right moment to become very substantial. Adam glanced up. In one sense, there was just clear air overhead, another stretching off to infinity. There were hosts of heaven and hell, wingtip to wingtip. If you looked really closely and specifically trained, you could tell the difference. Oh, I think I skipped a page there. Yeah, here we go. Silence held the bubble of the world script. The doors of the building swung open. The four stepped out. There was no more than a hint of human about the three of them now. They seemed to be humanoid shapes made up of all things they were or represented. They made death seem positively homely. His leather greatcoat and dark visored helmet had become a cowled robe, but these were mere details. A skeleton, even a walking one, was the least human. Death of a sort lurks inside every living creature. The thing is, Adams said out, they're not really real. They're just like nightmares, really. But we're not asleep, said Pepper. Dog Wine tried to hide behind Adam. That one looks like as if he's melting. The Brian pointed at the advancing figure, if such could still be called a pollution. There you are, then, said Adam encouragingly. It can't be real, can it? It's common sense. Something like that can't really be real. The four halted a few meters away. It has been done, said Death. He leaned forward a little and stared eyelessly at Adam. It's hard to tell if he was surprised. Yeah, well, said Adam, the thing is, I don't want it done. I never asked for it to be done. Death looked at the other three and then back to Adam. Behind them, a jeep skewed to a halt. They ignored it. I do not understand, he said. Surely your very existence requires the ending of the world. It is written. I don't see why anyone has to go and write things like that, said Adam calmly. The world's full of all sorts of brilliant stuff, and I haven't found out all about it yet. So I don't want anyone missing about or ending it before I've had a chance to find out about it. So you can just, well, go away. That's the one, Mr. Shadwell, said Aziraphale, his words trailing and uncertain even as he uttered them. The one with the T-shirt. Death stared at Adam. You are part of us, said Ward between teeth like beautiful bullets. It is done. We make the world anew, said Pollution, his voice as insidious as something leaking out of a corroded drum into a water table. You lead us, said Famine. And Adam hesitated. Voices inside him still cried out that this was true, that the world was his as well. All he had to do was turn and lead them out across a bewildered planet. They were his kind of people. In tears above, the hosts of the sky waited for the word. You can't expect me to shoot him. He's got a beard. Said Aziraphale. Yes, perhaps we just better wait a bit. What do you think? Until he grows up, do you mean? Said Crowley. Dog began to growl. Adam looked at them. They were his kind of people, too. You just had to decide who your friends really were. He turned back to the four. Get them, said Adam quietly. The slouch and slur was gone from his voice. It had strange harmonics. No one human could disobey a voice like that. Ward laughed and looked expectantly at them. Little boys, she said, playing with your toys. Think of all the toys I can offer you. Think of all the games I can make you fall in love with me, little boys. Little boys with your little guns. She laughed again, but the machine gun stutter died away as Pepper stepped forward and raised a trembling arm. It wasn't much of a sword, but it was about the best you could do with 2 bits of wood and a piece of string. Ward stared at it. I see, she said. Mano e mano, eh? She drew her own blade and brought it up so that it made noise like a finger being dragged around a wine glass. There was a flash as they connected. Death stared into Adam's eyes. There was a pathetic jingling noise. Don't touch it, snapped Adam without moving his head. The them stared at the sword rocking to a standstill on the concrete path. Little boys, muttered Pepper disgustedly. Sooner or later, everyone has to decide which gang they belong to. But, said Brian, she sort of got sucked up into the sword. The air between Adam and Death began to vibrate as in a heat wave. Wensleydale raised his head and looked Famine in the sunken eye. He held up something that, with a bit of imagination, could be considered to be a pair of scales made of more string and twigs. Then he whirled it around his head. Famine struck out a protective arm. There was another flash and the jingle of a pair of scales bouncing on the ground. Don't touch them, said Adam. Pollution already started to run, or at least flow quickly, but Brian snatched a circle of grass stalks from his own head and flung it. It shouldn't have handled like one, but the force took it out of his hands and whirled it like a discus. This time, the explosion was a red flame inside a billow of black smoke and smell of oil. With a rolling, teeny little sound, a blackened silver crown rolled out of the smoke and spun around with a noise like a settling penny. At least they needed no warning about touching it. It glistened in a way that metal should not. Where'd they go? Said Winsley. Where they belong, said Death, still holding Adam's gaze. Where they have always been, back in the minds of man. He grinned at Adam. There was a tearing sound. Death's rope split his wings, angel's wings, but not of feathers. They were wings of night, wings that were shaped cut through the matter of creation to the darkness underneath, in which a few distant lights glimmered, lights that may have been stars or that may have been something else entirely. But I, he said, I am not like them. I am Azrael, created to be creation's shadow. You cannot destroy me. That would destroy the world. The heat of their stare faded. Adam scratched his nose. I don't know, he said. There might be a way, he grinned back. Anyway, it's going to stop now, he said. All this stuff with machines, you've got to do what I say just for now. And I say it's got to stop. Death shrugged. It's stopping already, he said, without them. He indicated the pathetic remnants of the other 3 horse persons. It cannot proceed. Normal entropy triumphs. Death raised the bony hand in what might have been a salute. They'll be back, he said. They're never far away. The wings flapped just once like a thunderclap, and the angel of death vanished. Right then, said Adam to the empty air. All right, it's not going to happen. All the stuff they started must stop now. Newt stared desperately at the equipment racks. You'd think there'd be a manual or something, he said. We could see if Agnes has anything to say, volunteered Anathema. Oh, yes, said Newt bitterly. That makes sense, doesn't it? Sabotaging 20th century electronics with the aid of a 17th century workshop manual. What did Agnes Nutter know of the transistor? Well, my grandfather interpreted prediction 3328 rather neatly in 1948, made some shrewd investments, said Anathema. She didn't know what it was going to be called, of course, and she wasn't very sound about electricity in general, but I was speaking rhetorically. You don't have to make it work anyway. You have to stop it working. You don't need knowledge for that. You need ignorance. Dude ignored. All right, he said. Well, let's give me a try. Give me a prediction. Anathema pulled out a card at random. He is not that which he says he is, she read. It's number 1002. Very simple in the ideas. Well, look, Newt said wretchedly. This isn't really the time to say this, but actually, I'm not very good with electronics, not very good at all. You said you were a computer engineer, I seem to remember. That was an exaggeration. I mean, just about as much an exaggeration as you could possibly get, in fact, really. I suppose it was more of what you might call an overstatement. I might go so far as to say that what it really was, Newt closed his eyes, was a prevarication. A lie, you mean, said Anthema sweetly. I wouldn't go that far, said Newt, although I'm not actually a computer engineer at all. Quite the opposite. What's the opposite? Well, if you must know, every time I try and make anything electronic work, it stops. Anathema gave him a bright little smile and posed theatrically like the moment every conjurer stage act when the lady in the sequence stepped back to reveal the trick. Ta-da, she said. Repair it, she said. What? Make it work better, she said. I don't know, said Newt. I'm not sure I can. He laid his hand on top of the nearest cabinet. There was a noise of something he hadn't realized he'd been hearing suddenly stopping, and the descending whine of a distant generator. The lights on the panels flickered, and most of them went out. All the world, people who had been wrestling with switches found that they switched. Circuit breakers open, computers stopped planning World War III, and went back to idly scanning the stratosphere. In bunkers, Nova Zembla men found that the fuses were frantically trying to pull out, came away in their hands at last. In bunkers under Wyoming and Nebraska, men in fatigue stopped screaming and waving guns at one another, and would have a beer if alcohol had been allowed in missile bases. It wasn't, but they had one anyway. The lights came on, civilization stopped sliding to chaos, and started writing letters to newspapers about how people got overexcited about the least little thing nowadays. In Tadsfield, the machines ceased radiating menace. Something that had been in them was gone, quite apart from the electricity. Gosh, said Newt. There you are, said Anathema. You fixed it good. You can trust old Agnes. Take it from me. Now let's get out of here. He didn't want to do it, said Aziraphale. Haven't I always told you, Crowley, if you take the trouble to look deep down inside anyone, you'll find at the bottom that they're really quite... It's not over, said Crowley flatly. Adam turned and appeared to notice him for the first time. Crowley was not used to people identifying him so readily, but Adam stared at him as though Crowley's entire life history was pasted in the back of his skull, and he, Adam, was reading it. For an instant he knew real terror. He had always thought the sort he felt was the general article, but that was mere abject fear beside this new sensation. Those below could make you cease to exist by, well, hurting you in unbearable amounts, but this boy could not only make you cease to exist merely by thinking about it, but probably could arrange matters so that you had never existed at all. Adam's gaze swept to Aziraphale. Excuse me, why are you two people? Said Adam. Well, said Aziraphale, it's not right being two people, said Adam. I reckon you better go back to being two separate people. There were no showy special effects. There was just Aziraphale sitting next to Madame Tracy. Oh, that felt tingly, she said. She looked Aziraphale up and down. Oh, she said in a slightly disappointed voice. Somehow I thought you'd be younger. Shadwell glowered jealously at the angel Thundergun's hammer in a pointed sort of way. Aziraphale looked down at his new body, which was, unfortunately, very much like his old body, although the overcoat was cleaner. Oh, that's over, she said. No, said Crowley. No, it isn't, you see, not at all. Now there were clouds overhead curling like a pot of tagliatelle on full boil. You see, said Crowley, his voice leaden with fatalistic gloom, it doesn't really work that simply. You think wars get started because some old dude gets shot or someone cuts off someone's ear or someone sighted the missiles in the wrong place. It's not like that. That's just reasons, which haven't got anything to do with it. What really causes wars is two sides that can't stand the sight of one another, and the pressure builds up and up, then anything will cause it, anything at all. What's your name, boy? That's Adam Young, said Anathema as she strode up the Newt trailing after her. That's right, Adam Young, said Adam. Good effort. You've saved the world. Have half a holiday, said Crowley, but it won't really make any difference. I think you're right, said Aziraphale. I'm sure my people want Armageddon. It's very sad. Would anyone mind telling us what's going on? Said Anathema, sternly folding her arms. Aziraphale shrugged. It's a very long story, he began. Anathema stuck out her chin. Go on then, she said. Well, in the beginning, The lightning flash struck the ground a few meters from Adam and stayed there, a sizzling column that broadened at the base, as though wild electricity was filling an invisible mold. The humans pressed back against the jeep. The lightning vanished, and the young man made out of golden fire stood there. Oh, dear, said Aziraphale. It's him. Him who? Said Crowley. The voice of God, said the angel, the Metatron. The them stared. Then Pepper said, No, it isn't. The Metatron's made out of plastic, and it's got a laser cannon and it can turn into a helicopter. That's the cosmic Megatron, said Wensleydale weakly. I had one, but the hell it fell off. I think this one's different. The beautiful blank gaze fell on Adam Young, then turned sharply to the concrete beside it, which was boiling. A figure rose from the turning ground in the manner of a demon king in a pantomime. If this one never was in a pantomime, it was one where no one walked out alive, and they had to get the priest to burn down the place afterwards. It was not greatly different from the other picture, except its flames were blood red. Said Crowley, trying to shrink into the seat. Hi. The red thing gave him the briefest of glances, as though marking him for future consumption. Then stared at Adam. When it spoke, its voice was like a million flies taking off in a hurry. It buzzed a word that felt like, to those humans who heard it, like a file dragged down a spine. It was talking to Adam, who said, Huh? No, I said already. My name's Adam Young. He looked at the figure and down. What's yours? Beelzebub, Crowley supplied. He's the Lord of... Thank you, Crowley, said Beelzebub. Later we must have a serious talk. I'm sure thou hast much to tell me. Said Crowley. Well, you see, what happened is silence. Right, said Crowley hurriedly. Now then, Adam Young, said the Metatron, while we can, of course, appreciate your insistence at this point, we must add that Armageddon should take place now. There may be some temporary inconvenience, but that should hardly stand in the way of the ultimate good. Whispered Crowley to Aziraphale. What he means is we have to destroy the world in order to save it. As to what it stands in the way of, that has to be decided, buzzed Beelzebub. But it must be decided now, boy. That is thy destiny. It is written. Adam took a deep breath. The human watchers held theirs. Crowley and Aziraphale had forgotten to breathe some time ago. I just don't see why everyone and everything has to be burned up and everything, Adam said. Millions of fish and whales and trees and sheep and stuff, and not even for anything important, just to see who's got the best gang. It's like this in the Johnsonites, but even if you win, you can't really beat the other side because you don't really want to. I mean, not for good. You'll just start all over again. You'll just keep sending people like these two, pointing to the Crown and Aziraphale, to mess people around. It's hard enough being people as it is without other people coming and messing you around. Crowley turned to Aziraphale. Johnsonites? He whispered. The angel shrugged. Early breakaway sect, I think? He said sort of like Gnostics, like the Ophites? His forehead wrinkled. Or maybe the Sethites. I'm thinking the Floridians. Oh dear, I'm sorry. There are hundreds of them. It's so hard to keep track. People have been messing around, murmured Crowley. It doesn't matter, snapped the Metatron. The whole point of the creation of Earth and good and evil. I don't see what's so terrific about creating people as people and then getting upset because they act like people, said Adam severely. Anyway, if you stop telling people it's all sorted out after they're dead, they might try sorting it all out while they're alive. If I was in charge, I'd try to make people live a lot longer, like old Methuselah. It'd be a lot more interesting. They might start thinking about the sort of things they're doing to all the environment and ecology because they'll still be around in 100 years' time. Said Beelzebub, and he actually began to smile. You wish to rule the world. That's more like life. I thought about all that, and I don't want to, said Adam, half turning and nodding encouragingly at them. I mean, there's some stuff could do with altering, but I expect people to keep coming to me and getting me to sort out everything the whole time and get rid of all the rubbish and make more trees for them. And where's the good in all that? It's like having to tidy up people's bedrooms for them. You never even tied up your own bedroom, said Pepper behind him. I never said anything about my bedroom, said Adam, referring to a room whose carpet had been lost to view for several years. It's general bedrooms. I mean, I didn't mean my personal bedroom. It's an analogy. That's just what I'm saying. Beelzebub and Metatron looked at one another. Anyway, said Adam, it's bad enough having to think of things for Pepper, Wednesday, and Brian to do all the time so they don't get bored. So I don't want any more world than I got. Thank you all the same. The Metatron's face began to take on a look familiar to those subjected to Adam's idiosyncratic line of reasoning. You can't refuse to be who you are, it said eventually. Listen, your birth and destiny are part of the great plan. Things have to happen like this. All the choices have been made. Rebellion is a fine thing, said Beelzebub, but some things are beyond rebellion. You must understand. I'm not rebelling against anything, said Adam in a reasonable tone of voice. I'm pointing out things. Seems to me you can't blame people for pointing out things. Seems to me it'd be a better lot not to start fighting and just see what people do. If you stop messing them about, they might start thinking properly and they might stop messing the world around. I'm not saying they would, he added consciously, but they might. This makes no sense in the measure. You can't run counter to the Great Plan. You must think. It's in your genes. Think. Adam hesitated. The dark undercurrent was always ready to flow back, really whispering, saying, yes, that was it. That was what it was all about. You had to follow the plan because you were part of it. It had been a long day. He was tired. Saving the world took it out of an 11-year-old body. Crowley stuck his head in his hands for a moment. There, just for a moment, I thought we had a chance, he said, if he hadn't worried. Oh, well, it was a nice one. He was aware that Azurfa had stood up. Excuse me, said the angel. The trio looked at him. The great plan, he said. This would be the ineffable plan, would it? There was a moment's silence. It's the great plans that the Manatron said flatly. You are well aware there should be a world lasting 6,000 years, and we'll conclude with, yes, that's the great plan, all right, said Aziraphale. He spoke politely and respectfully, with the air of one who's just been asked an unwelcome question at a political meeting and won't go away till he gets an answer. I was asking if it's ineffable as well. I just want to be clear on this point. It doesn't matter, snapped the Metatron. It's the same thing, surely. Surely? Thought Crowley. They don't actually know? He started to grin like an idiot. So you're not 100% clear on this, said Aziraphale. It's not giving us to understand the ineffable plan, said the Metatron, but of course the great plan. But the great plan can only be a tiny part of the overall ineffability, said Crowley. You can't be certain that what's happening right now isn't exactly right from an ineffable point of view. It is written, bellowed Beelzebub, but it might be written differently somewhere else, said Crowley, where you can't read it. In bigger letters, said Aziraphale. Underlined, said Crowley added. Twice, suggested Aziraphale. Perhaps this isn't just a test of the world, said Crowley. It might be a test of you people, too. God does not play with his loyal servants, said the Metatron, but in a worried tone of voice. Hoo-hee, said Crowley. Where have you been? Everyone found their eyes turning toward Adam. He seemed to be thinking very carefully, and he said, I don't see what it matters what's written. Not when it's about people. It can always be crossed out. A breeze swept across the airfield. Overhead, the assembled host rippled like a mirage. There was a kind of silence there might have been on the day before creation. Adam stood smiling between the two, and a small figure perfectly poised exactly between heaven and hell. Crowley grabbed Aziraphale's arm. You know what happened? He hissed excitedly. He was left alone. He grew up human. He's not evil incarnate or good incarnate. He's just human incarnate. Then I think, said the Metron, that I shall need to seek further instructions. I also, said Beelzebub, his raging force turned to Crowley, and I shall report your part in this. Thou hast better believe it. He glared at Adam, and I do not know what thy father will say. There was a thundering explosion. Shadwell, who had been fidgeting with horrified excitement for some minutes, had finally got enough control of his trembling fingers to pull the trigger. The pellets passed through the space where Beelzebub had been. Shadwell never knew how lucky he had been that he had missed. The sky wavered and then became just sky. Around the horizon, the clouds began to unravel. Man, Tracy broke the silence. Weren't they odd, she said. She probably didn't mean weren't they odd. What she did mean, she probably never hoped to express except by screaming. But the human brain has amazing recuperative powers, and saying weren't they odd was part of the rapid healing process. Within half an hour, she'd be thinking that she just had too much to drink. Is it over, do you think, said Aziraphale? Crowley shrugged. Not for us, I'm afraid. I don't think you need to go worrying, said Adam gnomically. I know all about you two, don't you worry. He looked at the rest of them, who tried not to back away. He seemed to think for a while, then he said, there's been too much messing around anyway. It seems to me that everyone's going to be a lot happier if they forget about this. Not actually forget, just not remember exactly, then we can go home. But you can't just leave it at that, said Adam, pushing forward. Think of all the things you could do, good things. Like what? Said Adam suspiciously. Well, you could bring all the whales back to start with. He put his head to one side, and that'd stop people from killing them, would it? She hesitated. It would be nice to say yes. And if people do start killing them, what would you ask me to do about them? Said Adam. No, I reckon I'm getting the hang of this now. Once I start messing around like that, there'd be no stopping it. Seems to me the only sensible thing is for people to know if they kill a whale, they've got a dead whale. That shows a very responsible attitude, said Newt. Adam raised an eyebrow. It's just sense, he said. Aziraphale patted Crowley in the back. We seem to have survived, he said. Just imagine how terrible it might have been had we all been at all competent. Said Crowley. Is your car operational? I think it might need a bit of work, Crowley admitted. I was thinking that we might take these good people into town, said Aziraphale. Oh, Madam Tracy at Meagle. I'm sure, and her young man, of course. Shadwell looked over his shoulder, then up at Madam Tracy. Who was he talking about? He asked her triumphant expression. Adam rejoined to them. I reckon we'll just be getting home, he said. But what actually happened, said Pepper? I mean, there was all this. It doesn't matter anymore, said Adam. But you could help so much, Anthony began as they wandered back to their bikes. Newt took her gently by the arm. That's not a good idea, he said. Tomorrow's the first day of the rest of our lives. Do you know, she said, of all the trite sayings I really hated, that comes top. Amazing, isn't it, said Newt happily. Why have you got Dick Turpin painting on the side of your car? It's a joke, really, said Newt. Because everywhere I go, I hold up traffic, he mumbled wretchedly. Crowley looked glumly at the controls of the Jeep. I'm sorry about the cars, I'm saying. I know how much you liked it. Perhaps if you concentrated really hard, it wouldn't be the same, said Crowley. I suppose not. I had it from new, you know. It wasn't a car, it was more of a sort of a whole body glove. It's burning, he said. A breeze swept up the dust and dropped it again. The air became hot and heavy, imprisoning those within like flies in syrup. He turned his head and looked into Zerfel's horrified expression. But it's over, he said. It can't happen now. The thing, the correct moment or whatever, it's gone past. It's over. The ground began to shake. The noise was like a subway train, but not one passing under. It was more like the sound of one coming up. Crowley fumbled madly with the gear shift. That's not Beelzebub, he shouted above the noise of the wind. That's him, his father. This isn't Armageddon. This is personal. Start, you bloody thing. The ground moved under Anathema and Newt, flinging them onto the dancing concrete. Yellow smoke gushed from between the cracks. It feels like a volcano, shouted Newt. What is it? Whatever it is, it's pretty angry, said Anathema. The Jeep Crowley was cursing. Aziraphale laid a hand on his shoulder. There are humans here, he said. Yes, said Crowley, and me. I mean, we shouldn't let this happen to them. Well, what Crowley began to stop. I mean, when you think about it, we've gotten them in enough trouble as it is, you and me, over the years, what with one thing and another. We were only doing our jobs, muttered Crowley. Yes, so what? Lots of people in history have only done their jobs. Look at the trouble they caused. You don't mean we should actually try to stop him? What have you got to lose? Crowley started to argue and realized he hadn't anything. There was nothing he could lose. He hadn't all lost already. They couldn't do anything worse to him than he'd already had coming to him already. He felt free at last. He also found a tire iron. It wouldn't be much good, but then nothing would. In fact, it'd be much more terrible facing the adversary with anything like a decent weapon. That way you might have a bit of hope, which would make it worse. Aziraphale picked up the sword lately dropped by War and hefted its weight thoughtfully. Gosh, it's been years since I used this, he murmured. About 6,000, said Crowley. My word, yes, said Angel. What a day that was, and no mistake. Good old days. Not really, said Crowley. The noise was growing. People knew the difference between right and wrong in those days, said Zephyr dreamily. Well, yes, think about it. Ah, yes, too much messing about? Yes. The Aziraphale held up the sword. It was a woof, and it suddenly flamed like a bar of magnesium. Once you've learned how to do it, you never forget, he said. He smiled at Crowley. I'd just like to say, he said, if we don't get out of this, that I'll have known deep down inside there was a spark of goodness in you. That's right, said Crowley bitterly. Make my day. Aziraphale held out his hand. Nice knowing you, he said. Crowley took it. Here's to next time, he said. And Aziraphale? Yeah. Just remember, I'll have known that deep down inside you were just enough of a bastard to be worth liking. There was a scuffling noise, and they were pushed aside by the small but dynamic shape of Shadowwell, waving the thunder gun purposefully. I wouldn't trust you two southern Nancy boys to kill a lame rat in a barrel, he said. Who we fighting you? The devil, said Aziraphale simply. Shadwell nodded as if this hadn't come as a surprise. Threw the gun down, took off his hat to expose the forehead, and noted fury where street fighting men were gathered together. I reckon so. In that case, I'm going to use my head. Newt and Anathema watched the three of them walk unsteadily from the Jeep. But Shadwell and Mill looked like a stylized W. What on earth are they going to do? Said Newton. What's happening? What's happening to them? The coats of Aziraphale and Crowley split along the seams. If you were going to go, you might as well go in your own true shape. Feathers unfolded toward the sky. Contrary to popular belief, the wings of demons are the same as the wings of angels, although they're often better groomed. Shadwell shouldn't be going with them, said Newt, staring at his feet. What's Shadwell? He's this amazing old man. You'll never believe it. I've got to help him. Help him, said Anathema. I took an oath and everything. Well, sort of an oath. And he gave me a month's wages in advance. Who are those other two, then? Friends of yours? Then Anathema again stopped. Aziraphale had half turned the profile and clicked into place. I know I've seen him before, she shouted. The ad break comes at a really bad time. I may not get any, let's see if we got people to actually raid out to, actually. I hope y'all been enjoying this. It is a bit of a prolonged stream, I guess, because I'm trying to finish up the book. Let me take a swig of my apple soda. Should be the last ad break. I may just wait and save the gameplay for Friday because it's getting really warm in here, and I'm gonna be looking to finish this. And we're back. Sorry about that. I know where I've seen him before. She shouted, pulling herself upright against Snoop as the ground bounced up and down. Come on, but something dreadful is going to happen. If he's damaged the book, you bloody well right. Newt fumbled in his lapel and found his official pen. He didn't know what they were going up against this time, but the pen was all he had. They ran. Adam looked around. He looked down. His face took on an expression of calculated innocence. There was a moment of conflict, but Adam was on his own ground. Always and ultimately on his own ground. He moved one hand around in a blurred half circle. Zerfa and Crowley felt the world change. There was no noise. There was no cracks. It was just where there had been the beginnings of a volcano of satanic power. There was just clearing smoke and a car drawing slowly to a halt, its engines loud in the evening hush. It was an elderly car, but well preserved. Not using Crowley's method, though, where dents were simply wished away. This car looked like it did, you knew instinctively, because its owner had spent every weekend for 2 decades doing all the things the manual should say be done every weekend. Before every journey, he walked around and checked the lights and counted the wheels. Serious-minded men who smoked pipes and wore mustaches had written serious instructions saying that this should be done, and so he did it because he was a serious-minded man who smoked a pipe and wore a mustache, and didn't take such injunctions lightly, because if you did, where would you be? He had exactly the right amount of insurance. He drove 3 miles below the speed limit, or 40 miles per hour, whichever was lower. He wore a tie even on Saturdays. Archimedes said that if a long enough lever and a solid enough place to stand, he could move the world. He could have stood on Mr. Young. The car door opened. Mr. Young emerged. "What's going on here?" said Adam. Adam. But then were streaking toward the gate. Mr. Young looked at the shocked assembly. At least Crowley and Zerfa had enough self-control left to winch in their wings. "What's he been getting up to now?" he sighed, not really expecting an answer. "Where's that boy got to? Adam, come back here this instant." Adam seldom did what his father wanted. Sergeant Thomas A. Dasenberger opened his eyes. The only thing strange about his surroundings was how familiar they were. This was his high school photograph on the wall, and his little stars and stripes flags in the tooth mug next to his toothbrush, and his little teddy bear still in his little uniform. The early afternoon sun flooded through his bedroom window. He could smell apple pie. It was one of the things he'd missed about spending his Saturday nights long away from home. He walked downstairs. His mother was at the stove, taking a huge apple pie out of the oven to cool. "Hey, Tommy," she said, "I thought you was in England." "Yes, Mom, I'm normally in England. Protecting democratism, Mom, sir," said Sergeant Thomas A. Diesenberger. "That's nice, hun," said his mother. "Your papa's down in the big field with Chester and Ted. They'll be pleased to see you." Sergeant Thomas A. Diesenberger nodded. He took off his military-issued helmet, his military-issued jacket, and he rolled up his military-issued shirt sleeves. For a moment, he looked more thoughtful than he had ever done in his life. Part of his thoughts were occupied with apple pie. "Mom, if any thoroughput eventuates permits to interface with Sergeant Thomas A. Diesenberger telephonically, Mom, sir, this individual will be..." "Sorry, Tommy?" Tom Dasenberger hung his gun on the wall above his father's battered old rifle. "I said if anyone calls Mom, I'll be down in the big field with Pop, Chester, and Ted." The van drove slowly up to the gates of the air base. It pulled over. The guard on his midnight shift looked in the window, checked the credentials of the driver, and waved him in. The van meandered across the concrete, departed to the tarmac on the empty airstrip where the two men sat sharing a bottle of wine. One of the men wore dark glasses. Surprisingly, no one else seemed to be paying them the slightest attention. "Are you saying," said Crowley, "that he planned this way all along from the very beginning?" The Zerfa conscientiously wiped the top of the bottle and passed it back. "Could have," he said. "Could have, or one could always ask him, I suppose." "From what I remember," replied Crowley thoughtfully, "and we were never actually on what you might call speaking terms. He wasn't exactly one for a straight answer. In fact, he'd never answer at all. He'd just smile as if he knew something you didn't." "And of course that's true," said Angel. "Otherwise, what'd be the point?" There was a pause, both being stared reflectively off in the distance, as if they were remembering things that neither of them had thought of for a long time. The van driver got out of the van carrying a cardboard box and a pair of tongs. Lying on the tarmac with a tarnished metal crown and a pair of scales, the man picked them up with tongs and placed them in the box. Then he approached the couple with the bottle. "Excuse me, gents," he said. "There's meant to be a sword around here somewhere as well. At least that's what it says here at any rate. I was wondering." Aziraphale seemed embarrassed. He looked around himself, vaguely puzzled, and stood up to discover he'd been sitting on the sword for the last hour or so. He reached down and picked it up. "Sorry," he said, put the sword in the box. The van driver, who wore an International Express cap, said not to mention it really it was a godsend both of them being here like this, that someone was going to have to sign to say that he duly collected what he'd been sent for. And this has certainly been a day to remember, eh? Aziraphale and Crowley both agreed with him that it had, and Aziraphale signed the clipboard that the van driver gave him, witnessing a crown, a pair of balances, and a sword had been received in good order, and were to be delivered to a smudged address and charged to a blurred account number. The man began to walk to his van, and he stopped, turned. If I was to tell my wife what happened to me today, he told him a little sadly, she'd never believe me, and I wouldn't blame her either, because I don't either. And he climbed to his van and drove away. Crowley stood up a little unsteadily. He reached a hand down to the reserve field. Come on, he said, I'll drive us back to London. He took a Jeep. No one stopped him. It had a cassette player. This isn't general issue even for American military vehicles, but Crowley automatically assumed that all vehicles he drove would have a cassette player, and therefore this one did, within seconds of getting in. The cassette he put on as he drove was marked Handel's Warner Music and stayed Handel's Warner Music all the way home. Sunday, the first day of the rest of their lives. At around 10:30, the paper boy brought the Sunday papers to the front door of Jasmine Cottage. He had to make 3 trips. The series of thumps that hit the mat woke up Newt Pulsifer. He left Anathema asleep. She was pretty shattered, poor thing. She'd been almost incoherent when he put her into the bed. She'd run her life according to the prophecies, and now there were no more prophecies. She must be feeling like a train that reached the end of the line and still had to keep going somehow. From now on, she'd be able to go through life with everything coming as a surprise, just like everyone else. What luck. The telephone rang. Newt dashed for the kitchen, picked up the receiver, and on the second ring, hello? He said, a voice of forced friendliness tinted with desperation gabbled at him. No, no. He said, I'm not, and it's not devicey. It's device as in nice, and she's asleep. Well, he said, I'm pretty sure she doesn't want any cavities insulated or double glazing. I mean, she doesn't own the cottage, she's only renting it. No, I'm not going to wake her up and ask her, she said, and tell me, Miss Morrow, why don't you take Sundays off like everybody else? Sunday, he said. Of course it's not Saturday. Why would it be Saturday? Saturday was yesterday. It's honestly Sunday today, really. What do you mean you've lost today? Well, I haven't got it. It seems to me you've got a bit carried away with selling. Hello? He growled and replaced the receiver. Telephone salespeople, something dreadful ought to happen to him. He was assailed by a moment of sudden doubt. Today was Sunday, wasn't it? A glance at the Sunday papers reassured him. The Sunday Times said it was Sunday. You could be sure that they'd investigated the matter. And yesterday was Saturday, of course. Yesterday was Saturday, and he never forget Saturday for as long as he lived. He could only remember what it was he wasn't meant to forget. Seeing that he was in the kitchen, he decided to make breakfast. He moved around the kitchen as quietly as possible to avoid waking the rest of the household and found every sound magnified. Don't you hate that when that happens? You're trying to be quiet. Every creak is loud as shit. And it happens to everybody. The antique fridge had doors shut like the crack of doom. The kitchen tap dribbled like a diuretic gerbil, made noise like Old Faithful, and he couldn't find where anything was. In the end, as every human being deserved breakfast on their own in someone else's kitchen has done since the nearly dawn of time, he made do with unsweetened instant black coffee. Except for Giovanni Jacopo Casanova, 1725 to 1798, famed amorist in literature, who revealed in volume 12 of his memoirs that as a matter of course he carried around with him at all times a small valise containing a loaf of bread, a pot of choice Seville marmalade, a knife, a fork, a small spoon for stirring, 2 fresh eggs packed with care and unspun wool, a tomato or love apple, a small frying pan, a small saucepan, a spirit burner, chafing dish, a tin box of salted butter of the Italian type, 2 bone china plates. Also a portion of honeycomb as a sweetener for my breath and for my coffee. Let my readers understand me when I say to them all, a true gentleman should always be able to break his fast in the manner of a gentleman wheresoever he may find himself. I actually learned that some of that was actually true. I actually did some research on that. On the kitchen table was a roughly rectangular leather-bound cinder. He could just make out the words "Nye" and "Ack" on the charred cover. What a difference a day made, he thought. It turned you from the ultimate reference book to a mere barbecue briquette. Now then, how exactly had they got it? He recalled a man who smelled of smoke and wore sunglasses even in darkness. And there was other stuff all running together, boys on bikes and unpleasant buzzing, a small, grubby, staring face, all hung around on his mind, not exactly forgotten, but forever hanging on the cusp of recollection, a memory of things that hadn't happened. Here's a footnote. And there was Mayor of Dick Turpin. It looked like the same car, except forever afterwards it seemed to be able to do 250 miles an hour on a gallon of petrol, ran so quietly that you practically had to put your mouth over the exhaust pipe to see if the engine was firing, and issued its voice-synthesized warnings in a series of exquisite, perfectly phrased haikus, each one original and apt. Late frost burns the balloon, would a fool not let the belt restrain the body, it would say, and the cherry blossom tumbles from the highest tree, one needs more petrol. Petrol is gas, by the way. How could you have that? He sat staring at the wall until a knock at the door brought him back to earth. There was a small, dapper man in a black raincoat standing on the doorstep. He was holding a cardboard box, and he gave Newt a bright smile. Me? He consulted a piece of paper in one hand. Pulsifer? Pulsifer, said Newt. It's a hard S. I'm ever so sorry, said the man. I've only seen it written down. Or, well, then, it would appear that this is for you and Mrs. Pulsifer. Newt gave him a blank look. There is no Mrs. Pulsifer, he said coldly. The man removed his bowler hat. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," he said. "No, I mean that there's my mother," said Newt, "but she's not dead. She's just in Dorking. I'm not married." "How odd. The letter is quite specific. Who are you?" said Newt. He was only wearing his trousers and it was chilly on the doorstep. The man balanced the box awkwardly and fished out a card from an inner pocket. He handed it to Newt. It read, "Giles Badicum, Roby Redfern, by chance solicitors. 13 Demkite Chambers, Preston." "Yes," he said politely. "What can I do for you, Mr. Badicum?" "You could let me in," said Mr. Badicum. "You're not serving a writ or anything, are you?" said Newt. The events of last night hung in his memory like a cloud, constantly changing whenever he thought he could make out a picture, but he was vaguely aware of damaging things and been expecting a retribution in some form. "No," said Mr. Badicum, looking slightly hurt. "We have people for that sort of thing." He wandered past Newt and put the box down on the table. "To be honest," he said, "we're all very interested in this. Mr. Bychance nearly came down himself, but he doesn't travel well these days." "Look," said Newt, "I really haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about." "This," said Mr. Badicum, proffering the box and beaming like a Xerophil about to attempt a conjuring trick, "is yours. Someone wanted you to have it. They were very specific." "A present?" said Newt. He eyed the taped cardboard cautiously and then rummaged the kitchen drawer for a sharp knife. "I think of it more of a bequest," said Mr. Badicum. "You see, we've had it for 300 years. Sorry, was something I said? Hold it on tap, I should. What the hell is all this about?" said Newt, but a certain icy suspicion was creeping over me. He sucked at the cut. "It's a funny story. Do you mind if I sit down?" And of course, I don't know the full details because I just joined the firm only 15 years ago, but it had been a very small legal firm when the box had been cautiously delivered. Redfern, by chance, and both Robys, let alone Mr. Badicum, had run a long way in the future. The struggling legal clerk had accepted the delivery, had been surprised to find tied to the top of the box with a twine a letter addressed to himself. It contained certain instructions and 5 interesting facts about the history of the next 10 years that, if put to good use by a keen young man, would ensure enough finance to pursue a very successful legal career. All you had to do was see that the box was carefully looked after for rather more than 300 years and then delivered to a certain address. Although, of course, the firm had changed hands many times over the centuries, said Mr. Badicum. But the box has always been part of the chattels, as it were. "I didn't even know they made Heinz baby foods in the 17th century," said Newt. "That was just to keep it undamaged in the car," said Mr. Badicum. "And no one's opened it all these years," said Newt. "Twice, I believe," said Mr. Badicum. In 1757 by George Cranby, and 1928 by Mr. Arthur Bychance, father of the present Mr. Bychance. He coughed. "Apparently Mr. Cranby found a letter addressed to himself," said Newt. Mr. Badicum sat back hurriedly. "My word, how'd you guess that?" "I think I recognize the style," said Newt grimly. "What happened then?" "Have you heard this before?" said Mr. Badicum suspiciously. "Not so many words. They weren't blown up, were they?" "Well, Mr. Cranby had a heart attack, it is believed. Mr. Bychance went very pale and put his letter back in its envelope, I understand. Gave very strict instructions that the box wouldn't be opened again in his lifetime. He said anyone who opened the box would be sacked without references." "Entire threat," said Newt sarcastically. "It was in 1928. Anyway, their letters are in the box." Newt pulled the cardboard aside. There was a small iron-bound chest inside. It had no lock. "Go on, lift it out," said Mr. Badicum silently. "I must say, I'd very much like to know what's in there. We've had bets on it in the office." "I tell you what," said Newt generously. "I'll make us some coffee and you can open the box." "Me? Would that be proper?" "I don't see why not." Newt eyed the saucepans hanging on the stove. One was big enough for what he had in mind. "Go on," he said. "Be a devil. I don't mind. You could have power of attorney or something." Mr. Badicum took off his overcoat. "Well," he said, rubbing his hands together, "since you put it like that, it'd be something to tell my grandchildren." Newt picked up the saucepan and laid his hand gently on the door handle. "I hope so," he said. "Here goes." Newt heard a faint creak. "What can you see?" he said. "There's 2 open letters and, oh, a third one addressed to—" Newt heard the snap of wax steel and the clink of something on the table. There was a gasp, the clatter of a chair, sound of running feet in the hallway, the slam of a door, and the sound of a car engine being jerked and laughing in red line down the lane. Newt took the saucepan off his head and came out from behind the door. He picked up the letter and was not 100% surprised it was addressed to Mr. G. Badicum. He unfolded it. It read, "Here's the Flooring lawyer. Now run fast lest ye world know the truth about you and Mistress Spinning, the typewriting machine slavey." Newt looked at the other letters, the crackling paper. The one addressed to George Cranby said, "Remove thy thieving hand, Mr. Cranby. I mind ye well how ye swindled the widow Pleshkin in this Michaelmas, ye skinny old snatch pastry." Newt wondered what a snatch pastry was. He would be prepared to bet that it didn't involve cookery. The one that awaited the inquisitive Mr. Bychance said, "You left 'em, you coward. Return this letter to the box. Let's the world know the true events of June 7th, 1916. Under the letters was a manuscript. Newt stared at it. "What's that?" said Anathema. He spun around. She was leaning against the door frame like an attractive yawn on legs. Newt backed against the table. "Oh, nothing. Wrong dress. Nothing. Just on my box. Junk around. You know how it is." "On a Sunday," she said, pushing him aside. He shrugged as he put her hands around the yellowed manuscript and lifted it out. further nice and accurate prophecies of Agnes Nutter, she read slowly. Concerning the world that is to come, ye sage continues, ye saga continues, oh my. She laid it reverentially on the table and prepared to turn the first page. Newt's hand laid gently on hers. Think of it like this, he said quietly. You won't be a descendant for the rest of your life. She looked up. Their eyes met. It was Sunday, the first day of the rest of the world, around 11:30. St. James Park was comparatively quiet. The ducks, who were experts on realpolitik, had seen, as seen from the bread end, put down a decrease in world tension. There really had been a decrease in the world tension, in fact. But a lot of people were in offices trying to figure out why, and trying to find out where Atlantis had disappeared to with 3 international fact-finding delegations on it, and trying to work out what had happened to all their computers yesterday. The park was deserted except for a member of M19, MI9, trying to recruit someone to their later mutual embarrassment, who turned out to be also a member of MI9 and a tall man feeding the ducks. And then there was also Crowley and Aziraphale. They strolled side by side across the grass. Same here, said Aziraphale. The shop's all there, not so much as a soot mark. I mean, you can't just make an old Bentley, said Crowley. You can't get the patina, but there it was, large as life, right there in the street. You can't tell the difference. Well, I can tell the difference, said Aziraphale. I'm sure I didn't stop books with titles like Biggles Goes to Mars and Jack Cade, Frontier Hero, and 101 Things a Boy Can Do, and Blood Dogs of the Skull Sea. Gosh, I'm sorry, said Crowley, who knew about how much Angel treasures his book collection. Don't be, said Aziraphale happily. They're all mint first editions, and I looked them up in Skindle's price guide. I think the phrase you use is woo-wee. I thought he was putting the world back just as it was, said Crowley. Yes, said Aziraphale, more or less, as best he can, but he's got a sense of humor, too. Crowley gave a sideways look. You people been in touch, he said. No. Yours? No. I think they're pretending it didn't happen. Mine, too, I suppose. That's bureaucracy for you. And I think mine are waiting to see what happens next, said Aziraphale. Crowley nodded. A breathing space, he said, a chance to morally rearm, get the defenses up, ready for the big one. They stood by the pond watching the ducks scrabble for the bread. Sorry, said Aziraphale. I thought that was the big one. I'm not sure, said Crowley. Think about it. For my money, the really big one would be all of us against all of them. What do you mean, heaven and hell against humanity? Crowley shrugged. Of course, if he did change everything, maybe he changed himself too, got rid of his powers, perhaps decided to stay human. Oh, I do hope so, said Aziraphale. Anyway, I'm sure the alternative wouldn't be allowed, or would it? I don't know. You can never be certain about what's really intended, plans within plans. Sorry, said Aziraphale. Sorry, said Aziraphale. Well, said Crowley, who's been thinking about this till his head ached. Haven't you ever wondered about it all? You know, your people and my people, heaven and hell, good and evil, that sort of thing. I mean, why? As I recall, said the angel stiffly, there was this rebellion. Yes, and why did it happen, huh? I mean, it didn't have to, did it? Said Crowley, looking in his eye. Anyone who could build a universe in 6 days isn't going to let a little thing like that happen unless they wanted it to, of course. Oh, come on, be sensible, said Aziraphale doubtfully. That's not good advice, said Crowley. That's not good advice at all. If you sit down and think of it sensibly, you'll come up with some very funny ideas, like why make people inquisitive? And then put some forbidden fruit where they can see it, and this big neon finger flashing on and off and said, this is it. I don't remember any neon. Metaphorically, I mean. Why do that if you really don't want them to eat it, huh? I mean, maybe you just want to see how it all turns out. Maybe it's all part of a great big ineffable plan, all of it. You, me, him, everything. Some big test to see if you built it all, if what you built all works properly. You'd start thinking it can't be a great cosmic game of chess. It has to be just very complicated solitaire. And don't bother to answer. If we could all understand, we wouldn't be us because it's all ineffable, said the figure feeding the ducks. Yeah, right, thanks. They watched the tall stranger carefully dispose of the empty bag in the litter bin and stalk away across the grass. Then Crowley shook his head. What was I saying, he said. Don't know, said Aziraphale. Nothing very important, I think. Crowley nodded gloomily. Let me tempt you to some lunch, he hissed. They went to the Ritz again, where the table was mysteriously vacant. Perhaps the recent exertions had some fallout of the nature and reality, because while they were eating, for the first time ever, a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. No one heard it over the noise of the traffic, but it was there right enough. It was 1 o'clock on Sunday. For the last decade, Sunday lunch in Witchfinder Sergeant's world had been followed invariable routine. He would sit at the rickety cigarette burn table in his room, thumbing through an elderly copy of the Witchfinder Army's library's books on magic and demonology. Witchfinder Corporal Carpet Librarian, 11 pence per annum bonus. The Necrolocanon, or the Labor Fulverum Paganarum, or his old favorite, the Malleus Maleficium. A relentless blockbuster of a book, hardly recommended, Pope Innocent VIII. Then there would be a knock at the door. And by the way, that only one of those books actually exists. Just to, you know. Then there'd be a knock at the door, and Madam Tracy would call out, "Lunch, Mr. Shadwell." And Shadwell would mutter, "Shameless hussy," and wait 60 seconds to allow the shameless hussy time to get back to her room. Then he'd open the door, pick up a plate of liver, which was usually carefully covered with another plate to keep it warm, and he'd take it in, he'd eat it, taking moderate care not to spill any gravy on the pages he was reading. To the right collector, the Witchfinder's Army Library would have been worth millions. The right collector would have been very rich and not have minded gravy stains, cigarette burns, marginal notations of the late Witchfinder Last Corporal Watling's passion for drawing mustaches and spectacles on all the woodcut illustrations of witches and demons. That's what always happened, except on this Sunday, it didn't. For a start, he wasn't reading, he was just sitting, and when the knock came on the door, he got up immediately and opened it. He needn't have hurried. There was no plate. There was just Madame Tracy wearing a cameo brooch and an unfamiliar shade of lipstick. She was also standing in the center of a perfume zone. "Aye, Jezebel?" Madame Tracy's voice was bright and fast and brittle with uncertainty. "Hello, Mr. S. I was just thinking, after all we've been through in the last 2 days, it seems silly for me to leave a plate out for you. I'll set a place for you. Come on." Mr. S. Shadwell followed warily. He had had another dream last night. He didn't remember it properly. Just one phrase that still echoed in his head disturbed him like a dream and disturbed him. The dream had vanished into a haze like the events of the previous night. It was this: "Nothing wrong with witch finding. I'd like to be a witch finder. It's just, well, you've got to take it in turns. Today we'll go out witch finding, and tomorrow we could hide and be the witch's turn to find us." For the second time in 24 hours, for the second time in his life, he entered Madame Tracy's rooms. "Sit down," she told him, pointing to her armchair. It had an antimacassar on the headdress, a plump pillow on the seat, and a small footstool. He sat down. She placed a tray in his lap and watched him eat, and removed his plate when he had finished. Then she opened a bottle of Guinness, poured it in a glass, and gave it to him. Then sipped her tea while he slurped his stout. When she put her cup down, it tinkled nervously in the saucer. "I've got a tidy bit put away," she said, apropos of nothing. "And, you know, I sometimes think it'd be a nice thing to get a little bungalow out in the country somewhere, move out of London. I call it the Laurels of Dunroman, or Shangri-La," suggested Shadwell, and for the life of him could not think why. "Exactly, Mr. S., exactly. Shangri-La." She smiled at him. "Are you comfy, love?" Shadwell realized with dawning horror that he was comfortable, horrible, terrifyingly comfortable. "Aye," he said wearily. He had never been so comfortable. Madame Tracy opened another bottle of Guinness and placed it in front of him. "Only trouble with having a little bungalow what was your clever idea, Mr. S.?" "Shangri-La." "Ah, Shangri-La, exactly. That it's not right for one, is it? I mean, two people, they say, two can live as cheaply as one." Or 518, thought Shadwell, remembering the mass ranks of the Witchfinder army. She giggled. "I just wonder where I could find someone to settle down with." Shadwell realized that she was talking about him. He wasn't sure about this. He had a distinct feeling that leaving Witchfinder private postal for the young lady in Tadfield had been a bad move. As far as the Witchfinder Army book of Rules and Regulations was concerned, and this seemed even more dangerous. Still, at his age, when you're getting too old to go crawling about in the long grass when the chill morning dew gets into your bones, and tomorrow we could hide and be the witch's turn to find us. Madame Tracy opened another bottle of Guinness and giggled. "Oh, Mr. S.," she said, "you'll be thinking I'm trying to get you all tiddly." He grunted. There was a formality that had to be observed in all this. Witchfinder Sergeant Shadwell took a long drink of the Guinness and he popped the question. Madame Tracy giggled. "Honestly, you old silly," she said, and she blushed deeper. "How many do you think?" He popped it again. "Two," said Madame Tracy. "Ah, well, that's all right then," said Witchfinder Sergeant Shadwell. Retired. It was Sunday afternoon. However, England, a 747 drone westward. In the first-class cabin, a boy called Warlock put down his comic and stared out the window. It had been a strange couple of days. He still wasn't certain why his father had been called to the Middle East. He pretty sure his father didn't know either. It was probably something cultural. All that happened was a lot of funny-looking guys and with very bad teeth that shone around some old ruins. As ruins went, Warlock had seen better, and then one of the old guys said to him, wasn't there anything he wanted to do? And Warlock said he'd like to leave. They looked very unhappy about that. And now he's going back to the States. There had been some sort of problem with tickets or flights or airport destination boards or something. It was weird. He was pretty sure his father meant to go back to England. Warlock liked England. It was a nice country to be an American in. The plane was at that point passing right over the lower Tadfield bedroom of Greasy Johnson, who was aimlessly leafing through a photography magazine he had bought merely because it had a rather good picture of tropical fish on the cover. A few pages below, Greasy's listless fingers was spread on American football and how it was really catching on in Europe, which was odd because when the magazine had been printed, those pages had been about photography in desert conditions. It was about to change his life. If Warlock flew into America, he deserved something. After all, you never forget your first friends you ever had, even if you were a few hours old at the time. And the power that was controlling the fate of all mankind at that precise time was thinking, well, he's going to America, isn't he? Don't you see how you could have anything better than going to America? And they've got 39 flavors of ice cream there, maybe even more. There were a million exciting things a boy and his dog could be doing on a Sunday afternoon. Adam could think of 400 or 500 of them without even trying. Thrilling things, stirring things, planets to be conquered, lions to be tamed, lost South American worlds teeming with dinosaurs to be discovered and befriended. He sat in the garden and scratched at the dirt with a pebble, looking despondent. His father had found Adam asleep on his return from the air base, sleepy to all intents and purposes as if he had been in bed all evening, even snoring once in a while for verisimilitude. At breakfast the next morning, however, it was made clear that this had not been enough. Mr. Young disliked gallivanting about on a Saturday evening on a wild goose chase, and if by some unimaginable fluke Adam was not responsible for the night's disturbances, whatever they had been, since nobody seemed very clear on the details, only that there had been disturbances of some sort, he was undoubtedly guilty of something. This was Mr. Young's attitude, and it served him well for the last 11 years. I had sat spiritedly in the garden. The August sun hung high in the August blue and cloudless sky, and behind the hedge a thrush sang. But it seemed to Adam that this was simply making it all much worse. The dog sat at Adam's feet. He tried to help, chiefly by exhuming the bone he had buried 4 days earlier and dragging it to Adam's feet. But all Adam had done was stared at it gloomily, and eventually the dog had taken it away and fumed it once more. He had done all he could. Adam turned. 3 faces stared over the garden fence. Hi, said Adam disconsolately. There's a circus coming to Norton, said Pepper. Wednesday was down there and he saw them. They're just setting up. They've got tents and elephants and jugglers and practically wild animals and stuff and everything, said Winslow. We thought maybe we'd go all down there and watch them sitting up, said Brian. For an instant, Adam's mind swam with visions of circuses. Circuses were boring once they were set up. You could see better stuff on television any day, but the setting up, of course, they'd all go down there and they'd help them put up the tents, watch the elephants. And the circus people were so impressed with Adam's natural rapport with animals that night Adam and Dog, the world's most famous performing mongrel, would lead the elephants to the circus ring, and it was no good. He shook his head sadly. Can't go anywhere, he said. They said so. There was a pause. Adam, said Pepper a trifle uneasily. What did happen last night? Adam shrugged. Just stuff. Doesn't matter, he said. It's always the same. All you do is try to help people think you murdered someone or something. There was another pause while the them stared at their fallen leader. When do you think they'll let you out then? Asked Pepper. Not for years and years and years and years and years. I'll be an old man by the time they let me out, said Adam. How about tomorrow? Asked Mrs. Adam bright. Oh, tomorrow will be all right, he pronounced. They'll have forgotten about it by then, you see. They always do. He looked up at him, the scruffy Napoleon with his laces trailing exile to a rose-trellised elbow. You all go, he told them with a brief hollow laugh. Don't you worry about me. I'll be all right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. The them hesitated. Loyalty was a great thing, but no lieutenant should be forced to choose between their leader and a circus with elephants. They left. The sun continued to shine, the thrush continued to sing. Dog gave up on his master and began to stalk a butterfly in the grass by the garden hedge. This was a serious, solid, impassable hedge with thick and well-trimmed privet, and Adam knew it of old. Beyond it stretched open fields and wonderful muddy ditches, and unripe fruit, irate but slow-foot owners of fruit trees and circuses and streams to dam, and walls of trees just made for climbing. But there was no way through the hedge. Adam looked thoughtful. Dog, said Adam sternly, get away from the hedge, because if you went through it, I'd have to chase you and to catch you. And I'd have to go out in the garden. I'm not allowed to do that, but I'd have to if you ran away. Dog jumped up and down in silence, stayed where he was. Adam looked around carefully, and then even more carefully he looked up, down, and then inside. Now there was a large hole in the hedge, large enough for a dog to run through and for a boy to squeeze through after him. And it was a hole that had always been there. Adam winked at Dog. Dog ran through the hole in the hedge and shouting clearly and loudly and distinctly, Dog, you bad dog, stop, come back here. And squeezed through after him. Something told him that something was coming to an end, not the world exactly, just the summer. There'd be other summers, but there would never be one like this ever again. Better make the most of it then. He stopped halfway across the field. Someone was burning something. He looked at the plume of white smoke above the chimney of Jasmine Cottage and paused and listened. Adam could hear things that other people might miss. He could hear laughter. It wasn't a witch's cackle. It was a low and earthy guffaw of someone who knew a great deal more than they could possibly be good for them. The white smoke writhed and curled above the cottage chimney. For a fraction of an instant, Adam saw outlined in the smoke a handsome female face. A face hadn't been seen on earth for over 300 years. Agnes Nutter winked at him. The light summer breeze dispersed the smoke, and the face and laughter were gone. Adam grinned and began to run once more. In the meadow, a short distance away across the stream, the boy caught up with the wet and muddy dog. Bad dog, said Adam, scratching Dog behind the ears. Dog yapped enthusiastically. Adam looked up. Above him hung an old apple tree, gnarled and heavy. It might have been there since the dawn of time. Its boughs were bent with the weight of apples, small, green, and unripe. With the speed of a striking cobra, the boy was up the tree. He returned to the ground seconds later with his pockets bulging, munching noisily on a tart and perfect apple. Hey, you boy, came a gruff voice from behind. There you're that Adam Young. I can see you. I'll tell your father about you, and you see if I don't. Parental retribution was now a certainty, thought Adam, as he bolted his dog by his side, his pockets stuffed with stolen fruit. It always was, but it wouldn't be till this evening. This evening was a long way off. He threw the apple core back in the general direction of his pursuer and reached in the pocket for another. He couldn't see why people made such a fuss about people eating their silly old fruit anyway. But life would be a lot less fun if they didn't. And there was never an apple in Adam's opinion that wasn't worth the trouble you got into for eating it. If you want to imagine the future, imagine a boy and his dog and his friends in a summer that never ends. And if you want to imagine the future, imagine a boot. No, imagine a sneakers, laces trailing, kicking a pebble. Imagine a stick to poke at interesting things, to throw for a dog that may or may not decide to retrieve it. Imagine a tuneless whistle pounding some luckless popular song into insensibility. Imagine a figure half angel, half devil, all human, slouching hopefully toward Tadfield. Forever. And that, my friends and neighbors, is the end of Good Omens. We have finally come to the end. And yes, I went way over time, but it was well worth it.